Imagine waking up as a noble lady in a freezing fantasy castle, only to realize your entire life is a hot mess. Yeah, welcome to Rowena's chaotic world. As snow blizzards howl around the towering Gothic fortress, a desperate scream echoes through the icy courtyard, setting off the ultimate drama. Rowena is completely losing her mind out in the deep snow, demanding to be sent back to her real home while her poor maid desperately begs her to stay calm. But spoiler alert, when a girl's entire existence is falling apart, telling her to calm down is basically asking for an explosion. Wrapping her arms around herself against the biting frost, she vents all her frustration about being forced to marry a guy who's treated as an illegitimate child. Honestly, you can't even blame her for panicking when her whole future just got dumped into a pit of political scandal. Her maid, Hannah, stands totally frozen in shock, looking like she just witnessed a ghost as Rowena turns her anger onto her. Gotta give props to the artist here. That eerie background with thorn trees really sells the sudden spike in emotional tension. Hannah stammers and steps forward to explain, but Rowena snaps and backs away on the slippery ice. Yikes! You can already tell this argument is headed straight for disaster. Vowing that she'd rather lose everything than live a life where everyone walks all over her, Rowena takes a wild step backward into the snowstorm. Talk about high-stakes dramatic flair, but girl, watch your footing. Swerve! Her boot loses grip on the slick ice, sending her skidding out of control in slow motion. Gasp! Down she goes. The background blurs into a chaotic frenzy of flying snow as Rowena reaches out into thin air, helpless to stop her sudden fall. Splash! Hannah lets out a blood-curdling scream as Rowena plunges straight into the freezing, icy lake beneath the cliff. Classic manhwa tragedy moment right here. Though honestly, falling into frozen water in full heavy Victorian gowns is basically a death sentence. Cut to a quiet, dimly lit room where snow gently flutters outside the grand arched window. The atmosphere instantly shifts from loud panic to eerie silence. Inside the luxurious bedroom, a shadowy young man sits quietly beside Rowena's bed while she lies completely motionless under thick blankets. Gazing down at her pale, unconscious face, her young husband looks absolutely heartbroken, whispering to himself in disbelief about why she hated him so much. Man, the angst in this scene hits straight in the feels. Clutching his head in agony, he blames himself, wondering if his presence pushed her so far to the edge that she tried to end it all. Talk about heavy emotional baggage right out of the gate. Suddenly, the narrative plunges deep underwater as a mysterious voice reflects on a past life, revealing that before all this drama, she was actually just an adopted orphan girl in the modern world. Crack! Her memory shatters like glass as she recalls growing up with foster parents who seemed loving at first, until reality hit her like a brick wall. The moment her foster parents had their own biological baby girl, our protagonist was completely pushed into the shadows, leaving her with an intense craving for love and acceptance. Ouch, talk about a tragic backstory. No wonder she turned to fictional stories for comfort. Seeking an escape from her lonely reality, she became totally obsessed with the novel called Please Embrace Me, where the male lead suffered the exact same mistreatment and rejection from his own family. Flash, while walking down the street completely glued to her phone reading her favorite novel, bright headlights engulf her out of nowhere. Yep, Truck Kun strikes again, the undisputed champion of webtoon reincarnations. Plunge. She sinks into deep, icy blue waters, transitioning from her modern life straight into the abyss of another realm. Sinking toward the dark depths, her eyes lock onto a glowing reflection of a gorgeous girl with long, fiery red hair descending right toward her. Bathed in magical sparkles, she stares at those striking blue eyes and vibrant pomegranate hair that could never exist in real life. That's when it hits her. She's just been transmigrated into the body of Rowena Hattalis, the tragic ex-wife of her absolute favorite novel character. Wait, check out how majestic this character design is. The illustrator really did not hold back on the glamour here. But wait, the original Rowena wasn't some sweet heroine. She was a total villainous menace who barked at and bullied her poor young husband nonstop. And to make matters worse, Rowena's fate in the book was to die super young and end up 6 feet under. Imagine waking up only to realize you've inherited a short-lived villainous ticket. Total ripoff, right? Sighing in defeat, Rowena facepalms and figures that since her original modern life was pretty miserable anyway, she might as well roll with the punches. Honestly, she decides she should be grateful for a second chance, even if the odds are stacked against her. Her eyes instantly light up with pure fangirl joy as she realizes this means she gets to look at her absolute bias's adorable face in real life every single day. Spin! She starts twirling around her room in sheer bliss, fully ready to become the ultimate #1 fan and live her best Stan life. Seriously, her mood swings are top-tier relatable. But hold on, reality quickly taps her on the shoulder. She wakes up freezing in a chilly room, wearing plain pajamas. Something is definitely off here. Hannah reveals that Rowena had actually been hovering between life and death for a whole month after falling into the lake, and her heart even stopped right before she suddenly woke up in her coffin. Tilting her head in deep thought, Rowena realizes something doesn't add up. In the original novel, Rowena wasn't supposed to die until much later in the story. So why did she almost kick the bucket right now? Bam! A loud, violent crash rattles the mansion, snapping Rowena right out of her detective thoughts. Whirling around with a startled look, she hears strange noises coming from down the hall and decides to check it out. Thud! Bursting through the heavy wooden doors, she gasps out Arkid's name as she rushes straight into the mansion's study. The scene inside is pure chaos. Blood spatters on the wall, furniture knocked over, and little Arkid sitting on the floor while a strict-looking guy stands over him like a tyrant. What on earth is happening here? Gasp! Young Arkid is dabbing a blood-soaked handkerchief onto a nasty cut on his forehead, looking completely bruised and beaten up. Seeing her favorite bias bleeding and hurt sends Rowena into an absolute rage. Look at that hilarious chibi fire burning in her eyes. Messing with a fangirl's favorite character is the biggest mistake anyone can make. The smug tutor, Baron Rourke, calmly adjusts his glasses and condescendingly tells Rowena that it's super rude to interrupt his private lesson. Man, this guy's punchable face scale is breaking records right now. Demanding answers, Rowena glares at him and points out that she clearly heard violent crashing noises coming from inside the room. Baron Rourke smoothly brushes it off, claiming it was just a tiny minor accident during a routine physical punishment. He lies straight to her face, blaming the young master for being undisciplined and tripping over himself like a klutz. Stomp! Rowena slams her foot down, confronting the Baron for making up such ridiculous excuses, but the arrogant tutor just smirks and dares her to prove him wrong. Turning toward Arkid, the Baron smirks, claiming they can just ask the victim directly to confirm his fake story. Poor Arkid keeps his head down in dark silence, clearly too intimidated and traumatized to speak up against his abuser. Clenching her dress in sheer fury, Rowena steps right up and screams at the top of her lungs that hitting a child isn't discipline, it's straight-up child abuse. Go off, queen. The Baron's face turns dark as he low-key threatens her, asking if she'll regret stepping out of line, but Rowena doesn't flinch for a second and calls out his threat right on the spot. A quick deep dive into the lore reveals why this Baron is acting like he owns the place. His sister is the Grand Duke's favorite mistress, giving him all the political cover to mistreat both Rowena and Arkid without any consequences. But little does this arrogant Baron know, Rowena knows the entire plot of the book, and she knows his golden ticket is about to vanish overnight. Smirk. Rowena chuckles internally, knowing that in less than a month, this whole power dynamic is going to crumble into dust. Flashing a fierce, confident smile, Rowena hits him where it hurts, warning the Baron that he's the one who's going to regret everything when word gets out about a tutor cracking open the young master's head. Talk about a killer cliffhanger to end on. The hook starts here. Imagine standing up to a toxic tutor who thinks he can abuse a kid and get away with it. Yeah, welcome to the middle of Rowena's ultimate showdown. Baron Lork tries to play the victim, sweating bullets as he stammers that Rowena's being way too harsh and blames the whole mess on poor Arkid for not being prepared. Rowena's jaw literally drops to the floor in pure disbelief, gasping so loud it probably echoed across the entire estate, while Arkid stands behind her looking like a confused little puppy. Honestly, the artist's exaggerated facial expressions here are absolute comedy gold. Stomp, stomp. Storming right up to the desk, Rowena points furiously at a stack of heavy textbooks that looks taller than the kid himself, calling out the ridiculousness of his so-called prep work. Slapping her hand on the desk, Rowena demands to know if Lork honestly expects a child to master a small mountain of literature in a single day, pointing out that even her own brother was never given this absurd amount of work. She doubled down without flinching, reminding the tutor that her brother couldn't handle even a quarter of this study load. Talk about bringing receipts to an argument. Lork foolishly tries to brush it off by claiming most normal kids can handle it, which is the exact trap Rowena was waiting for. Fire flares in her eyes as she immediately twists his words, asking if he's low-key calling her brother stupid. Cue the dramatic gasp and cute evil grin. Rowena puts on her best innocent act, mocking Lork for basically declaring that since the young Marquess struggled with this material, he must be a complete dimwit. Swish! She flips her fiery red hair and playfully asks Lork to remind her how old her brother is, setting up her next trap with a sly side eye that screams pure villainous energy. When Lork nervously admits her brother is 15 while Arkid is only 14, Rowena smirks victoriously with her arms crossed. Seriously, watching her corner this smug tutor with basic math is insanely satisfying. Sweating profusely, Lork desperately tries to scramble for an excuse, arguing that because Archid is behind by 13 years, he needs to study double time to become the future Grand Duke. Gasp! Rowena immediately calls out his trashy logic, loudly accusing him of insulting her husband's intelligence just because of his birth status. Look at those hilarious little chibi chicks floating around. The visual contrast between the heavy drama and chibi art is top-tier webtoon comedy. She points her finger straight at his nose, laying down the ultimate truth bomb that Lork is just an incompetent teacher hiding behind weak excuses instead of actually teaching. Lork's polite mask completely shatters. With veins popping on his forehead and dark aura oozing from his hands, he raises his arm like he's about to strike, looming over Rowena like a true villain. But Rowena doesn't even blink. She flashes a confident, terrifying smirk, practically daring him to lay a finger on her so she can destroy his career once and for all. Boom! Deep inside, Rowena is fully prepared to unleash an apocalyptic tantrum if this arrogant guy dares to push his luck. Swoosh! Out of nowhere, a hand reaches out and pulls Rowena safely behind him. Archid steps firmly into the spotlight, glaring down the tutor with pure protective instincts. Lork glares back with a shadowed, sinister face, coldly commanding the young master to get out of his way. But the tension in the room just hits sub-zero levels. Clank! Archid shuts him down with a single, unyielding refusal, standing tall like a wall of ice. Holding Rowena firmly behind his back, the young master stands his ground, surprising Rowena so much that her eyes widen in utter shock. Watching his sturdy back, Rowena feels her heart skip a beat, completely swooning as her favorite novel character acts like a total Prince Charming. Wait, can we talk about how fast her fangirl heart is beating right now? It's honestly adorable. Surrounded by glowing blue flowers and sparkling aura, Arkid declares that while he's used to taking abuse himself, no one in this house is allowed to lay a finger on his wife. Spreading his arm out defensively, Arkid redefines heroics, putting himself on the line to keep Rowena safe from harm. Close up on Rowena's blushing face, her eyes are literally sparkling like diamonds as she takes in this legendary main character moment in real time. Cheeks blushing, with floating hearts everywhere, Rowena is internally screaming like a proud fan club president, cheering for her favorite idol, while Lork staggers back in utter disbelief. Underneath the drama, the camera zooms in on their hands. Arkid is holding her fingers so tightly behind his back, giving us a subtle hint of sweet romance amidst all the chaos. Seeing that he can't win this physical or verbal fight, Lork backs off, nervously sweat-dropping and trying to spin his violent outburst as a tiny misunderstanding. Bowing his head in fake humility, the tutor offers a bitter, half-hearted apology for using harsh language, desperate to save his own skin. Pop! Rowena pops her head out from behind Arkid with the most mischievous grin imaginable, insincerely apologizing for calling him a complete idiot, though her smug face says she'd say it again in a heartbeat. Lork's fists shake violently in sheer rage as he stammers in anger, but with Arkid standing guard like a stern bodyguard, he can't do a single thing about it. Slam! Gritting his teeth in humiliation, the defeated tutor turns around and storms straight out of the library, leaving the victorious duo standing alone in the quiet sunlight. Rowena huffs with her arms crossed, watching the door and snarking that Lork is definitely running straight to his sister to cry about getting roasted by a teenage girl. As the heavy tension dissipates into a soft, magical glow, Rowena and Arkid remain standing together in the peaceful silence of the study. Snap! Arkid suddenly glances down at their connected hands and coldly asks how long she plans on holding on to him. Breaking the sweet moment, in an instant. Realizing she's still clutching his hand, Rowena quickly lets go, waving her hands around with an awkward blush. Talk about romantic tension going straight out the window. Turning his back on her, Arkad's warm demeanor completely vanishes, replacing it with a cold, distant wall as he tells her she wasted her time standing up for him. Rowena stands totally frozen in place, her heart sinking as she watches him retreat back into his defensive shell. Calling out to her young husband, she watches his lonely silhouette walk toward the grand wooden doors, heavy sadness hanging over the room. Arkad glances over his shoulder with a pained, heartbreaking gaze, whispering in quiet despair whether he was ever truly a husband to her in the first place. Reaching her hand out into thin air, Rowena tries to stop him from wallowing in his deep-seated trauma, desperate to bridge the gap between them. "Shout!" she yells after him to get his bloody head wound treated immediately, threatening that if he doesn't, she'll hunt him down herself to fix it. Arkad freezes right in his tracks in the hallway. But poor Arkad's self-loathing runs so deep that he misinterprets her completely, quietly promising to hide his ugly injuries so she won't have to be troubled looking at them. Rowena's eyes widen in pure heartbreak, seeing just how deeply traumatized and convinced he is that everyone hates him is honestly devastating. The artist really knows how to pull at our heartstrings here. As he walks down the sun-drenched hallway, Rowena stands alone in the doorway, softly muttering that wasn't what she meant at all. Dramatic shift. Later that evening, the scene cuts to a shadowy, oppressive room where the stern Grand Duke glares down from his velvet chair, demanding answers about why Rowena disrupted Lork's lesson. The entire family sits in a tense drawing room. The Duke and his blonde mistress, Lady Lork, sit on one side, while Rowena and Arkad sit opposite them for what feels like a high society interrogation. Rowena sits up straight, completely unfazed by the heavy atmosphere, getting ready to throw hands verbally once again. Looking straight at Lady Lork, Rowena boldly asks if her precious brother left out all his own abusive behavior when he ran to tattle to her. Lady Lork gasps dramatically, placing a hand over her heart in theatrical offense and accusing Rowena of suggesting her brother lied about the incident. Smirk! Rowena calmly calls her out, saying that her over-the-top reaction proves she has a guilty conscience, until the Duke slams his fist down and demands order in the room. Leaning back with crossed arms, the Duke fixes his cold stare on Rowena, reminding her that Lork is the official tutor and sternly demanding a real justification for her actions. What an intense setup for the next battle. Seeing the Grand Duke blatantly side with his mistress makes Rowena cringe inside. She can't believe he's letting personal feelings completely blind his judgment. Just as the tension reaches a boiling point, Arkad quietly steps closer behind her, his gaze shadowed but full of unresolved emotion. Stepping in front with a firm look in his eyes, the young master calmly takes charge, telling Rowena that he'll handle this whole mess himself. Rowena's eyes widen in absolute astonishment as he moves so close to her. Talk about an unexpected heart-fluttering moment. Surrounded by an ethereal halo of blue flowers and sparkling aura, Arkad looks like an absolute prince pulled straight out of a fairy tale. Squeal! Deep inside, Rowena is internally screaming like a fan club president, completely swooning over how ridiculously handsome and protective her husband is being. Unable to handle the intense romantic atmosphere, Rowena doubles over in pure blushing embarrassment, while Arkad looks at her like she's lost her mind. Shaken off her inner fangirl, Rowena gets her head back in the game, firmly reminding herself that she was the one who started this fight and won't throw Arkad under the bus. Leaning in close on the velvet sofa, she whispers reassurances into his ear, promising him that she's got everything under complete control. Turning to face the Duke with absolute confidence, Rowena admits to interrupting the lesson, but immediately exposes Baron Lork for abusing Arkad under the fake excuse of discipline. The Duke reacts in quiet shock at the word abuse, prompting Rowena to dramatically recount how she heard a crash and walked in to find her husband collapsed and bleeding everywhere. A dramatic visual illustration of Arkad passed out on the floor appears, though Rowena mentally admits she might be exaggerating just a tiny bit for theatrical effect. Hey, drama gets results. Reaching out gently toward his face, Rowena draws everyone's attention to the actual physical proof on Arkas's forehead. Arkit slowly lifts his bangs to reveal the freshly bleeding cut, while the Duke's sharp eyes lock onto the injury with a heavy, dangerous glare. Dramatic gasp! Rowena puts on an Oscar-worthy performance, covering Arkit's face and loudly wailing about how brutally the tutor hurled heavy objects at a defenseless child. Arkit sits there totally dazed by her outrageous embellishments, unaware that Rowena is secretly making a vow to destroy anyone who ever dares to hurt him again. Panicking at the accusation, Lady Lork bursts into theatrical tears on the Duke's lap, whining that the young Duchess is just lying because she arrived late and didn't see the full story. Clinging to the Duke's chest, the mistress desperately lies that Arkit was being rebellious, but the Duke's cold gaze narrows as he questions whether hitting a student is ever truly acceptable. When the Duke coldly retorts that hittings are justified if necessary, Rowena internally bids farewell to Mistress Number 1, knowing her downfall is officially sealed. As it turns out, the Grand Duke recently submitted an anti-child abuse bill to Parliament, meaning he couldn't possibly turn a blind eye to abuse under his own roof without ruining his political career. Without a shred of sympathy, the Duke harshly shoves Lady Lork off him, commanding her to pack her things and leave his presence immediately. When the mistress dares to talk back and demand Rowena's punishment, the Duke's aura turns pitch black, asking her who gave her the right to defy his direct orders. Dropping the ultimate hammer, the Duke coldly revokes her visiting rights and orders her personal room inside the castle to be completely cleared out. Talk about getting dumped in public. Screaming and flailing in total despair, Lady Lork is dragged away by the castle guards, while Rowena smugly notes that the mistress was too clueless to realize she was just a pawn in the Duke's political game. With the mistress out of the picture, the Duke turns his attention back to his young daughter-in-law, starting to address the chaotic scene she caused. Rowena quickly strikes a cute, tight-lipped pose, cheekily promising that she won't breathe a single word to Parliament about what went down today. Seeing that the issue is settled, the Duke dismisses both of them, allowing the young couple to finally exit the suffocating drawing room. Clack! The heavy wooden doors slam shut behind them, leaving the quiet hallway drenched in warm, peaceful sunlight. Rowena practically glows with pride, striking a cute pose as she celebrates her massive victory over the toxic tutor and his manipulative sister. Inside the room, the Duke glares thoughtfully at the closed door, pondering the sudden and drastic change in his young daughter-in-law's behavior. Stepping out into the grand hallway, Rowena looks back at Arkit with a sweet, shy expression that leaves the young master completely speechless. Swoosh! Grabbing his hand with a radiant smile, Rowena excitedly drags him down the corridor, her heart fluttering like she's in a romantic fairy tale. Walking hand in hand under a shower of imaginary pink blossoms, she basks in the pure main character romance of the moment. Stop! Arkit suddenly digs his heels into the floor, bringing their stroll to an abrupt halt as the mood instantly shifts back to reality. Rowena mentally remembers that according to the original novel, their marriage was supposed to be a total disaster masked by fake public affection. Standing together in the vast, empty corridor, the heavy silence between the two young nobles creates an intensely awkward tension. Shadowing his face, Arkit looks up with deep suspicion, coldly asking what on earth she's actually trying to achieve with all these strange antics. Rowena flings her hands up in innocent defense, asking if it's really such a crime for a wife to stand up for her own husband. Internally, she sweats profusely, realizing her sudden protective shift looks super suspicious after how horribly the original Rowena treated him for an entire year. Reaching her hand out toward his face again, she softly asks if he's hurting anywhere else on his body. Arkit gently catches her wrist, quietly insisting he's fine, but Rowena firmly insists that she'll be the judge of whether he's actually okay or not. Looking into her eyes with a pained, vulnerable stare, the young master whispers in heartbreak, demanding to know why she's suddenly acting so warm toward him. Rowena notices how unbelievably gentle his grip on her hand is despite his anger, realizing just how much trauma and guilt he carries inside. A flashback reveals that Arkit always felt deeply guilty toward Rowena because she was forced into an arranged marriage at such a young age, leading the original Rowena to throw explosive tantrums and blame him for ruining her life. Crash! In the painful memory, the original Rowena shatters a vase at his feet, screaming at him to never lay a finger on her trashy self. Pointing her finger in pure disgust, the past Rowena spat cruel insult at his birth status, reminding him every single day how much she hated being tied to him. Realizing that trying to pretend those painful memories never happened would only make Arkid trust her less, Rowena decides to take an honest approach. Looking straight into his sorrowful eyes, Rowena openly acknowledges the past, softly admitting that she really did hate him before. Arkid's breath hitches in shock as he pulls his hand back slightly, hurt by the direct reminder of her past hatred. But before he can withdraw, Rowena steps closer with her hands clasped over her heart, earnestly begging him to believe that she doesn't hate him anymore. Ever had your fake husband call you out on your past life choices with absolute zero chill? Arkid drops a massive emotional bombshell right here, asking if she tried to drown herself just to get away from him. Rowena can't even argue back because, let's be real, the original owner of this body was straight up toxic to him. Clenching his fist so tight his knuckles turn white, Arkid's voice trembles as he recalls the terrifying sight of her sinking into the dark lake. He looks at her with raw emotion, asking how he thinks he felt watching his own wife almost perish right before his eyes. Honestly, the angst level in this hallway just hit an all-time high. Give this poor boy a hug already. Voice cracking with painful emotion, Arkid admits he could handle her endless hatred, but watching her take such an extreme exit completely broke him inside. Covering his face in sheer agony, he whispers out loud, questioning just how much more trauma she's trying to inflict on his fragile heart. Reaching out in panic, Rowena tries to stop him before he completely shuts down and walks away. Turning his back with a cold shadow over his face, Arkid begs her not to mess with his head by acting nice all of a sudden. Can you blame him, though? Going from full-on villainous to soft protective wife in 24 hours would give anyone emotional whiplash. Tap, tap, with heavy, echoing footsteps, he walks across the grand hallway toward a polished side table. Slipping his hand over the velvet-trimmed desk, he picks up a heavy, official-looking document. Glancing back over his shoulder, Arkid coldly announces that he's finally ready to give her exactly what she's been screaming for. He hands over the parchment with a solemn look, telling her to take the official divorce papers. Wait, bro kept the divorce papers pre-signed in his pocket like a coupon? That's wild. Rowena's brain completely short-circuits as she stares at the divorce decree in utter disbelief. Rip! With a furious tear, Rowena aggressively rips the document into tiny confetti pieces, screaming that she absolutely refuses to get a divorce. Her voice echoes through the entire castle like a thunderclap as she declares that no divorce is happening on her watch. Tossing the paper shreds into the air like celebratory confetti, she throws a massive tantrum to prove her point. If throwing a fit over divorce papers was an Olympic sport, Rowena would be taking home the gold medal, no contest. As paper scraps rain down around them, Rowena internally fumes that she didn't transmigrate into her favorite novel just to get dumped on day one, aggressively roaring that returns and refunds are officially denied. Completely baffled by her dramatic flip-flop, Arkid reminds her that she literally begged for freedom every single morning. Placing her hand over her chest with maximum sincerity, Rowena owns up to her past toxic behavior, promising that those chaotic days are officially over. A soft, heartbreaking whisper cuts through the air as Arkid asks how he could possibly trust someone who hurt him so many times. The trust issues run deep here, but honestly, rebuilding trust takes more than just pretty speeches. His eyes remain clouded with hurt, standing under the dim hall light like a kicked puppy expecting another blow. Realizing that dramatic promises won't cut it, Rowena quickly switches gears to figure out a clever secondary plan. Adopting a super gentle tone, she blushes and timidly admits that she never intended to end her life. She literally just had a clumsy moment and slipped into the lake. Splash! A dramatic flashback shows her plunging into the icy depths, recalling how terrifyingly cold the dark water felt as she sank. Looking into his eyes with genuine warmth, she softly admits that without his heroic rescue, she wouldn't be standing here today. Okay, using emotional vulnerability to break down his icy walls? That's a masterclass in romance trope maneuvering. Bowing gracefully in a deep curtsy, she sincerely thanks him, causing Arkid to panic and stammer that saving his wife was just his duty. Rowena gently reminds him how deep and freezing the water was, praising him for jumping in without a single second of hesitation. Arkid's eyes widen in realization, asking if nearly drowning was what actually changed her whole attitude toward him. Internally smirking, Rowena celebrates her small tactical win, mentally treating her traumatized husband like a skittish little kitten that needs gentle taming. The cat-eared chibi illustration is absolute perfection. The artist deserves a raise for that panel alone. Arkid warns her sternly that turning down the divorce means she'll lose her final chance at freedom, but Rowena doesn't flinch for a single second. Instead, she unleashes a blinding million-watt smile that lights up the gloomy corridor like pure sunshine. Arkid freezes dead in his tracks, completely paralyzed by her overwhelming radiant aura. Grab! Rowena lunges forward and clasps his hands tightly, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. Blushing furiously, the young master nervously stammers for her to please release his hands before his heart explodes. Look at him turning bright red. His cool composure just disintegrated in 3 seconds flat. Aggressively shaking his hands back and forth, Rowena happily cheers that the deal is officially sealed with 0 takebacks. Later that evening, the scene shifts to a steamy, luxurious bathroom where Rowena relaxes in a soothing hot bath. Resting her chin on the smooth marble edge, she ponders why her falling into the lake had caused Arkid such immense shock. A flashback reveals the night of the accident. Arkid carried her soaking wet body through the freezing snow while the maid sobbed uncontrollably. Recalling how insanely protective Arkid was despite her past cruelty, Rowena realizes his deep sense of responsibility ran deeper than anyone knew, and that tragic day was likely when the original villainess perished. This adds such a dark, fascinating layer to the transmigration setup. The original Rowena really didn't survive that fall. Sinking deeper into the warm, scented water, a peaceful smile returns to her face. She gets super excited remembering that she's now in the absolute best position to stand right beside her absolute favorite character. Cute as ever, she figures fate gave her a second chance specifically so she could protect Arkid from his miserable original destiny. Stepping out onto the soft bath mat, she calculates her timeline. She's got 7 whole years before her scheduled plot death to secure Arkid's position as the rightful duke. As her maid wraps a cozy towel around her shoulders, Rowena remembers the one tiny detail holding her back. His entire toxic family absolutely hates her guts. Ah, yes, winning over an entire household of villainous in-laws, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Not. Her in-law lineup is straight out of a nightmare. A self-sacrificing husband, a narcissistic playboy duke with terminal prince syndrome, and a terrifying mother-in-law notorious as Heinz Mad Dog. Before she can even finish strategizing, a maid abruptly bows and informs her that the fearsome Grand Duchess has summoned her immediately. Boom! Rowena's soul practically leaves her body as she freaks out over why the household's top-tier final boss wants a personal chat. Walking down the pristine grand hallway, Rowena nervously enters the sunlit tea room where the imposing Duchess awaits. Clasping her hands politely, Rowena greets her mother-in-law with a wide, innocent smile, trying to hide her internal panic. Draped in luxury and surrounded by pristine white roses, the deadly Duchess slowly sips her tea, locking her fiery red eyes onto Rowena for the ultimate mother-in-law showdown. Look at that sharp glare. The battle of the century is about to begin, and Rowena better bring her A-game. Facing off with the ultimate final boss of the household, Rowena finds herself under the intense, razor-sharp gaze of the Grand Duchess, whose crimson eyes radiate pure suspicion as she narrows them at her newly transformed daughter-in-law. Instead of cowering in fear like the old villainess would, Rowena flashes a bright, adorable smile and boldly addresses her as mother, instantly throwing the terrifying Duchess off guard. When she points out how unusual it is for someone who used to keep a strict distance to drop formal titles so casually. Leaning in with an overload of sweetness, Rowena clasps her hands together and passionately promises that they're going to be super close from now on, leaving the Duchess visibly stunned as she tries to process this sudden assault of cute affection. Swing! The Grand Duchess counters with a polite, razor-sharp smile, surrounding herself with a halo of absolute icy rejection as she flat-out declares she has zero intention of getting close, leaving Rowena internally sweating with nothing left to say. Honestly, watching a hardened villainess get totally shut down by polite savagery is peak entertainment. Give the Duchess a medal for that defense. Trying to pivot before the mood completely sours, Rowena jumps straight to the point and asks why she was summoned, only for the Duchess to coolly cut her off and demand that she sit her impatient butt down first. Taking a slow, elegant sip of her tea, the Duchess drops the real reason for this surprise meeting, casually bringing up how Lady Lork was dragged out of the study crying hysterically the other day and demanding to know what really went down. Gulp. Realizing her mother-in-law doesn't have the full picture and is just fishing for gossip, Rowena plays it cool across the table, putting on her best poker face while claiming that absolutely nothing out of the ordinary happened. But the atmosphere in the room instantly drops below freezing as dark, thorny vines surround the Grand Duchess, making her imposing aura practically suffocating. Look at the dramatic background art here. The artist pulled out all the stops to make this mother-in-law look like an anime rain boss. Quick on her feet, Rowena casually drops a subtle hint, innocently suggesting that maybe Lady Lork was just heartbroken because the Grand Duke threatened to cut ties with her forever. Clever enough not to spill the beans about the secret abuse. A moody flashback reveals the cold Grand Duke turning his back on his former mistress as she dissolved into tears, proving that Rowena's strategic little breadcrumb gave the household just enough info to draw their own conclusions. Bam! The sudden realization hits like a lightning bolt through the mansion. It wasn't the Grand Duke getting dumped. He was actually the one doing the brutal kicking to the curb. Twirling her teacup, the Duchess muses over why the usually persistent mistress hasn't shown her face today, while Rowena cheerfully suggests that her fragile aristocratic pride probably took a fatal blow. You gotta love how Rowena casually roasts her rivals while looking like a literal angel. She's playing 4D chess in a silk robe. She innocently adds that knowing Lady Lork's dramatic flair, she'll probably come crawling back soon enough, flashing a brief mental image of the sobbing mistress begging for a second chance. The Duchess lets out a weary sigh, agreeing that a woman dumped without a proper explanation definitely wouldn't sit still for long. Swish! Leaning forward with absolute confidence, Rowena reassures her mother-in-law that the Duke will never take his mistress back, leaving the Duchess completely puzzled as to how she could possibly be so sure. In the most hilarious mood breaker ever, Rowena pulls her eyelids into hilariously tiny cat slits to mimic the Grand Duke's legendary death stare, causing the dignified Grand Duchess to almost choke on her tea in pure shock. Seriously, who dares to impersonate the scary Grand Duke right in front of his wife? Rowena's comedy timing is unmatched. Recovering her composure with an amused smile, the Duchess chuckles that Rowena is probably the only person alive insane enough to describe the terrifying Grand Duke like a grumpy cat, though Rowena insists her impression was 100% accurate. Letting out a soft sigh of relief, Rowena notes how much her mother-in-law's dark mood has lifted, teasingly asking if she's secretly thrilled that her husband's annoying mistress has finally been kicked to the curb. Shifting the conversation, the Duchess lowers her voice and suddenly inquires if young Master Arcot was badly injured anywhere. Snap! Rowena's jaw literally hits the floor as her eyes widen in pure panic. Wait, how on earth did the Duchess already find out about Arcot's hidden injuries? The Duchess explains that the Duke sent a personal physician to Arcot's quarters immediately after the incident, making Rowena realize with a sinking heart that the Duke must have seen his son's hidden bruises himself. A dark flashback reveals the doctor inspecting the brutal purple bruises covering Arcot's body, revealing the horrifying truth that Baron Lork's physical abuse went way beyond a simple slap to the face. The dark contrast lighting in this panel really hits you in the feels. Poor Arcot was carrying so much hidden pain. Thud! A heavy shadow falls over the room as the Duchess fixes her with a piercing stare, demanding to know why Rowena went dead silent, while Rowena panics inside, knowing she can't reveal the truth without destroying the young master's trust. Flashing a bright, shameless smile, Rowena smoothly spins a cover story, claiming she was only in Arcot's room because the physician came to check on her after her near-drowning incident. Narrowing her eyes, the Duchess hits her with a direct reality check, bluntly reminding her that the young couple hasn't shared a single room since their wedding day. Badoom! Putting on her best blushing maiden act surrounded by blooming flowers, Rowena timidly lies that Arkid completely changed after her accident, gushing about how deeply he worried for her safety. Looking completely unimpressed by this sudden romantic fairy tale, the Duchess deadpans, asking what grand point Rowena is actually trying to make here. Sif! Shoosh! Without missing a beat, Rowena violently leaps out of her chair with dramatic intensity. Sparkle! Striking a passionate hero pose with her fist clenched, Rowena loudly proclaims to the heavens that she plans on being a completely faithful, dedicated wife from this day forward. Man, the sheer theatrical drama this girl pulls off in every single scene is worthy of an Oscar. The Duchess stands there looking utterly dumbfounded at the sudden outburst, questioning if the former villainess really just uttered the words wifely duties with a straight face. Knock, knock. Stepping closer with an icy glare, the Duchess asks if Rowena even knows what wifely duties actually entail. But before Rowena can come up with a realistic answer, a sharp knock echoes at the heavy double doors. Creak! The doors swing open to reveal the handsome young master Arkid himself, standing tall in his formal attire with a stern, icy look on his face. Tap, tap, with heavy, deliberate steps, Arkid marches straight into the grand tea room, instantly drawing every eye toward him. Grab! Ignoring his mother's sharp warning about entering unannounced, Arkid reaches out and firmly grabs Rowena's hand, coldly announcing that he came the second he heard his wife was summoned. Leaning back on her sofa with an amused smirk, the Duchess asks if a mother isn't even allowed to invite her own daughter-in-law for a simple chat anymore. Standing like an unbreakable shield in front of Rowena, Arkid sternly declares that his wife hasn't fully recovered from her traumatic fall and strictly needs her rest, completely shutting down any further interrogation. Glow, Rowena practically sprouts literal angel wings as fangirl hearts float all around her, swooning over how insanely attractive it feels to be aggressively protected by her favorite character. Look at her floating in pure bliss while Chibi Arkid acts like a bodyguard. This panel is pure diabetes-inducing fluff. Waving her hand in defeat, the Duchess scoffs that people would think she's a terrifying monster devouring her daughter-in-law, dismissively granting them permission to leave now that she got her answers. Arkid coolly turns to escort her out, but Rowena suddenly raises a finger, telling him to wait just 1 second. FS pitter-patter. Dropping his hand, Rowena turns around on her heel and dashes right back toward the Grand Duchess. Bending down over the sofa, Rowena softly whispers for her mother-in-law to lean her ear in for a tiny secret. Smooch! Instead of a whisper, Rowena lands a huge, affectionate kiss right on the Grand Duchess's cheek amidst a burst of dazzling white blossoms. Crackle! Shockwaves of electric blue lightning blast through the room as the Grand Duchess grabs her red, burning cheek in sheer, utter disbelief, completely broken by the sudden cheek kiss. Rowena really just hit the final boss with a surprise attack of wholesome affection. That's a 10-10 move right there. Rowena just gives her a blinding, million-watt angel smile before turning to leave, leaving the feared mad dog of the household completely speechless. Ghostly glimmer, the scene shifts to the quiet, star-laced night sky over the grand estate. Inside a dark, opulent study, the brooding Grand Duke sits alone on a velvet sofa, silently reading a book under the dim candlelight. Creak! The heavy doors slide open as the stunning Grand Duchess steps into his private quarters with an imposing aura. Looking up from his book with a cold, unbothered glance, the Grand Duke asks what brought her grace to his private room at such an ungodly hour. Stepping inside with a sharp glare, the Duchess sarcastically asks if this is a place she's forbidden from entering, casually dropping the news that she heard he had his mistress's guest room completely cleared out. Boom! Leaning against the doorframe, she smugly points out how ironic it is that the man who couldn't live without Lady Lork has suddenly grown tired of her, but the Duke shuts her down with a sharp counter, teasingly asking why her cheeks are glowing bright red if she claims to have zero interest in his love life. Talk about an epic cliffhanger! The tension between these two adults could cut through pure steel. Ever wonder what happens when a cold-hearted duke suddenly kicks out his famous mistress, leaving the entire noble estate in complete shock? Touching her face with an intrigued frown, the Grand Duchess ponders over her husband's unexpected move, wondering what pulled his attention away from his beloved mistress. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke casually closes his leather-bound book, coolly dropping the bombshell that Lady Lork will officially never step foot in the castle again. Taken aback by his blunt statement, the Duchess turns to him with genuine curiosity, demanding to know how on earth he managed to pull off such a sudden breakup. Sidestepping her question with a sharp glance, the Duke raises an eyebrow, questioning why his wife has suddenly taken such an intense interest in his private love life. Sparkle! Putting on a dazzling, innocent smile, the Duchess happily admits she's deeply invested in every single thing he does, so long as it involves his utter misery and misfortune, of course. Man, you've gotta love the sheer petty energy between these two. Unfazed by her savage confession, the Duke dryly remarks that he had no idea she cared so much, though she casually brushes it off like it's common knowledge. Sigh. Staring into the empty room with the cold, detached expression, the Duke quietly murmurs that he simply grew tired of the endless drama. But the Duchess isn't buying his weak excuse for a second, pressing him on why he chose to brutally dump his mistress right in front of their son and his new wife. Exhausted by her relentless interrogation, the Duke buries his face in his hand on the sofa while the Duchess stands tall, watching his every move like a hawk ready to pounce. Tap, tap. Breaking the tense silence, the Duke slowly stands up and takes heavy, deliberate steps toward his wife across the polished rug. Grab. In a sudden move, the Duke reaches out and gently cups her chin, leaning close with a mysterious glint in his eye as he asks if she really wants to know the secret truth. Glow! Surrounded by dramatic blue roses, he flashes a dangerous smirk, trying to overpower her with his sheer brooding charm. But seriously, is this man trying to start a romance scene mid-argument? Push! Without flinching, the Duchess places her hand flat against his chest and firmly shoves him back, coolly asking him to respect her personal space. Talk about a cold-hearted rejection. Smoothly adjusting his vest with an unbothered grin, the Duke accepts the rejection without losing an ounce of his aristocratic composure. Changing tactics, the Duke casually mentions hearing about how she barged into his son's private lesson, leaving the Duchess slightly amused that news travels so fast. Crossing her arms, she calls him out for playing dumb, pointing out that he was the one who summoned her to the study in the first place, while he smoothly claims he thought she had zero interest in him. Gasp! A sudden realization flashes across the Duchess's face as she remembers Rowena's clever words, realizing her daughter-in-law read the Duke like an open book. A hilarious flashback reveals Chibi Rowena plotting like a little red-haired devil, whispering that the Duke is secretly desperate for attention and will spill all his secrets if given even a tiny bit of focus. Watching her husband stay dead silent, the Duchess chuckles to herself, surprised that the young former villainess is actually way sharper and more perceptive than she looks. Sensing her lingering gaze, the Duchess tilts her head in confusion, asking why he's staring at her like she's some kind of unsolved riddle. Puzzled by her subtle chuckle, the Duke frowns and asks why she just laughed, prompting her to tease him about whether smiling is suddenly against the house rules. Bam! Closing the distance in a flash, the Duke slams his palm onto the wall right next to her head, trapping her in a textbook power move. Look at this top-tier kabedon. The drama in this household is off the charts. Leaning in so close their breaths overlap, the Duke darkens his gaze, sternly demanding to know why she's treating him like a restless child throwing a tantrum. Sush. Instead of cowering, the Duchess instantly counterattacks by stepping right into his personal space, leaving the mighty Grand Duke flustered and completely wide-eyed. Shrugging her shoulders with a playful smirk, she mockingly suggests that since he kept leaning in closer and closer, she assumed he was desperately trying to steal a kiss. Fluster! Blush creeping up his neck as sweat beads on his forehead, the Duke stammers out that she completely misread his intention. Well, she just grins knowingly. Tap tap, turning on her heel, the Duchess casually walks away, calmly pointing out that he hates physical touch just as much as she does. Looking back over her shoulder, she drops a jaw-dropping reality check, reminding him that nobody in the Empire knows they are total strangers who never even spent their wedding night together. Crackle. Surrounded by heavy, dark shadows, the Duke grabs her arm in a tight grip, dropping all the playful banter to demand the truth about what really went down in the study. The scene shifts to the grand dining hall, where the Duke sits at the head of a massive banquet table, declaring to his family that Baron Lork will never step foot in their domain again. Raising his wine glass with an icy glare, the Duke sternly advises his son that if anyone ever dares to lay a hand on him again, he should never suffer in silence. Arkid gazes down at his plate with bitter confusion, questioning his father's sudden change of heart after being told his whole life to live quietly like a dead mouse. Sigh. The Duke lets out a heavy sigh, clarifying that staying out of trouble never meant he should stand there and get beaten like a helpless target. Clack! Brutally slicing into a thick, juicy steak with his silver knife, the Duke casually teaches his son that it's much easier for the estate to clean up after someone who strikes first than someone who comes back covered in bruises. Honest opinion, that's probably the most toxic yet functional parenting advice in manhwa history. Staring at his meal with a quiet, contemplative nod, young Master Arkid softly promises to keep his father's harsh lesson in mind. Angry Chibi. Watching this interaction unfold, Rowena fumes internally, violently objecting to the idea of her precious sweet Arkid learning violent habits from his cold-hearted father. Context panels reveal that while Arkid looks identical to his ruthless father, his personality is completely different, having grown up constantly walking on eggshells and overanalyzing everything negatively, which eventually led to his tragic downfall with the original female lead. Tump! Rowena bites her napkin in sheer frustration at the thought of the original timeline's tragedies, but quickly calms herself down, knowing she's actively changing their future now. Across the long candlelit table, Rowena and Arkid sit in comfortable silence, enjoying a peaceful meal together without any dark shadows looming over them. Knock knock! Early the next morning, a soft, polite knock echoes at the heavy bedroom doors. Opening the ornate white doors, Rowena finds a line of friendly household maids standing outside her room, greeting her with bright, cheerful smiles. Well, that's cordial. Sparkle! In their hands, the maids carry large, beautifully woven wicker baskets overflowing with vibrant, colorful spring flowers. Smiling warmly, the head maid explains that the entire mansion is preparing for the local flower festival, bringing high spirits to the castle. Winds swirl. Stepping onto the balcony with a curious gaze, Rowena wonders why a flower festival is held in such chilly weather, only to learn it's actually the annual seed-sowing event for the region. Looking out over the vast, rugged mountains and dry soil, she realizes the locals gather every year to manually scatter seeds, so the barren landscape can actually bloom with life. The maids gently tease Rowena in adorable chibi art, chuckling over how overwhelmed she was during her first year after marrying into the high-ranking noble family. Winking playfully, the maid reminds her not to run away and hide this time, where she might end up getting another terrifying lecture from the Grand Duchess. Reminding Rowena of her loud, theatrical speech from yesterday about fulfilling her wifely duties, the maid cheekily asks if she's really planning to stick to her promise this time. Flustered, stomping her feet with bright red cheeks, Rowena passionately denies being a liar while the maids burst into a chorus of giggles at her adorable reaction. Meanwhile, inside his quiet, sunny office, young Master Arkid sits back at his large wooden desk, diligently studying his official books as the day begins. Ever wonder what happens when a cold, neglected young lord suddenly gets showered with private tutors and swordsmanship instructors overnight? Young Master Arkid sits at his desk surrounded by heavy books, letting out an exhausted sigh as he tries to process his father's sudden change of heart. Remembering his dad's terrifyingly toxic parenting advice, Arkid stares into space, wondering if the ruthless Grand Duke was actually serious about telling him to beat up anyone who crosses him. Man, talk about a wild upbringing. Most parents give you a curfew, but this man gives you combat strategies. Ahaha! Suddenly, a wave of bright, cheerful laughter echoes from outside, instantly snapping Arkid out of his deep, dark thoughts. Recognizing that melodic voice in a heartbeat, he perkily turns toward the open window to see what on earth Rowena is up to now. Walking over to the sunlit balcony window, Arkid overhears the maids chatting away downstairs. Realizing he's about to eavesdrop on private castle gossip, our polite little gentleman reaches out to close the shutter because God forbid a noble lord listens to estate tea. Boom! But right before the window shuts, Rowena's loud voice blasts through the courtyard as she passionately shouts how much she adores Lord Arkid. Arkid freezes mid-motion, his eyes widening in complete and utter shock. Fluster! Instant system overload. Blush explodes across Arkid's entire face as he slams his hand over his mouth, completely overwhelmed by her explosive declaration. Seriously, look at this visual. The artist pulled out all the pink flower filters for this boy's heart melting. Staring at his own trembling palm in disbelief, the poor guy stammers internally, trying to convince himself that he must be hearing things. A dark memory flashes in his mind of the original Rowena, a bitter, hostile wife who used to spit venom every single time she looked at him. But now, she's skipping around calling him dear like they're childhood sweethearts. Glow, recalling how naturally that cute nickname slipped out of her mouth, Arkid realizes that hearing her call him formal titles again leaves him feeling weirdly empty inside. Frowning with the light blush still dusting his cheeks, Arkid tilts his head, completely baffled as to why he's getting disappointed over a simple title. As the warm sunset light fills his quiet study, Arkid buries his face in his hand, totally losing his mind trying to decipher what's going on in his wife's head. Honestly, watching a brooding manhwa male lead lose his cool over a girl is peak content. Letting out a heavy, dramatic sigh, he slumps against the wall, completely defeated by his own overflowing emotions. Sliding down onto the cold floor in full romantic panic mode, Arkid buries his head, whispering to himself how she literally claimed to hate him not too long ago. Talk about severe emotional whiplash. Clatter, clatter. The scene shifts to the next day as a beautiful white carriage rolls down a scenic, sun-drenched country road surrounded by rolling green hills. Inside the cozy carriage, Arkid breaks the silence, admitting to Rowena that he's genuinely surprised she actually asked him to come along for help today. Looking down with a quiet, somber gaze, Arkid reminds her that up until recently, she wanted absolutely nothing to do with him. Angry Chibi, a hilarious flashback reveals original Rowena throwing a massive temper tantrum last year when Arkid offered a helping hand. Realizing how unhinged her past self was, current Rowena sweat drops at the memory. In her mind, current Chibi Rowena squishes her cheeks in utter frustration, thinking about how much of a waste that was. If it were up to her, she'd be showering this handsome boy with endless kisses. But sitting next to him in reality, she has to play it totally cool. Tapping his chin thoughtfully, Arkid glances over and asks if she's trembling because she's nervous about getting chewed out by his terrifying mother again. Awkward. Rowena gives a nervous laugh, admitting the Grand Duchess is pretty scary when angry, but Arkid dryly points out that she seemed plenty bold when she gave his mom a warm kiss on the cheek last time. Flashback panels show Chibi Rowena blowing adorable goodnight kisses, leaving Arkid stammering and flustered all over again. You gotta love how easily she breaks his stoic nobleman facade. Brushing off her boldness, Rowena brightly explains that they'll never form a real family bond if everyone stays terrified of each other. But Arkid catches on to one specific phrase, repeating "form a bond" in disbelief. Leaning forward with an intense, searching look, Arkid drops the heavy truth, admitting he can't understand her sudden transformation when she used to be so sharp, guarded, and full of thorns. Sparkle! Placing her hand gently over her heart, Rowena looks straight into his eyes with the softest, most sincere expression, asking him to simply look at the person standing right in front of him today. Staring back at her bright blue eyes, Arkid softly repeats her words, caught off guard by her vulnerability. Glowing under the gentle morning light, Rowena smiles warmly, reassuring him that she wants him to see current Rowena, not the bitter, angry girl stuck in the dark past. Acknowledging all the senseless trouble and grief her past self caused, Rowena lowers her head and delivers a genuine, heartfelt apology that catches Arkid completely off guard. Touch. Reaching across the seat, Rowena gently rests her hand over Arkid's cold fingers, promising with absolute sincerity that she's going to make things right from now on. Shifting closer to him on the plush leather couch, the atmosphere inside the carriage instantly turns sweet and emotionally charged. Feeling how freezing his hands are, Rowena looks up at him with deep affection, telling him he doesn't have to lock his feelings in a vault anymore. He can say whatever is on his mind around her. Noticing how tense he still is, Rowena chuckles playfully, teasing that it seems he was the one trembling with nerves all along. Look at his hand tightening around hers. This boy is falling hard and fast. Snap! Right on cue, the carriage jolts to a halt as the driver announces their arrival at the regional seed farm. Talk about comic timing interrupting a peak romance moment. glow. Framing herself against the bright sunlight, Rowena steps toward the exit and holds out her hand to Arkid with a dazzling, angel-like smile. Arkid stares up at her with wide, sparkling eyes, completely mesmerized by her radiant aura as his heart skips a beat. Soft smile. For the first time in forever, the cold, distant young master lets out a genuine, breathtaking smile that could melt glaciers. Meanwhile, at a high society tea party across town, two noble women sit amidst lavish flower garden decorations. A brown-haired lady gossips about how cold-hearted the Grand Duke was for dumping Lady Lork like firewood. The lady casually remarks that there are plenty of fish in the sea anyway, while Lady Lork, sitting right across from her, clenches her teacup with a twitching eyebrow. Oh boy, topic selection level 0. Shock! Dropping even bigger gossip, the visitor claims she heard rumors that the Grand Duke has already moved on and found a brand new lover. Leaning in, the guest whispers that she saw the Grand Duke's official carriage heading out toward the seed farm today, assuming he took his secret new mistress on a romantic flower date. SFX, Dark Aura. Shadows envelop Lady Lork's face as pure, venomous rage boils inside her. After 3 long years as his high-profile mistress, getting replaced in less than a month is the ultimate slap in the face. Smirking behind her teacup, the guest nonchalantly scoffs that men are all the same fickle creatures at the end of the day. Looking down at the floor, Lady Lork sees her reflection framed by falling, withered flower petals, symbolizing her fallen status in the high noble society. Squeeze! Her knuckles turn white as she slams her fist onto the table, trembling in sheer humiliation and anger. Unable to take another second of this passive-aggressive disrespect, Lady Lork abruptly stands up and kicks her guest out. But as the woman leaves, she chuckles smugly to herself. Noble tea parties are truly a full-contact sport. Back at the Sunny Seed Farm, an elderly farm manager named Mac tips his hat, politely greeting the young noble couple as they step out of the carriage. Smiling warmly, Manager Mac welcomes Rowena back, noting that this is her first return to the farm since her visit last year. Turning his head with genuine curiosity, Arkid asks Rowena if she really came all the way out to these mountain farms last year. Manager Mac chuckles nervously, recalling how horribly distressed and pale the young Duchess looked during her previous visit, making him worry sick back then. Gasp! A hilarious dark flashback reveals why she was so distressed. Manager Mac remembers trembling like a helpless little bunny while a giant, monstrous Grand Duchess wolf snarled right behind him. Realizing original Rowena ran away to hide from her terrifying mother-in-law, current Rowena sweat drops in sheer disbelief. Sparkle! Clapping her hands together with maximum enthusiasm, Rowena quickly changes the subject, announcing that her schedule is completely clear, so she wants the full grand tour. And just like that, our clever heroine dodges another past scandal. Manager Mac leads the way through the lush garden path, explaining with a proud smile how beautifully the Delis flowers bloom this season. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he casually drops that a little magic trick can make them bloom even faster, if they're in a hurry. Sparkle! The door swings open and bam! A jaw-dropping ocean of vibrant pastel-colored flowers stretches as far as the eye can see. Rowena's eyes turn into pure dinner plates as she lets out an excited gasp. Manager Mac chuckles, telling the young couple to enjoy the breathtaking scenery while he quickly runs back to grab his forgotten toolkit. Talk about the ultimate wingman move, leaving these two alone. Standing side by side in the warm sunlight, Arkid and Rowena take in the gorgeous view of the flower field in peaceful silence. Turning to the colorful garden, Rowena offers a gentle, genuine smile, marveling out loud at how absolutely stunning the entire landscape looks. Arkid blinks in surprise, tilting his head as he admits he was under the impression she hated Delis flowers. Sweat drop. He casually brings up last year's festival, reminding her how she dramatically demanded he throw her entire bouquet right into the trash. Chibi Rowena instantly freezes in full panic mode as her past self's terrible behavior comes back to haunt her. Quick-thinking Rowena immediately lowers her head, offering a nervous apology while trying to smooth over the awkward mess her predecessor left behind. Soft smile. Seeing her sincere reaction, Arkid's stoic expression completely melts into a sweet, breathtaking smile, relieved to know she actually likes them. Honestly, the artist deserves an award for these soft lighting effects. It's pure eye candy. Leaning in with an angelic glow, Archid sweetly promises to have her favorite flowers delivered directly to her room every day. Rowena's heart explodes into pink bubbles as she swoons over this boy's pure gentleman energy. Just as Rowena cheerfully starts picking her favorite shade, a series of heavy, aggressive footsteps suddenly shatters the romantic atmosphere. Boom! Charging through the garden like a runaway freight train, Lady Lork barges into the field, completely ignoring the poor farm manager trying to stop her. Dark aura. Slamming her hand against the doorframe, Lady Lork demands to know where the Grand Duke is hiding, her eyes burning with unhinged jealousy. Stepping right in front of Rowena, Archid blocks her path with a cold, sharp glare, warning Lady Lork that she's crossing a serious line with her disrespectful outburst. Clenching her fist in sheer fury, the rejected mistress glares down at the young heir, demanding he spit out the truth right now. Screaming across the open farm, Lady Lork fumes about hearing rumors that the Grand Duke was taking his new lover on a secret flower date. Wow, talk about being embarrassingly misinformed. Glitch! Rowena smirks, getting ready to put this drama queen in her place, but suddenly, bam! Her vision violently warps as a wave of intense nausea hits her out of nowhere. Everything spins into dark, dizzying blur as Rowena gasps for air, completely losing control over her own trembling body. Slump. Weakly whispering Archid's name, Rowena's knees buckle beneath her as she collapses straight onto his shoulder. Panic. Dark, suffocating shadows swirl around them as Archid catches her falling body, screaming out for help in complete terror. As her consciousness rapidly fades into total darkness, a terrified Rowena wonders if her journey is tragically ending right here on the grass, while Archid and Lady Lork watch in horror. Silence. The scene fades into a chilling, abyss-like dark void as her senses completely shut down. Man, talk about an insane cliffhanger buildup. CFX rumble. Cutting to the castle gates, the white carriage comes skidding to a halt as horse hoofs thunder against the stone pavement. Sprinting at breakneck speed down the grand hallways, Archid pushes his body past its limits to get her inside. Carrying Rowena piggyback style, Archid's face is pale with agony as he frantically shouts for the butler at the top of his lungs. The castle staff gasp in total shock as the young master bursts through the doors, holding the unconscious Duchess close to his chest. FX rage. With bloodshot eyes and a roaring command, Archid orders the head butler to fetch the top physician immediately. Look at that protective glare. He is not playing around. Moments later, in the luxurious master bedroom, Rowena lies motionless under plush blankets, thankfully stabilized and out of immediate danger. Turning to the anxious young master, the doctor praises Archid's swift emergency first aid, but asks what on earth triggered such a sudden, violent collapse. Looking grim, the physician delivers his sharp medical diagnosis. She suffered a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction. I am not medical advice or diagnosis. See a healthcare professional or seek care. The maid stands in utter shock, insisting the young lady never suffered from such allergies, but the doctor clarifies it was acute anaphylactic shock triggered by massive pollen exposure at the seed farm. Regret? Hearing this, Archid's heart sinks into his stomach as he remembers her flushed, rosy cheeks at the farm, realization hitting him that she was suffocating while he thought she was just happy. Narrowing his eyes thoughtfully, Archid asks the maid if there are any Dellis flowers near their estate, or if Rowena ever showed these exact symptoms in the past. Clap! The maid's eyes light up as a dark memory clicks. She snaps her hands together, remembering that Rowena suffered a mysterious sudden illness around this exact time last year. Lowering her voice, the maid recalls how the young Duchess returned with bright red cheeks and feverish skin back then as well. Archid's gaze turns ice cold as he asks if that was the exact day Rowena went out alone with his terrifying mother, and the maid nervously admits Rowena ordered everyone to keep that incident a complete secret. Dark realization. Burying his face in his hand, Archid pieces the dark puzzle together. She collapsed in that flower field last year too, but because no Demolus flowers grew near the main castle, nobody ever realized she had a deadly allergy. Turning to the doctor with sharp accusation, Archid demands to know why a proper checkup was never conducted back then, forcing the doctor to stammer out excuses about it seeming minor at the time. SFX anger. Dark aura radiates from Archid as pure fury boils in his veins. He scoffs at how utterly pathetic and negligent the entire staff has been toward his wife's well-being. A heavy shadow falls over his face as he realizes Rowena probably hid her excruciating pain back then just so she wouldn't look weak or vulnerable in front of her ruthless mother-in-law. Clenching his fists, Arkid mentally berates himself for trusting these indifferent adults to take care of his wife. Talk about character growth. This boy is stepping up as a true husband. Glare. With a terrifyingly cold expression that mirrors his ruthless father, Arkid vows under his breath that this reckless oversight will not be forgiven. Moving to her bedside, Arkid gently wraps his trembling fingers around her cold hand, holding on to her like a lifeline. Gasp! As soft morning light filters through the sheer curtains, Rowena lets out a faint sigh, her eyelids fluttering open as she finally regains consciousness. Groggily sitting up on the soft mattress, Rowena blinks away the sleep, suddenly noticing a dark silhouette slumped over the side of her bed. Glow, framed in golden sunlight, Arkid lies fast asleep right beside her hand, exhausted after staying up all night monitoring her every breath. Rowena lets out a soft, warm smile as the handsome young lord stirs awake, greeting her with sleepy, concerned eyes. SFX, bolt. Instantly springing upright, Arkid hovers over her in sheer panic, desperately asking how she feels and if she's in any pain anywhere. Smile! Flashing an energetic, bright smile, cute chibi Rowena reassures him that she's totally back to full health, laughing off how terrifying it was to briefly lose her sense of smell. And just like that, our sweet power couple survives another close call. Waking up to find her young husband hovering over her bed, Rowena softly asks if he was actually worried about her. Look at Arkid's wide, shocked eyes. He can barely process that she's finally awake. Assuming he'd just brush it off with his usual stoic attitude, Rowena tells herself there's no way he was stressing out over her. But without skipping a beat, Arkid looks her straight in the eye and plainly admits that yes, he was terrified. Sparkle! Cue Rowena's inner monologue exploding into pure pastel romance. Her chibi soul does backflips in sheer excitement because having your cold-hearted favorite character turn into a caring nurse is basically every fanfic trope come to life. Sniff! Leaning in with an unusually soft expression, Arkid gently places his cool palm against her forehead to check her temperature. Honestly, the character development here is insane compared to how distant he was at the start of the story. Shrugging it off, Rowena casually remarks that getting over a little illness in just one day feels pretty strange. But Arkid instantly freezes, dropping the cold reality on her. She wasn't out for a day, she was in a coma for 10 whole days! A heavy, heartbreaking silence fills the room as Arkid lowers his head, his voice cracking as he asks if she really had no idea how worried he was. Slam! Standing up so fast his chair almost tips over, Arkid completely loses his composure. He reminds her that he's her husband, frantically shouting that she almost died right in front of him for the second time. Dark aura! Shadows pool around Arkid's trembling frame as he confesses the sheer agony of those 10 days, screaming her name over and over while she lay completely motionless. Talk about emotional damage. This poor boy was genuinely traumatized. A terrifying flashback shows Arkid staying by her side night after night in the dimly lit bedroom, terrified that if he even dared to blink, her weak breathing would permanently stop. Clutching his chest in sheer agony, Arkid chokes back tears, asking how he could ever live with himself if she had truly died. Sensing his crushing guilt, Rowena immediately reaches out, grabbing his arms to anchor him back to reality. Holding his trembling hands tightly, Rowena offers a warm, gentle smile, patiently reminding him that she's alive and well, sitting right in front of him. You've gotta love how quick she is to comfort him when he needs it most. Looking at his defeated stance, Rowena's heart aches as she realizes just how much emotional distress her sudden collapse caused him. Turning to him with genuine confusion, Rowena asks what on earth could have caused her body to violently shut down like that in the first place. Frame dramatically shifting into dark monochrome blooms, Arkid bluntly reveals that she suffered a severe, life-threatening allergic reaction to Della's flowers. Rowena blinks in utter shock, knowing those exact flowers grow literally everywhere in the territory. Narrowing his eyes, Arkid warns her not to pretend to be clueless, pointing out that she suffered the exact same sudden collapse at the farm last year. Lore drop, Rowena's mind races as piece after piece of the puzzle falls into place. In the original novel, Arkit always remembered his former wife whenever he saw Della's flowers because the original Rowena hated them so deeply that she literally banned every single one from the main castle grounds. It turns out the original Rowena didn't just ban the flowers because she was a spoiled tyrant. She was desperately protecting herself from a fatal allergy that nobody took seriously. Rowena lets out a silent sigh, finally understanding why her predecessor was so obsessively adamant about wiping those innocent pastel blooms off the face of the earth. Turning his face away in disappointment, Arkid mutters under his breath that a life-threatening secret like that should never have been kept hidden from him. Despair. Arkid's eyes cloud over with self-doubt as he blames himself, wondering if she hid her pain because he was too cold and untrustworthy of a husband. Seeing him spiral, Rowena blurts out a loud denial before he can sink any deeper into self-hatred. Clenching the heavy satin blankets in her small hands, Rowena lowers her head, offering a quiet, deeply sincere apology for making him suffer. Glow! Surrounded by a lush background of white floral blooms, Rowena looks straight into his eyes and promises that from this day forward, she will be completely honest and never keep a single secret from him again. Soft light fills the room as Arkid's tense face melts into a breathtaking, genuine smile, promising her that he will do better as her husband as well. Seriously, the artist cooked so hard with this lighting, it's pure eye candy. Sitting side by side in the warm sunlight, the young couple shares a quiet, comfortable moment of complete mutual understanding and trust. SFX, Trimble, cut to a dark, menacing chamber where Lady Lork is practically shaking out of her skin in sheer terror. Sitting across from her with terrifying elegance, the Grand Duchess sips her tea, mocking Lady Lork's pathetic trembling and asking if she isn't thrilled to receive a personal visit from her superior? Intimidation. A suffocating dark pressure fills the room as the Grand Duchess sharply reminds her guest about how high and mighty she acted in front of the kids at the seed farm. A quick flashback reveals the truth. Arkid had personally stood before his intimidating mother behind closed doors, looking her dead in the eye for the first time in his life to demand that Lady Lork never step foot near his wife ever again. Towering over the trembling noblewoman, the Grand Duchess coldly scolds Lady Lork for daring to disrespect her son and daughter-in-law while forgetting her low place in the estate hierarchy. Boom! Radiating an oppressive, icy aura that threatens to crush the entire room, the Grand Duchess issues an absolute royal decree. Lady Lork is officially banished from Hadella's territory effective immediately. Talk about immediate karma! Back in her bedroom, Rowena clutches her head in absolute agony, groaning loudly as she tries to process all the chaos that went down while she was unconscious. Comedy gold! The maids burst into a loud argument. The blue-haired maid berates Rowena for scaring them half to death, while the senior maid blames the quack doctor from last year. Meanwhile, Chibi Rowena just floats there with empty eyes, completely out of the loop. Adjusting her apron, the maid brightens up, expressing immense relief that Lord Arkid went out of his way to hire a top-tier primary doctor to take care of her. Clasping her hands together with glowing eyes, Rowena marvels aloud at how Arkid actually went directly to his intimidating father just to secure proper medical care for her. Bliss! The maids nod in agreement, noting that it was the very first time the young lord ever made such a bold move, proving he truly cherishes Rowena above all else. Chibi Rowena literally melts into a pool of pink happiness. When the head maid teases her coworker about how she used to complain about Archid being cold, the blue-haired maid frantically covers her mouth in full panic. You gotta love the chaotic energy of these castle staff members. Listening to her maids praise the new doctor named Masha, Rowena snickers internally, well aware that the doctor is only treating her nicely because she has no idea Rowena is secretly the infamous snout of Geo. Stress! Sweat dropping in deep thought, Rowena realizes the upcoming flower festival is fast approaching. With the Grand Duchess already overburdened with work and in a foul mood, one wrong step could spell total disaster. Curious about their upcoming duties, the maids turn to Rowena, asking if she and the young lord have decided on what seeds they plan to cultivate for the festival. Shrugging her shoulders lazily, the matronly maid admits she's just gonna plant whatever she used last year because going through all that agricultural effort is way too tedious. Light bulb! The blue-haired maid sarcastically jokes that if she's gonna be that lazy, she should just scatter dandelion spores in the wind. Hearing this, Chibi Rowena's eyes instantly light up with a brilliant, chaotic idea. Suffix dash. Throwing off her blankets, Rowena leaps out of bed in her nightgown, announcing to her bewildered maids that she needs to catch the Grand Duchess before she departs for the seed farm. Looking out the stained glass window, the maid gasps as she notices the Grand Duke's royal carriage pulling into the main courtyard, right on cue. Sprint! Driven by sheer adrenaline, Rowena zooms down the hallway like a woman on a mission, determined to strike while the iron is hot, while her panic-stricken maids sprint after her. Bursting onto the balcony overlooking the grand foyer, Rowena cheerfully yells out for her mother-in-law. Down below, the formidable Grand Duchess pauses on the red carpet, looking up in sheer bewilderment. Slip! Reaching the top of the marble staircase, Rowena's slipper catches on the rug, sending her completely off balance. Gasp! In hilarious, full-blown action movie stunt, Rowena goes airborne, flying headfirst down the stairs right toward the Grand Duchess while her maids scream in utter horror. Closing her eyes tightly in midair, Rowena braces herself for impact, praying that her second life isn't about to end by getting turned into a pancake on the marble floor. Swoop! With effortlessly smooth moves, the Grand Duchess catches Rowena right in her arms midair. Blushing furiously while clinging onto her mother-in-law's neck, Rowena internally dies of embarrassment, realizing she looks like an overeager puppy tackling its owner. Scrambling back to her feet with her slippers flying off in every direction, Rowena clumsily adjusts her nightgown, stammering out a hilarious, disheveled welcome back, while the Grand Duchess stares at her with amused affection. Imagine diving headfirst into an intimidating mother-in-law's quarters, only to be met with a gaze sharp enough to cut glass. The Grand Duchess doesn't hesitate to ask what kind of crazy storm Rowena's cooking up this time, after making such a wild scene running into her arms. Bouncing with unbothered chibi energy, Rowena brightly announces that she's here to talk high-stakes strategy for the upcoming flower festival, leaving her formidable mother-in-law utterly unamused, but listening anyway. Snap! An ultra-gorgeous spread of pastel macarons, ripe strawberries, and steaming tea sets a deceptively peaceful backdrop for what's about to be a tactical battle of wits. Sipping her tea like a seasoned politician, Rowena casually drops that she knows the Grand Duchess has been swamped with extra work, all because of her recent life-threatening flower allergy. Crack! The Grand Duchess's teacup literally fractures under her grip as a terrifying dark wolf aura surges behind her, demanding to know which loose-lipped staff member leaked that information. Rowena instantly backtracks, claiming it was just an educated guess while getting a surprisingly gentle head pat. Shaking her head like an overly eager puppy, Rowena passionately insists that she genuinely wants to step up and lighten her mother-in-law's heavy workload for once. Leaning forward with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, Rowena asks if the Grand Duchess is ready to hear out a game-changing, revolutionary proposal for the festival. Breaking down the territory's market logistics, Rowena points out that even though seed sales skyrocket every single year, most citizens find manual farming far too tedious to actually plant them all. Glow, striking a dramatic pose with one finger held high, Rowena boldly pitches her wild solution. Why bother planting flowers in the ground when you can plant them in the sky? The Grand Duchess stares back in sheer, unadulterated deadpan confusion, wondering what kind of bizarre fever dream her daughter-in-law is trying to pull off now. Scenes visualizing a breathtaking night sky illuminated by floating lanterns, Rowena reveals her master plan, packing sky lanterns with flower spores so they naturally seed the land while creating a magical festival view. Fire! The Grand Duchess sips her tea in utter shock, confessing she fully expected Rowena to throw a tantrum and demand burning every Delos flower in sight. Meanwhile, Chibi Rowena flails in a comedic inferno, utterly offended that anyone would think she's that unhinged. Coughing awkwardly behind her hand, Rowena sheepishly clarifies that she's totally fine with the flowers existing, as long as she simply keeps her distance. With a surprisingly mature expression, Rowena adds that banning a beloved regional flower just for her personal health would be unfair, leaving the Grand Duchess genuinely impressed by her character growth. tilts head. Sensing her mother-in-law's lingering silence, Rowena tilts her head in pure, innocent curiosity. Waving her off with a nonchalant gesture, the Grand Duchess agrees to pitch the proposal to the estate's vassals, prompting Rowena to happily bid her farewell. Soft smile. As Rowena trots away, the Grand Duchess softens into a rare, affectionate smile, musing over how naturally the word mother rolls off her daughter-in-law's tongue now. Seriously, this mother-in-law dynamic has developed so wholesomely. Sick? Click! Stepping out into the hallway, Rowena pulls the massive ornate door shut with a satisfied smile on her face. Walking up with concern written all over his face, Arkid startles her by asking why she was sneaking out of his mother's quarters and if she took a harsh scolding. Panic! Flail mode fully activated, Chibi Rowena frantically waves her hands around, assuring him she was just offering a helping hand so she wouldn't feel like a total slacker during festival prep. Pivoting the topic, Rowena glances at his sharp attire and asks where he's heading, looking so remarkably put together. Clap! Clapping her hands in sudden realization, Rowena cheerfully notes that it's right on schedule for his daily swordsmanship training at the grounds. Arkid freezes, his dark eyes widening in confusion as he asks how on earth she knows his daily schedule so accurately. Stalker alert! A hilarious mental flashback reveals Rowena peeking through high estate windows to spy on him every single day, triggering an immediate internal crisis as she realizes she sounds like a complete creep. Sweating bullets and spinning her hands in dazed circles, Rowena frantically backpedals, claiming she only guessed because his outfit clearly looks like swordsmanship gear. Glimmer! Surrounded by a soft, ethereal aura, Arkid gazes at her with breathtaking tenderness, reassuring her that even if she was secretly watching him, he would never mind it at all. Man, the artist went all out with this romantic lighting. A gorgeous floral panel featuring soft powder blue blossoms perfectly captures the dreamy, romantic mood blooming between the young couple. Turning his face away with a faint blush, Arkid softly tells her that she has full permission to do whatever her heart desires around him. Shock! Rowena stands completely frozen with wide blue eyes, internally screaming because granting unlimited freedom to a reincarnated web novel fangirl is a downright dangerous move. Fangirl delusion, Rowena instantly envisions an absurd scenario where she aggressively greets him morning and night while obsessively swooning over a photo album full of his adorable childhood pictures. The unhinged fantasy continues as Chibi Rowena pictures herself literally glued to his office window like a hyperactive stalker while he tries to read in peace. Clutching her chest in comedic agony, Rowena struggles to contain her inner fangirl energy, well aware that unleashing her true simp nature would completely shock the poor boy. Sparkle! Floating in a sea of pink sparkles, Chibi Rowena wonders if she should just launch an official Arkid fan cafe while she's at it. You've gotta respect her unyielding dedication to fan culture. Fast forward to the night of the Grand Flower Festival, where the opulent hall is filled with high society nobles, as Arkid explains that the kids have their own dedicated party upstairs. Looking stunning in a Victorian-style dark gown, Rowena extends her hand with a sweet smile, asking if her handsome young husband would do her the honor of escorting her inside. Sparkle! Hand in hand, the adorable power couple makes their grand entrance through the gilded double doors, radiating pure main character energy. Gasp! Every young noble in the room freezes mid-conversation, staring at the newlywed duo in absolute stunned silence. Noticing the heavy gazes pinning them down, Rowena wonders if everyone is staring simply because she's walking arm in arm with the prestigious young lord. Wave! Suddenly, a bubbly girl with wavy pink hair waves frantically from across the banquet table, loudly shouting out Rowena's name. Splash! The high-energy mood immediately plunges into darkness as a painful memory flashes through Arkid's mind, showing cold liquid forcefully drenching his clothes. Dark flashback. In the original timeline, the same pink-haired girl smirked villainously after dumping a whole glass of water over Arkid, fake apologizing that her hand slipped while watering plants. Looming over him with icy malice, the original villainous Rowena taunted Arkid, sneering that he couldn't possibly enter the grand party looking like a wet rat without humiliating the Grand Duke. Laughter. Flashback. Rowena and her mean girl sidekick burst into cruel laughter, taking sick delight in turning the young lord into the estate's biggest laughingstock. Present-day Rowena grimaces in deep shame as she remembers how past Arkid hung his head in silent degradation, accepting their relentless bullying without a single word of defense. Clenching her fists in disgust at her predecessor's cruel actions, Rowena watches the memory of young Arkid turning his back and walking away alone into the dark shadows. Realization. Rowena remembers how the original villainess actually felt irritated when Arkid quietly retreated, furious that her sick harassment failed to break his stoic mask. Grab. Snapping her back to reality, the pink-haired girl suddenly snatches Rowena's wrist, startling her out of her deep trance. Looking deeply bewildered, the pink-haired girl leans in, asking if someone holds blackmail or leverage over Rowena to make her act so strangely soft around her husband. Snatch, yanking her arm away with zero hesitation, present Rowena glares at the bully, utterly refusing to play along with her toxic mean girl games anymore. Standing tall with a cold, sharp gaze, Rowena shuts down the bully on the spot, bluntly calling her out for being bitter just seeing a happily married couple together. Talk about an absolute boss move. Talk about a total reversal of fortune. Rowena cold shoulders her former mean girl accomplice Diana, leaving her fuming and running off in tears like a defeated cartoon villain. Arkid steps in looking a bit surprised, asking if she's really fine cutting ties with her so-called friend, but Rowena casually confirms she had zero plans of keeping that snake around anyway. Leaning in close, Arkid whispers with a sly grin that his young wife has truly transformed into a completely different person. Snap! Framed by romantic floral blooms, Rowena turns back in wide-eyed surprise, completely caught off guard by his sudden closeness. I swear the artist turns on the shoujo filter whenever these two breathe near each other. Flustered by his own boldness, Arkid quickly stammers an apology and looks away, while Chibi Rowena internally melts into a puddle over how ridiculously adorable he is when embarrassed. Across the opulent hall, the rest of the high society kids carry on chatting, completely oblivious to the dramatic power shifts happening right under their noses. Step, step. Meanwhile, Arkid glides over toward Lady Right near the arched windows, his calm demeanor hiding a storm that's about to erupt. Expecting her usual target to stay silent, Diana confronts him head-on with an arrogant scowl, aggressively demanding to know what he did to mess with Rowena. Unbothered as ever, Arkid retorts that she's acting like he committed a crime, calling out her ridiculous assumption that he must be blackmailing his own wife. Dropping his polite facade, Arkid bluntly reveals he only tolerated her existence because Rowena considered her a friend, prompting Diana to desperately shriek that they're still besties. Siver! A terrifying dark aura swallows the background as Arkid smirks coldly, dropping the bombshell that his wife definitely begs to differ. Man, seeing the young lord pull off the ultimate villain smirk is top-tier satisfaction. Diana stands frozen in place, her eyes wide with sheer horror as the heavy, crushing pressure of his dark presence completely suffocates the room. Towering over her, Arkid calls out her fake friend routine, exposing how she always looked down on him just to feed her pathetic sense of superiority. Slip. Backing away in sheer panic, Diana's heel catches on the polished floorboards as her balance completely gives out. CFX. Crash! She hits the ground flat on her back with a humiliating thud, while Arkid looks down on her like a bug that needs squashing. Looming over her like a dark tyrant surrounded by shadowy roses, Arkid warns her that this is the last time he'll tolerate her rudeness, just as Rowena's voice echoes into the hallway. Stepping into the corridor, Rowena pauses in her tracks, taking in the bizarre sight of Diana sprawled out on the floor in front of her husband. Tears streaming down her face, Diana tries to spin a sob story, but Rowena's blue eyes narrow into a cold glare that immediately shuts her down. Saf dash. Rushing straight to Arkid's side, Rowena protectively checks on him, urgently asking if that mean girl was trying to bully him again. Talk about the ultimate role reversal. Diana frantically stammers that Arkid tripped her, but Rowena shuts her down instantly, declaring there's no way her sweet husband would ever do that without reason. Wailing from the floor like a dramatic child, Diana screams out in disbelief, demanding to know how Rowena could choose her terrifying husband over her. Close up on Diana's completely shattered expression as reality hits her that her former puppet isn't playing her toxic games anymore. Point, bending down with absolute smugness, Rowena points a finger right in her face, asking why on earth she's whining about falling over and who she thinks she even is. Diana shrieks in desperation, begging her to remember their friendship, but Rowena coolly corrects her, emphasis on were friends. Say effects, wave. Floating in a bed of pastel flowers, Rowena cheerfully waves her off, telling her to stop harassing her husband and just get lost. The contrast between her sweet smile and savage words is pure gold. SFX, fume. Diana's face turns beet red as steam practically pours out of her ears from total embarrassment and rage. Grabbing her friend's hand, Diana storms off crying that they're done, while Chibi Rowena happily bids good riddance to bad rubbish. Turning back to her husband, Rowena checks up on him again, playfully asking what he would have done if she actually took Diana's side instead. Softening his gaze completely, Arkad gently assures her that he knows she'd never do that because he trusts who she truly is. SOS! Chibi Rowena gets all teary-eyed, dramatically crying that she should have stuck by his side the whole night to protect him from meanies. With a stunning, angelic smile framing his face, Arkad softly admits that he's completely fine now, all because Rowena chose to stand by him. Sparkle. Rowena's brain completely short-circuits in a literal cosmic void as his smooth voice echoes through her head. Staring with wide blue eyes, Rowena stammers out in disbelief, asking if he actually just addressed her by her actual name instead of a formal title. SFX Halo Glow sprouts tiny angel wings. Chibi Rowena ascends directly to heaven from sheer romantic overload. Honest reaction of every web novel fan reading this chapter. Misinterpreting her stunned silence, Chibi Arkad turns into an adorable puppy with floppy cat ears, timidly asking if calling her name made her uncomfortable. Snap. Panicking at his puppy eyes, Rowena snatches his hands, frantically reassuring him that hearing him say Rowena is music to her ears. SciFX, ba-dump. Smiling radiantly against a backdrop of glowing white blossoms, Arkad repeats her name, leaving her heart pounding right out of her chest. Meanwhile, away from the party chaos, a tranquil, sunlit greenhouse sets the stage where two noblewomen enjoy a quiet game of chess. Snap, bang! The peaceful atmosphere shatters as Diana bursts through the doors, crying her eyes out, screaming for her mother. Throwing herself into her mother's lap, Diana wails about how horribly the young Duke and Rowena treated her upstairs. Sitting across the table, the Grand Duchess gracefully holds a white pawn, listening with a sharp, calculating gaze while Diana hiccups uncontrollably. With calm authority, the Grand Duchess instructs the maid to fetch some water to settle the sniffling child down. All right, guys, picture this. A pristine crystal glass of water is set down on the marble counter, symbolizing the calm before a high society storm. Countess Reek tries to play it off casually, suggesting that children always have harmless little squabbles, but her tense posture says otherwise. Sobbing dramatically, Diana lies that Rowena got tired of her and threw her away, sparking immediate outrage in her mother's eyes. The Grand Duchess softly sighs, closing her eyes as if she already saw right through this exaggerated melodrama. Snap! Unable to contain her rage, Countess Reek slams her hands onto the chessboard, sending pieces wobbling everywhere as she demands justice for her daughter. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the Countess forgets her place, arrogantly lecturing the Grand Duchess that bad behavior shouldn't be tolerated. Ominous rumble. As the Countess threatens to teach the young couple a harsh lesson, a terrifyingly dark aura cuts her off mid-sentence with her name. Tap! The Grand Duchess cold-bloodedly places her chess piece down, delivering a chilling checkmate reminder that advice should only come from those who actually hold the power. What an absolute queen! Talk about putting someone firmly in their place. The Grand Duchess hovers over Countess Reek with a towering, ominous pressure, dropping the cold truth that the only person throwing a spoiled tantrum in this room is the Countess herself. Snap! With a sharp, decisive movement, the Grand Duchess places her chess piece on the board, delivering an absolute mic-drop checkmate that leaves Countess Riquet completely stunned into silence. Standing up with effortless elegance, the Duchess sweeps her gown aside, declaring that the game was way too dull to waste another second on an opponent who clearly isn't on her level. Countess Reek leaps out of her chair in a frantic panic, desperately trying to call back the Duchess, but the absolute power difference in this room is already beyond repair. Honestly, watching high society bullies get instantly put in their place is ridiculously satisfying. Sci-FX crash. A crystal water glass shatters onto the floorboards into tiny shards, underscoring the explosive tension echoing through the silent greenhouse room. Glaring with pure fury, Countess Reek catches a nervous hiccup in her throat, her pride completely shattered right alongside that glass on the floor. Turning her explosive frustration onto her poor maid, the Countess violently berates her, screaming at her to stop clicking her tongue, while the maid trembles in total terror. Meanwhile, back in the lavish hall, a red-haired noble girl watches the drama unfold, sweating profusely as she worries that Diana running off crying will ruin their family standing with the Grand Duchess. Still determined to turn the tides and salvage her family's reputation, she smirks to herself, confident that she still holds a secret trump card up her sleeve. Reaching into her stylish sleeve with dramatic flair, she prepares to unveil her big move to win over the crowd. Silence, clatter! Brilliant, multicolored jewels tumble across the polished marble table, sparkling dazzlingly under the chandelier light. Flashing a bright, charming smile, the red-haired noble girl casually introduces the jewels as pieces for a fun, popular game called Petra, created specifically for today's high society guests. A snooty green-haired boy scoffingly interjects, looking down his nose as he snidely remarks that Petra is just a mindless game played by filthy commoners. Seriously, why does every noble party have at least one snob who acts like they're the ultimate authority on class? Before the mood can sour, a sweet blonde girl happily steps up, clapping her hands and eagerly volunteering to give the game a try, because it sounds super fun. Arkid smoothly steps into the circle, agreeing to join in and casually mentioning he's played it before, while the snobbish boy smirks smugly in the background, thinking he's caught them slipping. Narrowing her bright blue eyes, Rowena fixes the arrogant boy with a razor-sharp glare, bluntly demanding to know what subtle insult he's trying to drop. Snapshot! Panicking under her intense gaze, the boy stammers out excuses, insisting he was just expressing innocent concern over using expensive jewels for commoner entertainment. Rowena gasps dramatically with her hands pressed against her cheeks, loudly calling him out for blatantly disrespecting the powerful Harellis family right in public. Shaking his hands in pure panic, the boy stammers out desperate denials, completely trapped in the clever verbal corner Rowena just backed him into. SFX, ominous flare. A fiery dark aura bursts behind Rowena as her cold voice cuts through the room, accusing him of directly mocking her husband's background and standing. Man, seeing Rowena pull off this high-level political guilt trip is an absolute masterclass. Crushed under the heavy weight of social ruin, the arrogant lord drops his head in total humiliation, bowing deeply to whisper a pathetic, trembling apology. Sinking back into her gentle posture, Rowena lets out a soft sigh, calmly explaining to the tense crowd that she didn't bring this game just to promote commoner pastimes. SFX, wheel! A maid pushes in an ornate wooden cart loaded with luxurious velvet-lined boxes, revealing gorgeous custom-crafted jewel sets for every single guest in attendance. The green-haired boy's jaw literally hits the floor in shock as Rowena smirks mischievously, adding that someone who looks down on commoner games obviously won't be needing a box of expensive gems. Talk about absolute poetic justice. Within minutes, the whole room is buzzing with laughter and excitement as all the noble kids eagerly huddle around tables, completely obsessed with playing the game. Turning to Rowena with a warm smile, Arkid praises her impressive skill, remarking that she plays like someone who's practiced the game 1,000,000 times. Chibi Rowena sweat drops nervously, admitting with a cute grin that she actually learned all the secret tricks from watching her palace maids play during downtime. Arkid's eyes soften as he looks at her fondly, gently remarking how sweet and heartwarming it is to see her getting along so comfortably with the estate staff. Sparkle! Rowena leans in with a cheeky smirk, boldly teasing him that she wants to get just as comfortably close with him too, specifically mentioning consummation. Talk about zero chill. Sevex. Blush. Arkid's face instantly turns beet red as he ducks his head in sheer bashfulness, while Chibi Rowena internally giggles at his adorable reaction. Over at a nearby table, two noble girls chat excitedly about the annual Kingdom Seed Sowing Festival, drawing Rowena's attention over to their conversation. SFX. Shimmer. The girl gushes with starry eyes as she describes the breathtaking sight of glowing sky lanterns carrying flower seeds across the night sky. Magical crystals shimmer in a swirling galaxy backdrop as they discuss how the Herolus family engineered powerful magic artifacts to control the lantern's flight path. Honestly, the artist went insanely hard on the lighting for this short fantasy explanation panel. Listening intently from her seat, Rowena gets lost in thought, while Arkid quietly observes her changing expressions with a soft, affectionate look. Leaning across the marble table, Arkid gently asks Rowena if she'd like to attend the seed sowing festival together with him. Rowena nervously waves her hands, declining with a sheepish smile as she worries that trekking through massive crowds of allergy-inducing Delis flowers would just be super exhausting. SFX, flowers bloom. Surrounded by romantic blue blossoms, Arkid softly offers a secret spot where they can comfortably watch the magical lantern seeds float across the sky from a peaceful distance. Synapse electric bolt, Rowena's eyes widen in utter shock as a dramatic realization hits her brain like a lightning bolt. Is this literally a formal date invitation? Snap. Before he can even take back the offer, Rowena violently leaps out of her chair, loudly shouting that she would absolutely love to go. CFX's radiant glow, framed by a spectacular bed of glowing pink roses, Rowena clasps her hands together with ecstatic joy, practically sparkling with pure excitement. Scene whisper. The romantic tension lingers softly in the air as the chapter transitions into the next cozy scene between our main couple. A mouth-watering spread of decadent strawberry shortcakes, delicate macaroons, and gourmet tea sandwiches covers the banquet table in glorious detail. Sitting across the grand tea table, the older Duke strokes his chin thoughtfully, mentioning he heard rumors about her buying up mountains of precious gemstones. Casually taking a delicious bite of strawberry cake, Rowena looks up with a cute, innocent expression while listening to him speak. Setting her fork down, Rowena casually corrects him, explaining that those weren't random souvenirs, but custom pieces for the game Petra. Semi-chibi smile, Chibi Rowena pops into the frame, happily explaining that it's an insanely fun game that commoner kids love playing in the streets. The Duke rests his chin on his hand with a skeptical look, snidely remarking that commoners don't have money for gems, so nobles sure have a weird way of mimicking them. He scoffingly suggests that if she wanted to flaunt her wealth, she should have used massive, high-grade jewels instead of such tiny little stones. Rowena strikes a hilarious hero pose with sparkled effects, completely unfazed by his wealthy snob logic. Holding out a handful of smooth, perfectly sized gems, Rowena triumphantly points out that this specific size was carefully picked so little kids' hands can actually hold them easily, leaving the Duke quietly smiling at her thoughtful nature. Ever wonder what happens when a high society party suddenly turns into a high-stakes gambling match over street games? The Duke leans in with a smug grin, eagerly asking to see how this mysterious game is played. Rowena's bright blue eyes widen for a split second as she realizes she's put herself right in the spotlight. Quick on her feet, she flashes a sweet smile, smoothly tossing the responsibility over by declaring that Arkid will be the one explaining all the rules. Arkid's jaw almost hits the floor in shock while Chibi Rowena gives him a sneaky poke from behind, secretly complaining about how tight-lipped this family usually is. Man, her ability to instantly throw her husband under the bus is pure comedy gold. Seizing the moment, Rowena boldly proposes splitting into teams for an immediate wager, while the aristocratic adults across the table act far too cool and claim they aren't interested. Flashing a mischievous smirk with her hand over her mouth, Rowena drops a masterclass taunt, mockingly asking if the adults are just terrified of losing to a bunch of kids. SFX flame! That petty reverse psychology works like an absolute charm, instantly triggering the adults to snap back with competitive rage, while Chibi Rowena giggles at how ridiculously easy they were to bait. SFX rumble, cut to later that evening as their luxurious carriage glides down a sun-drenched dirt road under a golden sunset glow. Inside the carriage, Rowena fumes with the hilarious death glare, furiously clenching her fist because those sore winner adults actually won the game and wouldn't stop bragging about it. Seriously, watching adults take a kid's game this seriously is peak petty energy. Arkit chuckles softly from across the seat, admitting that despite the loss, it was actually super fun seeing everyone get wrapped up in the festival spirit. Sinner! Fidgeting with his gloves, Arkad offers a gentle, radiant smile, quietly confessing how special it feels to finally do fun activities together as a real family. Softening up completely, Rowena reaches out to clasp his hands tightly, surrounded by blooming pink blossoms, as she warmly promises there'll be plenty more memories to make from now on. As night falls, the magical sky fills with dozens of brilliant glowing lanterns slowly rising toward the glittering stars. Standing together at the edge of a dramatic cliffside lookout, the young couple gazes over the sparkling city below as light from the festival lanterns bathes them in a warm glow. Marveling at the gorgeous view, Rowena glances over at Arkad's sparkling side profile, internally screaming in fangirl excitement about why cameras don't exist in a fantasy realm to save his handsome face forever. Surprise! When Arkad notices her staring and asks if something's on his face, Rowena instantly buries her face in her hands, squealing inside that he's covered in pure handsomeness, before squeaking out a nervous, "Nothing!" Chibi Archid blinks with total confusion, tilting his head as he tries to figure out why his wife is suddenly turning redder than a ripe tomato. You gotta love how completely oblivious MLs can be. Framed against the breathtaking sunset gradient, Arkad flashes a soft, swoon-worthy smile that could easily grace the cover of any romance webtoon. Surrounded by floating lights on the edge of the world, Arkad echoes her words with a soft chuckle, letting the peaceful atmosphere settle around them. Shortly after the festival wraps up, Rowena cautiously peeks through the massive estate doors, wondering why on earth she's suddenly been summoned to the Grand Duchess's private quarters. Swish! Without missing a beat, the Grand Duchess casually points toward a side table, telling Rowena to go ahead and claim her reward. SFX gasp! Rowena opens the ornate chest and her eyes nearly pop out of her skull when she finds it literally overflowing with heavy, solid gold bars. The Grand Duchess calmly clarifies that this huge fortune is just her official commission payment for coming up with the revolutionary seed lantern idea. Tapping her cheek with a casual shrug, the Duchess notes that since it's Rowena's first time handling official duties, she probably didn't realize how the system works. SFX, sparkle. In this territory, anyone who presents brilliant economic ideas or state proposals receives massive financial rewards direct from the Treasury. Talk about a dream workplace benefit. SciFS, flowers bloom! Rowena clasps her hands together with literal joy overload, floating on cloud nine as she realizes she's basically guaranteed passive income for life. The Duchess sighs with deadpan amusement, teasing Rowena for acting like she's never seen money before, while Chibi Rowena hugs the treasure chest like her absolute favorite child. Snap! Just when Rowena thinks it can't get any better, the Duchess casually drops a bombshell mentioning there are several more golden chests sitting inside her personal vault right now. Slam! Dollar signs literally pop into Rowena's eyes as she slams her hands onto the table, completely shook to learn she's sitting on a secret underground mountain of gold. Looking up at the clear blue sky, she reflects on how sweet life gets when your modern ideas start paying off in cold, hard cash. Back inside a quiet, sunlit study, hot aromatic tea pours gracefully into a delicate porcelain cup. An overworked magic researcher with messy brown hair and dark circles under his glasses takes a long, exhausted sip, sighing that it's been ages since he had a moment to breathe. Suddenly, a butler bursts into the room to inform him that an important guest from the main estate has just arrived to see him. The butler stammers out nervously, adding that while the Grand Duke is away on business today, Spray! The researcher spits his tea out in absolute horror as the butler announces it's the Grand Duchess herself, complete with a terrifying phantom Rowena looming overhead. Rowena takes a seat on the couch and politely explains she came to ask for a small favor, causing poor Kobe to swallow hard in sheer panic. The second she cheerfully mentions she came because he engineered the seed lanterns, Kobe's face turns ghostly pale like he's about to be executed. SFH thud. Without hesitation, Kobe drops flat on his knees and bows uncontrollably on the carpet, desperately begging for his life while Rowena recoils in utter bewilderment. Semi-shiver, trembling on the floor like a terrified puppy, Kobe relives his deeply traumatic memories of working under the original villainous version of Rowena. A dramatic flashback reveals past Rowena screaming at the top of her lungs, furious that an experimental artifact burned her hair right before a major society ball and demanding a miraculous fix overnight. As memories of her predecessor's toxic tantrums scatter away, present Rowena cringes inwardly, finally realizing why the poor guy looks like he's seen a ghost. Floating book pages illustrate her sudden epiphany. If Kobe only remembers the original villainess, of course he thinks he's about to be tortured for working late. TB Rowena lets out a sympathetic sigh, feeling genuine pity for this poor, overworked corporate slave who's been traumatized by terrible bosses. Honestly, who can't relate to corporate PTSD? Snap! Stepping up with maximum boss energy, Rowena hands Kobe a solid gold bar, promising to pay him handsomely and treat him like royalty from now on. While smiling sweetly on the outside, chibi evil Rowena cackles in the background, plotting to bribe him with so much cash that he'll never be able to resign. Kobe looks up with wide, disbelieving eyes, completely stunned into silence as he stammers out a request for her to repeat what she just said. Sink in shock, Kobe's brain scrambles to process whether this is a genuine act of kindness or a bizarre trap to test his loyalty. Rowena gently takes his hand and forces him to sit down, taking full responsibility for making him work crazy overtime to prepare those lanterns. CFX crash. Kobe casually replies that overtime is literally just his normal everyday life, causing a lightning bolt of sheer shock to strike Rowena's soul. As the camera pans over the peaceful villa grounds, Kobe explains with total sincerity that he loves staying indoors and gets free room and board anyway, leaving Rowena completely speechless at the ultimate hermit mindset. Ever wonder what happens when a modern bossy girl realizes her employee is working 80 hours a week with zero work-life balance? Rowena clenches her fist as Kobe nervously asks why she's suddenly digging into a schedule. Slamming her hand down with pure righteous fury, Rowena accuses Kobe's boss of being an absolute villainous slave driver, leaving poor Kobe staring at her with total bewilderment. Crossing her arms, Rowena demands to know if he seriously works 7 days a week, and Kobe timidly confesses he only gets 1 day off every fortnight. Talk about horrific labor conditions. Rowena practically loses her mind in dramatic disbelief, clutching her head and screaming that living under such insane work conditions is completely unhinged. FX tears of compassion. Softening up completely, Rowena reaches out to grab Kobe's hands, tearing up over how brutally overworked this poor guy has been his whole life. Examining his ghostly pale hands, Rowena lectures him like an overly anxious mom about needing sunlight and vitamin D, while Kobe internally groans at her sudden affectionate nagging. Snappish reaction? When Kobe tries to claim he's totally fine, Rowena snaps her finger in chibi form, outright refusing to let him gaslight himself into liking corporate torture. Sifks. Divine radiance. Bathed in a heavenly golden light, angelic wings sprout behind Rowena as she promises to transform his entire work life into paradise. Honestly, the dramatic lighting choices in this webtoon are always top-tier comedy. Tears of pure joy stream down Kobe's face as he covers his mouth in worship, officially declaring Rowena to be a literal savior sent straight from heaven. Later that afternoon, Rowena sits on the grand staircase wearing a red headband like a seasoned union protest leader, causing neighboring servants to whisper in confusion about what she's cooking up now. A concerned maid hurries over with a luxurious blanket, gently reminding Rowena that she doesn't need to freeze out here while waiting for the Grand Duke to return. Rowena playfully groans that if they wrap her in any more heavy layers, she's going to transform into a literal rounded snowman right on the staircase. The maid lets out a fond, defeated sigh, realizing nobody in the entire estate could ever win an argument against the little madam's stubborn sheer willpower. Waving goodbye with a cheerful grin as the maid heads back inside, Rowena stays perched on the steps, wrapped tightly in her blanket like a cozy little burrito. Suddenly, the massive wooden doors swing wide open, letting in a flood of bright light as Rowena perkily sits up to check who arrived. Sneeing! Stepping through the threshold, young Archid appears looking like an absolute webtoon prince in his crisp white shirt, softly calling out Rowena's name. Rowena's eyes light up with pure joy as she enthusiastically greets Lord Erned, eagerly asking if his intense sword training went well today. Archid walks down toward her with a look of genuine concern, asking why on earth she's sitting out on the freezing cold stone steps in the middle of winter. Reaching out with gentle hands, Archid lightly touches her rosy cheek, feeling the frosty cold temperature radiating from her skin. Slightly fast speed? Looking straight into her eyes, Archid gently scolds her for being outside when she barely just recovered from a terrible illness, worried she'll catch a fever. Snap fash, blush explosion. Rowena's brain completely short-circuits as floating flowers explode around her head, internally screaming in fangirl panic over how impossibly sweet he's being. Looking up at the frosty windows, Archid softly asks if she was standing out here specifically waiting for him, and Rowena internally admits that, yeah, she definitely was. Archid drops his gaze, looking deeply self-conscious as he quietly asks why she would waste so much time waiting for someone as unworthy as him. Seriously, can someone give this boy a hug already? Lifting her chin in her hands with a radiant, heart-melting smile surrounded by Rose, Rowena sweetly reminds him that he's her husband. Archid's blue eyes widen in complete, frozen shock as those simple words strike straight into his heart like a lightning bolt. Sci-effects overload! In a hilarious chibi panel, Archid crouches down to hide his wildly blushing face while Rowena tilts her head, completely clueless about the massive romantic damage she just dealt. Adjusting his monocle with serious butler energy, the estate manager approaches to deliver an urgent announcement regarding the Grand Duke's travel plans. Looking up from her cozy spot on the steps, Rowena blinks in surprise and asks what kind of sudden trouble could possibly keep the Grand Duke from returning home. Sweat dropping slightly, the butler reveals that their journey hit a massive, totally unpredictable environmental catastrophe along the main road. SFX, kaboom! A massive volcanic eruption blasts through the snowy peaks of Frozen Mountain, forcing the Grand Duke's carriage to seek shelter at a nearby mountain hotel. Talk about an epic fantasy weather hazard. Scene blowing. Cut to a breathtaking landscape panel showing a violent blizzard sweeping over the frozen valley, surrounding the secluded mountain estate in pure white snow. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious, warm estate, delicate fingers unseal an official wax-stamped letter sent straight from Hattelas Castle. The stunning blonde Grand Duchess reads through the parchment, casually wondering if the young kids are getting along without burning the estate down. The letter highlights how 14-year-old Archid has been managing castle duties with unbelievable maturity and reliability during their absence. Smirk spreading across her face, the Duchess chuckles at how Rowena wrote an entire letter just to brag about her amazing husband after previously hating his guts. Man, character development hits fast. SFX, flower power. A cute imagination bubble pops up showing modern Rowena happily clinging onto Archid's arm like a proud wife, living her absolute best life. SFX, creak. Suddenly, the bedroom door quietly clicks open behind her, cutting off her playful thoughts as a shadow steps into the room. Suffix, dramatic tension. Looming in the doorway with an icy aura and dark roses floating around him, the handsome Grand Duke asks what brought her to his private quarters today. Sitting back on the bed with a cool glare, the Duchess retorts that it's completely absurd to ask her to chase after a husband who walked out on his own accord. The Grand Duke sighs heavily while dragging a hand over his face, looking exhausted as he admits he totally expected her to react with that exact cold attitude. Glancing down at the icy, untouched side of the large bed, the Duchess softly repeats his words with a bitter, sarcastic edge. Sprift, stride, marching straight up to him with glowing red eyes, she demands to know why he's hiding the fact that the Grand Duke and Duchess don't even sleep in the same room. Looking away with a stoic expression, the Duke quietly insists he only sleeps elsewhere because he assumed his presence made her deeply uncomfortable. SFX grab! Clenching his silk tie with a sharp tug, the Duchess pulls him down to her eye level, angrily reminding him that he was the one who abandoned her on their wedding night. A dark flashback reveals the lonely bride sitting isolated behind transparent drapes on her wedding day, buried under heavy emotional isolation and unspoken bitterness. Smirking with sharp, dangerous eyes, the Duchess mockingly asks if he wants to fix that right now and finally fulfill his marital duties. Sift. Whisper. Leaning directly into his ear, she softly whispers a daring provocation that completely shatters his cool, stoic composure. SFX flinch. Completely caught off guard, the Grand Duke stumbles backward in total flustered shock, his heart racing from her unexpected boldness. A close-up shot catches the Duke's flushed face and wide, trembling eyes as he struggles to regain his usual icy composure after getting utterly outmaneuvered. Crossing her arms with a triumphant smirk, the Duchess watches him retreat, casually winning this intense battle of wits without breaking a sweat. Just when you think the drama can't get any spicier, the Grand Duchess drops a wicked smirk, totally calling out the Duke's severe lack of game and enjoying every second of his utter embarrassment. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Rowena stares wistfully out the snow-covered window, casually asking her maid if it always snows this hard in winter, or if nature is just testing her patience. Realizing this sudden blizzard might actually be magic-induced, Rowena chuckles to herself, secretly suspecting that mischievous elemental spirits are behind this chaotic weather shift. Suddenly, a polite knock on the door shatters her daydreaming, and the moment she hears that familiar smooth voice asking to come in, her heart instantly does a backflip. Dropping everything like a fangirl at a meet and greet, Rowena leaps out of her seat and practically sings that Arcid is welcome inside literally anytime he wants. SFX, creak! The massive wooden door glides open, revealing the young future Duke dressed to impress in a sharp, fur-trimmed winter coat looking straight out of a webtoon cover. But before she can start swooning, Arcid hits her with some unexpected news, explaining that a sudden emergency popped up at the Eastern Magic Mine that requires his immediate attention. Rowena's cheerful mood instantly deflates into a pouting, chibi mess as she realizes she's about to be abandoned in this giant castle all by herself again. Softening his gaze, Arcid gently explains that he only invited her along because he knew she was going stir-crazy indoors from all the heavy snowfall. Seriously, can we talk about how this boy is low-key the most attentive husband ever? Catching on to his unspoken invitation, Rowena immediately flips the switch from pouty to overjoyed, enthusiastically claiming she was dying of boredom anyway. Arcid lets out a soft sigh of relief, clearly thrilled that his subtle attempt at spending time with her actually worked out without any awkwardness. Fast forward a short carriage ride later, and the group arrives at the snowy perimeter of the Eastern Mine, where the local overseer is nervously waiting to brief them. Looking around at the freezing cold rocks, Rowena internally groans in disappointment. Turns out what she thought was going to be a romantic winter date is literally just a business trip. Suddenly, Arcid's protective husband instincts unleash in full force as he harshly berates the supervisor for letting deadly Delis flowers bloom right around the mine entrance. The poor manager sweats bullets while stammering out that he'd checked the path just this morning and there wasn't a single flower in sight, leaving him completely baffled. Center stage, absolute drama mana. Inside her head, Rowena goes into full apocalyptic panic mode, picturing a literal slot machine of death because those flowers are her ultimate lethality cheat code. Looming over the terrified supervisor with a pitch-black menacing aura, Arcid coldly asks if he seriously expects anyone to believe he just missed a whole field of deadly blossoms. Desperately trying to save his own neck, the manager pleads that planting flowers in a magic stone mine makes zero sense, but Arcid shuts him down before he can even finish his excuse. Clenching his fists, the young Duke warns him that he'll be held fully accountable for this massive security blunder once they get back, leaving the manager trembling in pure terror. Watching the poor guy get dismantled, Rowena almost feels bad for him, until she remembers she literally almost died from those flowers and decides he deserves every bit of that rage. Talk about ruthless self-preservation. Orchid reaches back toward her with a gentle, protective gesture, making sure she stays safely behind him at all times. Turning around with a serious expression, Orchid insists that Rowena stay inside the carriage where it's safe, but she poutingly complains about being shoved back indoors after traveling all this way. Orchid stammers slightly, caught between his desire to protect her and not wanting to ruin her mood, completely unaware that she's secretly hiding her lethal flower allergy from everyone. You see, in this territory, having a fatal allergy to Delos flowers, the literal symbol of the Hedelis house, is considered top-secret, high-level security clearance information. A dark flashback reminds us that revealing such a bizarre weakness would be seen as a huge liability for anyone aiming to become the Grand Duke's consort. Reaching into her stylish winter coat, Rowena pulls out a thick silk handkerchief, confident that a simple DIY face mask will keep the deadly pollen out. Pressing the cloth tightly over her face with a proud nod, she gives Orchid a reassuring look, determined not to let a few pesky petals ruin her adventure. Stepping deep into the underground cavern, Rowena's eyes widen in awe as the dark walls explode with a blinding star-like field of hyper-pure magic crystals. Orchid sharply questions how a massive vein of high-purity crystals went unnoticed, but the manager swears the recent land collapse from the blizzard uncovered the whole room overnight. Connecting the dots in her head, Rowena remembers the novel's lore about spirit-blessed lands suddenly appearing around this time, realizing this rich mine actually belongs to the Grand Duchess. Throwing a side-eye at the manager, Orchid sternly asks if he was trying to hide this massive fortune for himself, sending the poor guy into another round of frantic denials. Channeling full dark CEO energy, Orchid demands complete audit logs for the last 3 months, utterly shutting down the manager's complaints about the insane workload. Extending his hand like a seasoned boss giving orders, Orchid displays the kind of terrifying efficiency that makes you forget he's only 14 years old. As the petrified manager scurries toward the office to fetch the records, Rowena swoons internally over how insanely attractive her husband is when he's being completely ruthless. But just as they turn to leave, an eerie purple glow begins radiating from the crystal-covered floor beneath them. Snap! Without any warning, the solid rock beneath Rowena's boots splits open with a terrifying crunch, instantly breaking her balance. Sudden gravitational pull yanks her downward as the ground completely caves in, causing her to let out a blood-curdling scream. CPX shatter! As Rowena plummets into the glittering dark abyss below, Orchid's eyes widen in sheer horror as he frantically reaches out his hand, screaming her name. The world turns upside down for the young Duke as sheer panic washes over his face, completely shattering his cool, composed facade in an instant. Sparks! Trapped in a swirling vortex of blinding magic lights and falling debris, Rowena free-falls deeper into the unknown depths of the magical cavern. Floating through a pitch-black void surrounded by mysterious, whispering voices, asking if she wants to stay forever, Rowena slowly opens her eyes in confusion. Coming to her senses, she realizes she landed on a soft bed of vibrant, glowing petals, only to immediately freeze in horror when she realizes they're all Delos flowers. Scrambling backward like her life depends on it, Rowena hyperventilates as swarms of glowing magic butterflies flutter all around her. Covering her mouth in total shock, she gasps out a question to the void, only for the glowing butterflies to reply directly inside her mind. Confused by the talking insects, Rowena stammers in disbelief, but the bright creatures quickly clarify that they aren't butterflies at all. Pop! With a burst of magical sparkles, a cute little fairy spirit burst into view, proudly declaring that they are the legendary elemental spirits humans always talk about. Fluttering right up to her face, the inquisitive spirit gushes in excitement, thrilled that a rare human who can actually hear and see them has finally fallen into their realm. Backing away in total panic, Rowena tightly guards her face, bluntly warning the fairy that she nearly died from flower toxicity before and can't be breathing in this pollen. The spirits gasp in amazement, suddenly realizing that what Rowena calls an allergy is actually her body's unbelievable sensitivity to raw elemental power. As the spirits explain the lore, we learn that mana is actually derived from Delphina, and high-purity energy was absorbing directly into Rowena's body, leaving our heroine terrified at the realization that she's basically a human sponge for dangerous magic. Talk about a wild plot twist. One second you're falling down a dark cave, and the next, a tiny fairy with butterfly wings is hovering in front of your face, laughing at how terrified you look. Rowena blinks in utter confusion, staring at her hands as the burning agony from her deadly allergy suddenly fades away, replaced by a surge of pure elemental energy. The spirits casually drop some lore on her, explaining that once her body fully accepted Delphina's magical influence, the pain just stopped. Flying closer, the little spirit inspects Rowena like a rare collector's item, gushing about how her body is practically overflowing with raw magic power and proposing a formal contract so they can eat well. Naturally, Rowena goes into full panic mode, thinking these sparkly insects are literally planning to devour her alive. Clearing her throat, Rowena tries to negotiate like a true businesswoman, asking what she actually gets out of this deal. The spirit casually drops a bomb. Not only can she borrow their element power, but she can also purify corrupted land. Talk about an instant level up. Snap! A sudden memory hits Rowena like a freight train as she recalls the original novel's plot, where the Saintess Mabel travels up north to purify the land and meet her handsome male lead. Wait, if Rowena can purify land now, does that mean the main storyline is completely cooked? Staring into space with a serious look on her face, Rowena takes a deep breath while processing this insane game-changing revelation. Honestly, you gotta love how fast her brain calculates every single advantage. A mischievous grin spreads across her face as she realizes becoming a full-fledged spirit contractor gives her total control over her own destiny. Who needs to follow the original script when you can build your own empire? SFX footsteps. Meanwhile, up in the main mineshaft, chaotic footsteps echo through the dark caverns as search party knights run around in total desperation, finding absolutely nothing. Slam! Driven mad by fear, Arkid slams his bare fist against the jagged rock wall, his icy composure completely shattered as panic consumes him. He's searched every corner of the mine, but his wife has literally vanished into thin air. When a concerned guard gently suggests that the young duke step outside to catch his breath after searching for hours, Arkid snaps back with pure venom, refusing to rest while his wife's life hangs in the balance. Burying his face in his hand, the poor boy breaks down in total despair, drowning in guilt for dragging Rowena to this cursed mine in the first place. A melancholy flashback reminds us of Arkid's hidden trauma. Rowena was the single person in his entire life who ever truly believed in him and gave him warmth. We see a nostalgic, gentle memory of Rowena standing in the soft light, looking like an absolute angel who completely turned his cold world upside down. Arkid realizes that even if her sudden change in attitude was just a temporary whim, it was the greatest gift he ever received, and he refuses to let her fade away from his life forever. Thwomp. Dragging his heavy feet along the icy stone floor, Arkid staggers forward like a ghost, completely exhausted from searching endlessly. Suddenly, a blinding flash of blue magic explodes at the end of the tunnel, and Rowena casually walks out of thin air, calling his name like she just returned from a light grocery run. Arkid stops dead in his tracks, his eyes wide with sheer disbelief as he gasps out her name, wondering if he's hallucinating from pure grief. Swift, before she can even take another step, Arkid lunges forward and aggressively grabs her hands, his heart beating completely out of his chest. Splash! Gripping her velvet dress sleeve with a trembling hand, Arkid hangs onto her like a lifeline, terrified that if he lets go, she'll disappear into thin air again. Seeing how heavily he's breathing and soaked in cold sweat, Rowena gently places a hand on his arm, asking how long he's been frantically running around. Arkid just stares at her, trembling as he admits he couldn't possibly sit still after watching her drop off the face of the earth. Softening her eyes, Rowena gently cradles his flushed cheek, teasingly asking if he was really that worried about her. Look at this guy. He went full yandere panic mode for 3 straight hours, and she's out here treating it like a cute rom-com moment. Switching to full chibi mode, Rowena playfully pokes his blushing cheek while the guards awkwardly stand in the background, sweating bullets from the sheer romantic tension. Coughing awkwardly to regain his serious Duke persona, Arkid turns around while Rowena sits on a wooden crate, surrounded by glowing spirit butterflies that only she can see. Floating near her ear, the snarky spirit butterfly snickers that humans are way too dramatic for losing their minds over a tiny 3-hour disappearance. Rowena scowls right back, whispering that if 3 hours went by, the spirit definitely should have warned her earlier. The fairy spirit glides around Arkid's head with a smug grin, teasing Rowena about her handsome young husband and asking if she secretly only picked him for his top-tier visuals. Blushing bright red from the spirit's cheeky comment, Rowena furiously waves her fists and demands that the insect unmanifest immediately. Arkid steps over right on cue, completely clueless that his wife is currently wrestling with invisible magical fairy trolls. Looking around at the dark cavern walls, Arkid sternly tells her they need to evacuate the mine immediately before another unpredictable collapse happens. Cut to the snow-covered mountain exterior where Arkid explains the terrifying reality. Those deadly Delis flowers at the mine entrance bloomed in full force and then mysteriously vanished into thin air, meaning danger could strike anywhere without warning. Tapping her chin, Rowena silently agrees that seeing glowing butterflies deep underground is way too suspicious to ignore, inwardly praising her husband's insane detective skills as they head toward the local inn. Meanwhile, back at the luxurious estate, the Grand Duchess sits comfortably on a velvet sofa, smirking as she opens a business proposal letter from Rowena and chuckles at how ambitious her daughter-in-law has gotten after acquiring some spare cash. The letter lays out Rowena's brilliant master plan. With the spirit blessing the land to restore soil fertility, the value of the northern magic mine will shoot straight to the moon, making it way too profitable to ever hand over to the villainous Damien. Snap. A polite knock echoes through the silent room, interrupting the Grand Duchess's business review. SFX, creak! The door swings open to reveal the Grand Duke himself, looking impossibly tall, sharp, and dressed to the nines in his elegant white coat. Standing in the middle of the room, the Grand Duke calmly reports that the road clearing team is working through the heavy snow, so they should be able to depart back to the main castle by tomorrow. Without even looking up from her sofa, the Duchess gives him a cold shoulder, sarcastically questioning why a high and mighty Duke keeps delivering mundane status updates in person instead of just sending a random servant. Glancing directly at the letter in her hand, the Duke sharply notes that she's been exchanging frequent mail with someone, demanding to know who's writing to her so often. Talk about a possessive husband coming out of nowhere. Arching an eyebrow, the Duke asks point blank if she's secretly taken a side lover. The Duchess's face completely freezes in utter shock and outrage. Seriously, the sheer audacity of this man. Snapping to her feet, the Duchess glares daggers at him, scoffing at his unbelievable hypocrisy for accusing her when he spent years doing whatever he wanted. The Duke just shrugs indifferently, telling her she's free to date whoever she wants since he won't meddle in her personal life. Slap! Before he can finish his smooth speech, the Duchess aggressively grabs him by his collar, barking at him to shut his mouth because she is not a serial womanizer like he is. Leaning in close with pure fiery anger, she forcefully tells him that if he wants to play the field, he can go wild, but he needs to keep her name out of his mouth. Snap! With a thunderous slam, she shuts the heavy wooden door right in his handsome face, coldly declaring that she has zero interest in his petty games. Sam and left standing alone in the dark hallway, the Grand Duke's hand trembles as he stares at the closed door in utter disbelief. Leaning his forehead against the solid wood, the Duke lets out a defeated sigh, realizing this is the first time in their entire marriage that she locked the door on him. He mutters to himself about what a pathetic guy he is, and honestly, seeing the stoic ruler get completely shut down is peak drama. Cut back to Rowena reading the Duchess's official response letter, which states that if her claims about spirit blessing are true, she's willing to accept Rowena's business conditions. The letter continues with a clear directive. Rowena must return to the Grand Castle with absolute physical proof that the land has indeed received the spirit's divine blessing. Squinting at the fine print with a super serious chibi face, Rowena carefully double-checks every single word of the agreement. Sip, flop. Collapsing backward onto the comfy sofa with a triumphant sigh, Rowena celebrates her massive business victory, thrilled that the Grand Duchess is officially on board with her project. Glancing up at the tiny fairy spirit floating near her bookshelf, Rowena realizes that her entire multi-million-dollar business deal now hinges entirely on these magical insects playing along. Crossing her tiny arms with a stubborn pout, the fairy spirit bluntly refuses to manifest in front of others, making Rowena gasp in outrage since the spirit popped up in the mine without any permission whatsoever. The spirit drops an ominous warning, explaining that if the outside world finds out Rowena formed a contract with elemental spirits, dangerous forces will immediately target her. Rowena blinks in confusion. Looks like her path to riches just got a whole lot more dangerous. Ever wonder what happens when a girl gets handed God-tier cheat codes only to find out the user manual is entirely missing? That's right where Rowena's at. The mysterious spirit butterfly drops a heavy piece of lore, explaining that the true secret of a spirit contractor's power isn't as complicated as she thinks once you actually look under the hood. In ancient times, spirit contractors had to form giant prayer circles just to purify a single patch of dirt because they drew power from the Earth's vital energy. Upon hearing that ancient contractors couldn't do anything on their own, Rowena's jaw literally drops as she screams in total disbelief. Switching to full rage mode, Rowena flails her arms and calls the entire deal a complete scam. She thought she signed up for an all-powerful magic upgrade, but the spirit hastily defends itself, insisting that group projects were just the standard norm back in the old days. Snap. But here's the plot twist of the century. Since Rowena is literally the only surviving spirit contractor in this entire modern era, the Earth's entire vital energy flows directly into her. A gorgeous floral halo lights up behind her as her eyes widen in total awe. Talk about winning the magical lottery. Squeal! Rowena pumps her fists in pure joy, realizing she's basically a one-woman superweapon now. But just as she starts celebrating her main character status, the spirit sternly cuts her off, warning her that under no circumstances can anyone find out about her secret power. The atmosphere drops to zero as the fairy spirit floats in the air with glowing wings, dropping an ominous bomb. She sternly warns Rowena that if she truly understood why every other spirit contractor vanished from history, she'd keep her mouth shut forever. Silence. Zooming in on the spirit's shadow-draped eyes, a sudden wave of melancholy fills the room as she whispers that she can't bear to lose another contractor. Wow, talk about a sudden emotional turn. The artist really pulled out all the dramatic lighting tricks for this panel. Rowena leans back on her sofa with a confused side-eye, wondering why this lazy little insect is suddenly acting like a tragic anime mentor. I mean, usually all these fairies care about is snacking and chatting, so seeing it get all solemn is definitely giving red flags. Swoosh! Dusting off its fairy wings, the spirit nonchalantly floats back into the air, pointing out that even if she won't reveal her identity publicly, there are still plenty of sneaky ways to convince people about the mine's blessing. Tapping her chin with a sly, plotting smirk, Rowena's brain instantly goes into hyperdrive as she remembers a specific character from the original novel. A devilish idea pops into her head. She just needs to track down a certain obsessed researcher who can verify the mine's magical traces for her. Enter Henry Corner, the ultimate spirit fanatic who literally gets hard eyes over a jar of glowing dust. This is the guy who once received a massive reward just for tracking down spirit traces in an old mine shaft. Honestly, look at this guy's face. He looks like he'd sell his soul for a single fairy footprint. Rowena gets that iconic villainous smirk across her face, whispering to herself that she can already smell something amazing floating in the air. Snap, clink, clink. And that smell is pure, unadulterated cash. Gold coins rain down around a triumphant Rowena as she bursts into evil laughter. Gotta respect a female lead who stays 100 true to her financial goals. Cut to the desk where a flat gray stone sits on a velvet cushion, glowing with a faint sparkly paw print. Rowena stares down at the artifact with total disappointment, asking if this tiny, unimpressive rock is seriously all they have to work with. Resting her hands on her hips, Rowena deadpans that no matter how hard she stares at it, it just looks like a random bear stepped on a piece of wet mud. The chibi fairy spirit practically explodes in anger at the disrespect, screaming that she shouldn't dare compare divine spirit energy to a forest bear. The pouting fairy explains that the sparkling dust embedded in the stone is legit spirit energy, but Rowena just glares back, bluntly ordering her to dump way more sparkles on it so it actually looks convincing to buyers. Sassaf. The chibi spirit sarcastically asks if she should just physically manifest her giant foot and stomp on the mud herself. Rowena's eyes instantly light up with joy as she asks if that's an option, causing the spirit to freak out at her sheer shamelessness. FX, wow! The tiny fairies hug each other in tears, begging Rowena not to say such terrifying things with such a pretty face. Rowena winks and giggles, casually brushing it off as a joke, but let's be real, she was totally 100 ready to do it. Dressed in her luxurious green traveling cloak, Rowena steps into the crisp outdoor air, confident that a fanatic like Henry Corner will immediately spot the magical energy on the artifact. Now she just has to wait for her rumor trap to spring. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, cozy tavern, Henry Corner sits alone at the bar, pouring himself a dark drink while moping over his life choices. Depressed as ever, he sighs that he's almost 30 years old and hasn't even laid eyes on a spirit's pinky toe yet. Beautiful blue magical butterflies swirl across a dreamy background, representing the fiery passion still burning deep inside his scholar's soul. Spirits are real, no matter what the haters say. SFX gulp. Henry chugs his entire mug in one go, declaring dramatically to the sky that he'll see a real spirit before he dies or perish trying. The patrons around him awkwardly glance over, wondering if this guy has finally lost his mind. Nearby, a couple of mine workers whisper over their drinks about how the Grand Duke and Duchess of Hedelis completely shut down the northern mine. One guard shivers, admitting he almost lost his head when the Grand Duchess mysteriously vanished inside the caverns. Another patron chimes in, revealing the wild plot twist. While everyone was frantically running around looking for her body, the Grand Duchess was actually underground digging up ancient relics. Talk about an iconic boss move. The Sanifax crash. The worker mentions that she uncovered a mysterious fossil containing ancient spirit footprints. Upon hearing those exact words, Henry's hand twitches and his glass mug shatters into a million pieces on the floor. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy, menacing footsteps echo through the quiet tavern as a tall shadow looms over the terrified mine worker. Henry grabs the worker's shoulder with wide, manic eyes and an unhinged grin, screaming directly in his face to confirm if he really just said spirit footprints. Man went from depressed drunk to unhinged detective in 0.2 seconds. Cut to the exterior of the Grand Duchess's residence, where guards instantly draw their steel swords with a sharp swing. A random guy just sprinted straight up to Rowena, shouting her title. Throwing his hands up with crossed blades inches from his neck, Henry stammers out that he's Henry Corner from the Baron Corner family, and definitely not an assassin. Talk about a terrible first impression with royal security. With swords still pointed at his chest, Henry desperately begs the Grand Duchess for just a single moment of her time, looking like a lost puppy who desperately needs a win. Rowena casually tilts her head, recognizing his noble house name, and asks what could possibly bring him all the way here. Henry's eyes light up as he blurts out that he heard rumors of her recent spirit fossil discovery. Sparkle. Surrounding himself with imaginary flowers and dramatic romance lighting, Henry places a hand over his heart, politely begging for permission to examine the relic. The sheer contrast between his crazy tavern intro and this gentlemanly bow is comedy gold. Rowena drops a flat, stone-cold expression, asking him if he seriously thinks politely asking is enough. Henry's soul literally leaves his body as dark shock lines wash over his face. Henry drops into a chibi begging stance, sobbing in panic over why his legendary politeness failed. Rowena just stares at him with a deadpan look, realizing this guy has spent 10 years reading magic books and 0 seconds learning basic human social cues. Rowena crosses her arms and lectures him like a stern businesswoman, stating that asking to view a priceless divine artifact without offering anything in return is terrible business etiquette. Flustered, Henry starts frantically digging into his pockets for money. Snap! Just as he reaches into his coat, Rowena's sharp eyes lock onto a golden pocket watch dangling from his waist. The center of the watch glows with a mesmerizing, iridescent rainbow shimmer. Rowena points her finger directly at his belt, demanding that he hand over that exact pocket watch if he wants to see the spirit footprint. Talk about having an eagle eye for valuable loot. Look at Rowena's bright, triumphant smile framed by golden sunflowers. She knows she's about to pull off the ultimate trade deal. Henry looks down at his watch in total shock, stammering out that this isn't just a regular timepiece for checking the hour. The golden watch shines with incredible detail, showing a glass face filled with swirling, rainbow-colored magical dust. Chibi Rowena doesn't care about the function at all. She just shouts that she loves the pretty design. Sweat beating on his forehead, Henry hesitates, holding the heirloom tightly before accepting her terms, since verifying a real spirit is his life's ultimate dream. Rowena skips cheerfully toward the estate entrance with a musical note over her head, promising to keep her end of the bargain. Henry follows behind her like a spellbound follower. SFX intense glare. Cut to the drawing room where young Arkid sits on the sofa with crossed arms, radiating Sub-Zero killer aura. He glares daggers directly at Henry, demanding to know why Rowena brought this suspicious random guy into their home. Rowena sits right beside her brooding husband, dismissively waving her hand and telling Arkid not to worry because Henry is a man of his word. She then turns back to Henry, eagerly demanding he hurry up and hand over the shiny watch. Holding the watch in his palm, Henry nervously clarifies that this item is actually a specialized magical artifact rather than a luxury accessory. Rowena and Arkid lean in, curious to hear what it actually does. Snap. Pressing the small golden crown atop the watch, Henry explains that it's a rare detector designed specifically to react to spirit blessings. Suddenly, the pocket watch goes completely haywire, ringing like a frantic alarm bell. Henry panics, shaking the buzzing watch and wondering if his precious relic just broke down. Unbeknownst to Henry, the invisible fairy spirit has materialized and is sitting directly on top of the watch, staring down at it with wide, curious eyes. The fairy casually points out that the watch is ringing because it contains ground-up Delis flower powder. SFX, drool. The cute green-haired spirit licks her lips with sparkling eyes, wondering aloud how delicious the Delis flower powder tastes. Rowena sweat drops, realizing these spirits are basically magical junkies for rare flowers. Rowena smiles warmly at Henry, commenting that he must be truly dedicated to spirit research if he carries around an expensive artifact loaded with crushed magical plants. And just like that, Rowena has secured both a top expert and a cool new trinket. Ever wonder how far a self-proclaimed spirit expert will go just to prove his wild theories? Henry is literally starry-eyed right now, blabbering about how spirit folklore isn't just fairy tales, while historical records and weird occurrences prove these magical beings are totally legit. Rowena tilts her head with an innocent look, asking if something suspicious was actually happening back at the mine shaft. Honestly, you gotta love how she acts totally clueless when she's the one pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Crossing his arms like a stern little adult, young Arkid bluntly confirms that strange things were indeed popping up out of nowhere, specifically rare Delis flowers appearing and vanishing without a trace. As Arkid explains that creepy possession rumors were threatening to force a complete shutdown of the mine, Rowena internally panics in full chibi mode. There's no way she's letting her ultimate gold mine get closed down. Slam! Driven by pure fanaticism, Henry instantly leaps out of his seat, shouting at the top of his lungs that those supernatural events definitely weren't caused by cheap ghosts. Arkid keeps his cool with a skeptical glare, demanding to know how Henry can be so sure, but Henry just nervously asks if he can fire off a few more questions first before giving away his scholar secrets. Sparkle. Bright flowers bloom in Rowena's mind as she clasps her hands together in sheer joy, realizing this crazy situation is actually the perfect golden opportunity to boost her family's reputation. SFX, clink. A silver spoon gently swirls around a steaming cup of hot tea, setting a calm, businesslike mood as we cut to another high-stakes meeting elsewhere. Sitting at a lavish tea table, a sharp blonde noblewoman gazes across at a dark-haired nobleman, casually asking if he's reconsidered the business deal she brought up earlier. The nobleman leans back, questioning why she's so obsessed with buying up a failing mine whose sales have been completely in the gutter for months. Man is clearly trying to figure out her hidden angle. Unbothered by his skepticism, the blonde lady takes a calm sip of tea, smoothly claiming she just wants to launch a new venture she's been planning for a really long time. The man strokes his mouth in deep thought, realizing that since she's offering a completely fair market price, he really doesn't have much to lose by agreeing. Talk about a masterclass in subtle manipulation. Dropping her casual stance, the blonde lady gives him a serious look, stating that this generous offer is also her way of apologizing for her reckless behavior during their previous chat. Holding his teacup, the nobleman looks surprisingly embarrassed, admitting he was the one who acted out of line and said things he deeply regrets. Look at him getting all flustered. Pushing for the finish line, she insists on finalizing the contract right then and there before he changes his mind, prompting him to chuckle at how surprisingly sharp and relentless she is. Snap! Standing up from his chair, the nobleman agrees to sign off on the deal, promising to have the official paperwork delivered to her desk by the end of the day. Snap, snap! Just as he turns to leave the room, he pauses in his tracks, remembering a crucial piece of news he almost forgot to share. Blush. His face turns bright red as he stammers out a quick clarification, making sure she knows the message definitely didn't come from another man. Pacing back and forth across his fancy bedroom, he mutters to himself in disbelief, shocked that the unexpected message was actually a personal letter from the new baby. Seeking confirmation, he turns to his stoic butler, asking if any official letters or updates have arrived from young Echidna recently. The butler drops a completely deadpan nope, leaving the young lord standing there in full chibi disappointment. You gotta feel a little bad for the guy getting totally ghosted. Scene. Outside, a freezing winter blizzard sweeps over the snow-covered estate and distant mountains, setting a cozy yet tense atmosphere. Back inside, Rowena stares down at an incoming envelope with a hilariously suspicious expression, trying to figure out why the Grand Duke is randomly sending her mail. Unfolding, the Grand Duke is whining like a needy child about how she talks to the Grand Duchess all the time, but never bothers to ask how he's doing. Rowena literally sweat drops at his dramatic guilt trip. Picking up her feather quill, Rowena lets out a heavy sigh, deciding she might as well write a polite reply just to keep her beloved Arkid happy. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door creaks open. Rowena glances over in surprise, knowing Arkid is supposed to be working down at the mine right now. Sound! Glow! Bursting through the doorway surrounded by imaginary flowers, Henry excitedly announces that he's brought game-changing news for the Duchess. Henry presents a magnificent chest filled with glowing iridescent mana crystals along with an imperial scroll, revealing that the royal family already responded to their spirit sample. Henry proudly confirms that an official imperial delegation is on its way, sending Chibi Rowena into a hyperactive victory dance because those spirits sure know how to speedrun bureaucracy. SFX, rub rub. With a devious grin, Chibi Rowena rubs her hands together as shiny gold coins float around her head. Her master plan is coming together perfectly, and the bag is secured. Down at the snowy mining site, minecarts are practically overflowing with radiant, multicolored mana stones resting on the tracks. Honestly, the artist went crazy on the crystal rendering here. Holding the golden spirit detector in his hand, young Arkid marvels at the brilliant haul, genuinely amazed by the sheer power of a spirit's divine blessing. SFX ring ring ring, Rowena comes running through the snow calling out his name, but the golden pocket watch in Arkid's palm suddenly goes totally haywire. Snap! With a sharp snap, the glass face on the magical watch shatters into pieces, sending glowing rainbow dust crumbling into his bare hand. Arkid stares at the ruined artifact in complete shock and confusion, wondering if the rare detection device just randomly broke down on its own. Unbeknownst to him, the tiny fairy spirit is literally crawling over his palm, happily licking the magical powder because it tastes just like its favorite rare flower. Rowena just deadpans at the spirit's lack of manners. Snap, tap! Quick on her feet, Rowena rushes over and rapidly slaps the dust off Arkid's hand, while the floating fairy spirit cries out in chibi anger that she intentionally broke it so humans wouldn't discover her. Woo! Wiping a bead of sweat off her forehead, Rowena sighs in relief that she managed to cover up the spirit's prank just in time before Arkid softly calls out her name. Sparkle, framed by soft winter light and a fluffy white scarf, Arkid asks if she walked all the way out here to pick him up, causing Rowena's heart to do absolute gymnastics at how ridiculously cute he is. Trying to play it cool, Chibi Rowena pats her flushed cheeks, nervously claiming she only came running down to deliver some important updates. She explains that Henry agreed to host the imperial delegation himself, meaning they are finally free to head back to the warmth of the castle. SFX, touch. Arkid looks at her with soft, touching eyes, asking if she really sprinted through the freezing snow just to share that news right away. Snap! Stepping dangerously close, Arkid gently cups her cheek with a serious look, scolding her for not waiting indoors where it's warm, while Rowena's entire face turns bright red. SFX, unwrap. Without hesitation, Arkid reaches up to unwind the plush white scarf from around his own neck. Snap! Sparkling flowers burst across the screen as Arkid lovingly wraps his warm scarf around Rowena, while she swoons internally over how amazing he smells. Okay, who gave this kid permission to be such a smooth romantic lead? Taking full advantage of the mood, Rowena shyly tucks her chin into the scarf, whimpering that her hands are freezing too, prompting the floating spirit to call her out for being an absolute master schemer. Smiling with absolute gentle charm, Arkid completely falls for her cute trick, softly agreeing that the winter air is indeed pretty cold today. Squeeze! He gently reaches down and takes her soft hand into his own, interlocking their fingers tightly to share his warmth. Surrounded by a dreamy blossom background, Arkid looks into her eyes with a sweet smile, asking if they should start heading home together. Scene? Boom. Rowena stands there completely frozen with steam practically blowing out of her ears, internally screaming in shock at how effortless Arkid's flirting game has gotten. Picture rolling up to the estate after a chaotic mission, only to be greeted like royalty by the entire staff. As the carriage pulls to a halt, the maid comes sprinting down the stairs shouting in total delight, while the butler bows like he's welcoming the emperor himself. Look at Vivian's face right now. Her eyes are practically sparkling with pure, unadulterated excitement seeing her young mistress back home in one piece. SFX. Shine! Stepping off the carriage with a cheerful grin, Rowena casually checks in on her favorite maid, but Vivian's sharp eyes immediately lock onto the mysterious piece of parchment tucked under her arm. Swish! Rowena proudly unfolds the official contract, smugly declaring that she didn't just survive her little field trip, she successfully snagged a brilliant spirit scholar to be her permanent research trusted aide. With a devious little grin floating over her face, Chibi Rowena starts rubbing her hands together like a mastermind, already contemplating which unsuspecting victim she should recruit next into her growing empire. Talk about an absolute boss mindset. CLK. Moving inside to the lavish reception room, Rowena sits across from Lord Kobe and his assistant, thanking them for rushing over on such short notice. Kobe sits there looking all nervous with his glowing glasses, mentioning how she summoned him the second he stepped foot in the mansion, while Rowena leans back with a deadly serious look to set up her next big play. Snap! Out of nowhere, Rowena whips out a glowing golden gift certificate, revealing that she pulled some serious strings with her father to grant him an all-expenses-paid luxury vacation. Kobe and his assistant literally lose their minds staring at the blinding piece of paper, while Rowena hitches a cute little wink, explaining she personally penned a dramatic plea to secure his precious time off. Wait, hold up. Is that an official voucher for the legendary Elaine's Ol Hotel? You know, the exclusive 5-star paradise where normal nobles have to book their rooms a whole year in advance just to get a foot in the door? The panel cuts to a breathtaking view of the hotel palace wrapped in sunbeams and white roses, looking like a billionaire's resort straight out of a fantasy fairy tale. Honestly, the artist cooked so hard on this architectural backdrop. 6. Shake, shake. The assistant grabs Kobe's arm with a face full of unhinged intensity, convinced she must be hallucinating from overwork, while Kobe desperately begs her to let go before she breaks his wrist. Puffing out her chest in pure flex mode, Rowena casually boasts that since the entire Ale Hotel belongs to her family, top-tier VIP suites are basically handed to them on a silver platter. Crying hilarious waterfall tears, the desperate assistant begs Kobe to stuff her inside his luggage so she can sneak into the luxury resort too, but Kobe just dodges her with a ruthless, cheerful refusal. SFX wheel rattle. Out in the courtyard, Rowena presents a high-end luxury carriage fitted with velvet cushions, proving she really thought of every single detail for Kobe's cozy getaway. Kobe starts waving his hands in frantic panic, insisting that a royal carriage is way too lavish and a simple horse would suffice, only for Rowena to scold him like a stern big sister for even suggesting such a grueling ride. SFX soft touch. Holding his neck in deep shock, Kobe stammers that he has no clue how he'll ever repay the Duchess's overwhelming generosity, but Rowena just tells him to take it easy and enjoy the reward. Snap, boom! Look at Rowena's brilliant flower-filled smile right here. She looks like an absolute ray of sunshine, incapable of holding a single bad thought. Tear sparks. Zooming in on Kobe's glasses, you can see actual tears welling up in his eyes as her heartwarming warmth hits him right in the soul. Completely conquered by her sweetness, Kobe clutches his chest with tears of infinite loyalty, swearing to execute any task she commands. But check out Chibi Rowena underneath. She's smirking like a total villain who just trapped another top talent. Step, strolling down the grand carpeted hallway, the maid lets out a dramatic sigh of envy about the Alang vacation before casually wondering how the young masters are faring. The maid sweetly recalls how the young masters used to adore Rowena despite their rough edges, leaving Rowena giving her the ultimate side-eye of pure skepticism. Sff, whisper. The maid insists with a warm smile that the boys secretly miss her terribly every single day. As the maid asks if Rowena misses them back, a sudden cloud of hesitation hits Rowena as she mutters the names of the infamous April twins. A dark flashback reveals Eliza and Kyle, two gorgeous red-haired brothers with absolute trash personalities who were maniacally obsessed with the original female lead. Seriously, those shadowed silhouettes with glowing glasses give off major red flag villain energy. Rowena reflects on how their twisted obsession wasn't even true love, but rather a creepy trauma response, where they kept projecting their deceased younger sister onto the heroine. SFX clap. Breaking the heavy, depressing atmosphere, the maid claps her hands to snap Rowena back to reality. Putting her deep thoughts aside, Rosina spreads her arms wide with enthusiasm, announcing that with her parents returning home soon, they need to organize a grand welcome party right away. Rowena glances down the hall at a stiff row of maids standing in robotic silence, instantly cringing at how ridiculously formal and boring the standard reception looks. Suddenly, a brilliant light bulb pops over Chibi Rowena's head as an absolutely chaotic idea takes root in her evil mastermind brain. With a mischievous grin and a villainous chin rest, Rowena boasts that she is crafting the ultimate, unforgettable welcome strategy, leaving the poor maid sweating in confusion. SFX, swoosh! The grand front doors burst open in a shower of glowing rose petals as the Grand Duke and Duchess step inside, looking completely bewildered by the sudden spectacle. CH hour, confetti explodes everywhere as Rowena and young Urkid stand at the top of the staircase holding giant handmade welcome banners, while the servants clap and cheer like crazy. Look at Rowena holding up her banner with absolute pride, shouting cringe K-pop style slogans that compare her mother to a heavenly milky white goddess missing from the heavens. SFX, blush. Duchess Elena's face turns bright red from secondhand embarrassment, while the Grand Duke literally chokes back his laughter in the background at his wife being put on blast. Next up is young Arkid, standing there with his head hung in soul-crushing shame, holding a banner claiming the Duke is an inescapable trap. The artist drawing the Duchess snickering in the corner is comedy gold. Stepping down the red carpet, the Duchess admits she's never received such a hilariously wild greeting in her entire life, right as Rowena whispers to Arkid to initiate Phase 2. Snap! Turning bright red from ear to ear, young Arkid nervously steps forward and extends a massive, breathtaking bouquet of pink and white peonies. Soft light. The Duchess gazes down at him with an intensely tender expression, softly confessing how much she missed him while away. Archit turns his head away in maximum tsundere mode, stammering out a timid confession that he's really glad she made it back safe. So delicately, the Duchess reaches out and cradles the glowing bouquet, completely swept off her feet by the adorable kids. FAQ, hug! Sweeping both Rowena and Arkid into a tight, heartwarming embrace, the Duchess thanks them deeply while nervously praying nobody outside ever sees those embarrassing banners. Back in the room, the maid praises Rowena with shining eyes, asking how on earth she comes up with such genius, heart-melting ideas every single time. SFX flag. As the maids squeal over how insanely cute Arkid looked, Rowena proudly rubs her nose like a smug little champion who just won an Olympic gold medal. But then the maid casually remarks that it's a huge shame they didn't bring a professional painter to capture Archid's shy expression, causing Rowena to instantly freeze in her tracks. Snap, rage! Chibi Rowena explodes into a full-blown dramatic tantrum, screaming in pure agony because everyone missed out on recording Arkid's adorable head flinch for eternity. SFX? Thud! Vowing to force Kobe to craft a magical recording stone immediately, Rowena's train of thought is suddenly cut short by a loud crashing noise outside her window. Looking down at the courtyard, servants are frantically sprinting back and forth carrying tea sets and silver trays to prepare for an upcoming high society banquet. CFX Rattle. A magnificent royal carriage surrounded by elite knights pulls into the villa courtyard as Rowena realizes the official imperial delegation has finally arrived on her doorstep. Sound effect. Flutter. Floating gently near the tree branches, the tiny butterfly fairy spirit explains to Rowena that their magical contract has made her spirit aura much easier to detect, allowing them to manifest physically at last. Ever wonder what happens when a little fairy drops a complete bomb about magical stones right in the middle of a peaceful garden walk? SFX Whisper. The tiny butterfly spirit casually reveals that consuming Delphina magic turns creatures directly into ultra-rare magic stones, leaving Rowena absolutely blown away by her mother-in-law's insane secret stockpile. Snap. With dollar signs practically flashing in her eyes, Chibi Rowena rubs her hands together like a total greed monster, realizing she just stumbled onto the ultimate infinite money glitch. But before she can start drafting her grand get-rich-quick business plan, a stern voice from behind instantly cuts her short. Stepping into the sunlight with unmatched elegance, Duchess Elena looks like an absolute divine goddess draped in pure white lace and soft pastel florals. Honestly, the artist went completely off with her character design. She radiates pure luxury and grace. Step! As Rowena looks up the grand marble staircase, she notices Elena holding hands with a ridiculously handsome stranger in a sharp white suit. Wait a minute! Who on earth is this charming gentleman escorting her mother-in-law like they're royalty on a stroll? Slow! The blonde duke strolls down beside Elena with a gentle, laid-back smile and a low ponytail, giving off total main character sidekick energy that instantly raises Rowena's red alert sensors. Snap! The second Elena introduces him as Duke Douglas Ebel, Rowena's jaw drops into the stratosphere. Wait, if his last name is Ebel, that means he's directly related to the story's main antagonist. Snap! Dark, stormy clouds instantly gather in Rowena's mind as she visualizes Catherine, the notorious future villainess with the dark purple aura. Finding out this polite gentleman is the father of her future mortal enemy is an absolute plot twist nobody saw coming. Completely unaware of Rowena's internal crisis, Duke Douglas flashes a charming, closed-eye smile, casually mentioning how Elena hasn't stopped singing her praises ever since they met. Turning her head away with a cute blush, Chibi Elena crosses her arms and insists she didn't brag that much, while Chibi Rowena looks back and forth in pure confusion at her mother-in-law's sudden shyness. Duke Douglas just chuckles softly, adding that he heard all about Rowena's legendary, chaotic antics during the recent festival. Talk about having a reputation that precedes you everywhere you go. Sparkle. Bathed in a sea of blooming white strawberries and pastel flowers, Rowena stands frozen in her adorable purple dress, trying her absolute best to maintain her composure while analyzing the situation. Splash. The Duke casually brings up his daughter Catherine, laughing about how she's currently obsessed with horse riding and keeps coming home bruised up. A hilarious chibi flashback shows poor Catherine getting flattened by a smug horse, leaving Rowena sweating bullets because that wild tomboy behavior doesn't fit a delicate villainess at all. Hearing about the young girl's injuries, Elena immediately frets with genuine maternal concern, promising to send over her best healing ointments. Douglas just gazes at her warmly, praising her for always understanding his daughter's heart. Douglas teases that Elena's maternal instinct must come from experience, but Elena playfully shoots back with a smirk, reminding him that he used to fall off his own horse way more often than she ever did. As the two of them share a sweet, nostalgic laugh in the garden sunshine, Rowena stands nearby with massive question marks floating over her head, wondering just how deep their past relationship actually goes. Rowena starts connecting the dots in her head. Since Douglas belongs to the Imperial faction and Elena is royal blood, they must have been super tight back in their academy days alongside Grand Duke Damien. Check out this gorgeous flashback panel with the dark roses. The atmospheric lighting here is top-tier webtoon art. Suddenly, the ambient temperature drops to sub-zero as a chilling, sinister voice echoes from the shadows, asking what kind of juicy conversation everybody's enjoying without him. SFX Intense. Stepping out from behind the pillars, Grand Duke Damien appears draped in an intimidating dark navy coat, glowing with absolute husband jealousy energy as he glares straight at his rival. Sensing the immediate danger of an adult brawl, Chibi Rowena scampers right up to her father, casually asking if he was taking a walk, while Damien rubs his temples looking completely stressed out. Damien sighs deeply, muttering that he came out for a relaxing breath of fresh air, only to end up twice as exhausted. He then turns his cold, icy glare toward Douglas, sarcastically asking if his stay at the estate has been comfortable enough. SFX crunch. Douglas casually drops a massive bomb, remarking how great it is to see an old friend, especially when someone keeps mysteriously intercepting and burning all his private letters. Meanwhile, Chibi Rowena pulls out a pair of 3D glasses and starts munching popcorn to watch the drama unfold. Sparks. Damien's vein pops as he snaps, telling Douglas that creeping on a married woman is completely out of line. But when Douglas tries claiming their bond is purely innocent, Damien explodes, yelling that purity froze to death and accusing Douglas of chasing Elena during their youth. SFX slap. Right as the argument reaches maximum toxicity and tea is about to spill everywhere, two delicate hands suddenly slam over Rowena's eyes from behind, completely cutting off her front row drama view. Elena holds Rowena tight, sternly warning both men not to act like unhinged toddlers in front of the child. Chibi Rowena squirms in frustration, begging her mother to let her watch the fight because drama this good only happens once a lifetime. With the child successfully blinded, Elena turns her sharp gaze onto Damien, directly confronting him about whether he intercepted her private mail. Damien looks away like a guilty puppy, lamely claiming it was all just an innocent accident. When Elena demands to know where the letter is, Damien smoothly folds his arms and declares with a straight face that he already burned it to ashes. Talk about an absolute toxic king response. Chibi Elena glares in utter disbelief, sarcastically asking if he accidentally picked out only Douglas's letters from the huge pile to incinerate, while Chibi Damien puts on a sparkly innocent face and says it was completely statistically possible. Elena crosses her arms, asking if he's still holding a petty grudge over that old mining business deal, scoffing as she really looks like such a spiteful person to him, only for Damien to answer with a flat, instant yes. SFX drama. Damien dramatically clutches his heart, admitting with total honesty that he is still deeply sore about it, while Elena's eyes glow red with pure annoyance at her petty husband. Sensing that the marital crossfire is about to turn nuclear, Duke Douglas wisely decides to take his leave before he gets dragged into their domestic war zone. Before departing, Douglas turns to little Rowena with a warm, fatherly smile, promising to introduce her to his daughter whenever she visits the imperial capital. Suette. Douglas assures her that despite being a bit clumsy, his daughter Catherine is a sweet girl who would make a fantastic friend, but Rowena just stands there sweating profusely, horrified at the thought of befriending the future final boss. As Douglas strolls away into the distance, Elena leads Rowena inside while leaving Damien standing all alone in the cold yard. Rowena vows in her head that she is going to avoid Catherine at all human costs to protect her peaceful life. Glancing back at her sullen father standing in the background, Rowena lets out a heavy sigh, complaining out loud that her little legs are starting to ache from all this walking. Snap! Damien immediately brightens up and reaches out to escort his wife, only for Elena to completely ignore his outstretched hand, grab Rowena by the shoulder, and walk away without even looking back. Chibi Rowena gives the ultimate smug villain grin, internally cheering on her absolute queen mother-in-law. Snap! The scene transitions beautifully into the peaceful glass conservatory, where sunlight streams through elegant green foliage and delicate white roses, setting a calm atmosphere after all that chaotic family drama. Sprees! Golden rays illuminate the lush greenhouse gardens, casting a serene glow over marble tables and pristine flower displays as the story moves to its next hilarious segment. Sitting at a private tea table inside the sunlit greenhouse, Grand Duke Damien meticulously cuts a fresh strawberry cake for Rowena, while she sits across from him wondering why on earth she's being held hostage for an interrogation. Slice! The silver cake knife glides smoothly through fluffy white cream and juicy red strawberries as Damien softly calls out to her in his most gentle, persuasive voice. Damien lets out a deep, dramatic sigh, looking like a tragic male lead as he openly laments that his beloved Grand Duchess seems deeply displeased with him lately. Rowena rests her chin on her hand with complete deadpan apathy, telling him she wouldn't know anything about that, while secretly screaming in her head that if he wants her advice, he better hand over the cake first. Serve! Damien carefully places a gorgeous slice of strawberry shortcake onto a plate, complaining that Elena has been deliberately ghosting him for days. Rowena just side-eyes him hard, shocked that it took his dense brain this long to notice. Surprise! Damien mutters to himself that her silent treatment must be because he burned Duke Douglas's letter, causing Rowena to freeze as Douglas's name gets brought up yet again. Satisfied, handing over the sweet dessert with a smooth smile, Damien begins setting up his real pitch while Chibi Rowena squeals in pure happiness at the sight of her bribe. Sparkling eyes, Rowena cups her hands with sparkling eyes, ready to devour the heavenly strawberry slice, totally unaware of the dangerous contract she's about to sign. Boom! Suddenly, Damien's aura shifts into full dark spy master mode as glowing roses bloom behind him, coldly instructing Rowena that he needs her to act as his personal undercover agent to stalk Duke Douglas. Damien reasons that for some odd reason, that scoundrel Douglas seems unusually soft and lenient toward her. Chibi Rowena just stands there with a completely dead, unamused expression, realizing she's being drafted into an official's espionage mission. Slam! Rowena bluffs, asking if he really thinks he can buy her loyalty with a measly single piece of cake, only for Damien to heavy slam a glowing pink velvet book onto the table, causing her eyes to pop out of her head. SFX drama! It's her holy grail, the secret, heavily locked personal diary containing every single shred of top-secret data regarding Arcade, from his exact birth time down to his blood type and growth charts. CFX crack. While Chibi Rowena's soul shatters into a million stone pieces over her private stalker vault being compromised, she quickly puts on a sweaty customer service smile, thanking her father for finding her lost book and agreeing to the spy mission without hesitation. Slide! Imagine trying to reclaim your stolen secret diary, only for your cunning father-in-law to snatch it right off the table while hitting you with the ultimate finders keepers line. Sigh fume! Damien smirks with absolute superiority, declaring that since the book was found on his land, it officially belongs to him now, leaving Chibi Rowena internally screaming that he's a complete and total sociopath. Sitting in the sunlit glasshouse, Damien casually flips through the stalker notebook, dangling it like the ultimate ransom reward if Rowena agrees to spy on Duke Douglas for him. FX rage. Chibi Rowena's face turns demonic as dark aura radiates around her, seriously weighing the pros and cons of taking out the Grand Duke right then and there. Seriously, this man is playing with fire extortion. Gulp. Realizing she holds zero leverage in this negotiation, she swallows her pride with a comical gulp and begrudgingly accepts the terms of the deal. Sparkle! Cue the detective outfit. Rowena rocks a full Sherlock Holmes cap and magnifying glass, fully committing to her new undercover spy mission. Using her elite observation skills refined from years of stalking Arcade, Rowena keeps tabs on Duke Douglas as he reads, takes outdoor walks, and plays chess with the Grand Duchess. Talk about a masterclass in covert ops. StaffX, clink! Fresh tea is poured into porcelain cups beside a vase of vibrant red tulips, setting the stage for Rowena's official undercover interrogation session. Sip. Sitting across from Duke Douglas, Rowena casually sips her tea while pointing out that his chess score against the Grand Duchess is currently tied 2-2. SFX, brush! Douglas softly brushes back his dark hair, casually boasting that he's actually a master chess player himself when he puts his mind to it. Rowena flashes an innocent smile, teasingly asking if he wants to play a match against her, while cheekily adding that she knows he'll just throw a sore loser tantrum if he gets beaten by a kid. Buff! Internally, Chibi Rowena admits that because Douglas shares such a striking resemblance to Arcade, it's almost impossible for her to stay genuinely angry at his smug attitude. Looking down at her reflection in her warm tea, Rowena's sharp mind starts clicking, suspecting this entire spy mission was just Damien's petty excuse to keep Douglas and Elena from hanging out alone. Testing the waters, Rowena remarks how amazingly well Douglas and her mother seem to get along, only for Douglas to scoff, insisting that he and Elena used to be way closer back in the day. Smug. Rowena smirks playfully, firing back that from where she's sitting, her mother definitely looks way more relaxed around him than around Damien. Check out how quickly the Duke's smug face turns deadpan. Douglas leans back with a solemn expression, lightly dismissing her sharp jabs by asking how a little kid like her could ever grasp the complicated drama of adult romance. The camera pulls back to reveal the lavish, candlelit lounge room, where an awkward silence settles between the Duke and his mini interrogator. SFX puzzle. Question marks hover over Chibi Rowena's head as she tries to decipher what deep, hidden history those two actually share. Cut to a gorgeous sunlit garden afternoon where Rowena sits peacefully at a rustic wooden table under a leafy tree, accompanied by her loyal maid Vivian. Snap! Dressed in adorable pastel pink dress, Rowena holds a fresh orange blossom bathed in soft golden sunlight. Honestly, the background floral lighting in this chapter is top-tier webtoon art. Vivian smirks mischievously, calling out Rowena for constantly staring at the courtyard windows right around the exact time young Master Arkid usually passes by. Snap! Flustered by the accusation, Rowena frantically reaches for her flower bouquet, accidentally stabbing her finger directly onto a sharp rose thorn with a sharp gasp. SFX pain. Rowena clutches her wounded hand in defeat while Vivian panics, realizing her teasing just caused her young mistress to draw actual blood. CFX dash. Vivian sprints toward the mansion to retrieve healing ointment, leaving poor Rowena sitting alone in the garden cradling her injured finger. SFX whisper. Tears welling up in her eyes, Rowena suddenly hears a familiar gentle voice calling out her name from across the lawn. SFX dash. Archid comes running across the bright green grass, looking deeply concerned as he rushes straight to her side to check if she's all right. Leaning over the wooden table, Arkid gently takes her hands into his, while a flustered Rowena stammers that it's just a tiny little thorn prick and nothing to worry about. Scheme. Chibi Rowena's inner mischievous brain immediately kicks in, realizing Arkid is acting super attentive today and wondering if she can leverage this for some physical affection. Acting. Putting on her best helpless maiden act, Rowena coyly asks if Arkid could blow on her finger, claiming it would magically heal the pain instantly. Arkid freezes in his tracks, his cheeks turning bright red as Rowena's heart goes absolute doki-doki watching his super flustered reaction. Whoosh. Taking a soft, hesitant breath, Arkid resolves himself to help his favorite girl no matter how embarrassing it feels. Sparkle! Bathed in a heavenly aura of glowing white lilies, Arkid gently holds her hand and tenderly blows on her injured finger talk about peak otome romance webtoon vibes. Snap! Crash! The sheer, unadulterated cuteness overloads Chibi Rowena's brain so hard, she literally vomits a full rainbow of pure bliss. CFX trotting, Vivian arrives jogging back with the medicine jar in hand, surprised to find Lord Arkid already keeping her mistress company. SFX greet. Arkid offers a warm, polite greeting to Vivian, while Rowena rests her chin on her hand with a smug grin, noting how close those two have gotten lately. Slap! Without a single second of hesitation, Vivian brutally dabs a giant cotton ball coated in stinging disinfectant directly onto Rowena's open thorn wound. Swap! Rena shrieks in absolute agony as the alcohol burns, while Vivian stands there wearing the most evil, cheerful maid smile in existence. Vivian dryly notes that Rowena only ever seems to get hurt whenever the ointment gets left behind, causing Rowena to huff that leaving the medicine behind is total maid negligence. Snap! Arkid flashes a dashing protective smile, smoothly declaring that if Vivian is too busy, he should be the one designated to take care of Rowena from now on. Spheres. Hearts! Chibi Rowena's eyes turn into massive pink hearts as she immediately agrees without a second thought. Solution! Rowena fantasizes about getting both her knees scraped up every day if it means Arkid will tend to her wounds, while Vivian stands in the background looking completely dead inside at her mistress's simping. SFX glow. Turning her full attention back to Arkid with glowing blue eyes, Rowena happily strikes up a fresh conversation in the sunny garden. Rowena brings up the news that Arkid agreed to an upcoming archery match against Duke Douglas before the Imperial delegation leaves the territory. Arkid softly turns to her, asking if she would like to come watch him practice and compete if she has free time this weekend. Slam! Rowena violently slams her hands onto the wooden table, jumping up with fiery determination to declare that of course she's coming. If his number one fan isn't there cheering, who else would be? Sniff! Rummage! Digging through her pockets, Rowena excitedly reveals that she has already finished crafting a custom-embroidered handkerchief just for him to wear. Surprise! Arkad's eyes widen in genuine shock, touched to hear that she spent so much time making a personalized gift for his match. Surrounded by glowing white strawberries and pastel flowers, Rowena proudly presents a gorgeous floral gift box with a beaming, angelic smile. SFX. Focus. The scene transitions to the archery field, where Arkad pulls back a heavy wooden bow stem with absolute laser focus and flawless form. Swoosh! With the sharp snap of the bowstring, the arrow slices through the gusty wind with incredible speed toward the distant target. Ever seen a kid pull off a bullseye with the cold precision of an assassin? Well, Arkad isn't taking any chances today, releasing arrow after arrow into the target board with absolute focus as he gears up for the big tournament. Just as he admires his shot, a voice interrupts his zone, causing our young prodigy to snap out of his trance with a startled gasp. Enter Ethan, the suave vice captain of the Hedellis Knights, stepping in with a charming smile that practically screams top-tier side character energy. Arkad stays as humble as ever, shaking off the praise while glancing back at his grouping and admitting he's still miles away from matching his father's godly skills. But Ethan knows the truth. Watching the boy train, he remembers how intimidated he felt when asked to mentor him, only to be blown away by Arkad's raw talent. Seal Flash. With solid fundamentals and dark bloodline magic waiting to unleash upon adulthood, Ethan internally confirms that this kid is destined for absolute greatness. Shifting back to the mat, Ethan notes that while the Grand Duke is legendary with a bow, Duke Essel is a seasoned hunter who definitely won't go down easy. But Arkad just smirks with total main character confidence, declaring that victory is already locked in as long as he has his secret weapon. Sparkle! Cue the dramatic zoom in on his wrist. Wrapped right there is the adorable custom handkerchief featuring Rowena's hand-drawn chibi face. Honestly, look at him proudly flexing it like a championship belt. He literally declares it's the very first gift from his wife. Talk about an ultimate flex before battle. Sev fact. Completely won over by the wholesome flex, Ethan slaps him on the shoulder, admitting those bad rumors about their marriage were pure fake news. Pumped up with righteous husband energy, Arkad clenches his fist with fire in his eyes, promising to bring home the trophy no matter what. Fast forward to match day. Banners flutter against the bright blue sky as the entire estate prepares for the grand archery clash. Scents roar. The massive arena is packed to the brim with cheering crowds, creating an electric atmosphere that feels like a full-blown gladiatorial championship. Up in the VIP stands, Chibi Rowena is bouncing with excitement to cheer on her favorite boy, only to freeze in utter disbelief when the competitors step out. Suspense. Drama. Wait, hold on. Walking onto the arena floor clad in full warrior garb with a golden bow is none other than her own mother, the Grand Duchess Elena. Rowena's maid casually drops the bomb that her Grace has been an archery monster since childhood. But the tea doesn't stop there. SFX Ghost. Legend says Elena used to practice her aim by tying up people she hated with apples on their heads, leaving Chibi Rowena's soul leaving her body over her mom's terrifying past. Recovering from the brutal lore drop, Rowena's eyes sparkle as she turns her attention back to the field to catch the action. Down on the field, Arkad makes his grand entrance, instantly scanning the stands until his eyes lock onto a certain red-haired fan. Sep, tap. With a smooth, dazzling gesture, Arkad deliberately taps his wrist handkerchief, silently letting Rowena know he's wearing her lucky charm. SFX crash. The direct fan service hits Rowena so hard, an imaginary arrow pierces her heart. She is literally collapsing from pure romance overload right here. Scheme! Not wasting a single second, Chibi Rowena immediately commands her personal team of painters to draft that exact legendary flex into history. Meanwhile, back near the athlete tunnel, the mood completely drops to sub-zero near the arrow quivers. Standing in the shadows, bathed in sunlight, Elena looks like an absolute goddess of war, gripping her heavy bow with lethal composure. SFX. glare. Her sharp red eyes lock forward as a cold, tense voice echoes from behind, telling her not to push herself beyond her limits. It's Duke Douglas. He steps out from the hallway shadows, watching her with a surprisingly intense, guarded expression. Crossing his arms, Douglas dryly suggests that it would be way better if she just pulled out of the competition altogether. Elena tries to walk right past his unsolicited advice, but Douglas snatches her wrist, pointing out that her arms are physically trembling. Slap! Without missing a beat, Elena violently swats his hand away, coldly snapping that she's completely fine and needs him to back off. Throwing a heavy, dark gaze over her shoulder, she venomously asks who he thinks caused her injuries in the first place, leaving Douglas completely speechless. Excuse! Trying to save face, Douglas puts on a smug demeanor, claiming he just hates winning against opponents who aren't in peak form. Talk about a terrible cover-up. Snap! Elena stomps away in utter disgust, internally wishing this arrogant guy would just drop off the face of the earth already. Left standing alone in the hallway, Douglas watches her departure with a somber, brooding look that hints at some serious unresolved baggage. Cut to post-match, Rowena bounds over with a soft towel in hand, ready to shower her favorite hero with endless praise for his hard work. But Arkid hangs his head in tragic disappointment, apologizing profusely because he placed second after hitting 8 out of 10 targets. Gently tracing the stitched handkerchief on his wrist, his heart aches over falling short of absolute perfection. Sploom! Looking up with wet puppy dog eyes, he whispers that he promised to repay her handmade gift with an undisputed victory. Sefex Doki. Seriously, check out Rowena's internal reaction. The sheer, adorable sadness of this boy is literally driving her crazy. Gently wiping the sweat from his cheek, Rowena reassures him that he looked insanely cool out there and did an incredible job. Arkid's face brightens up, and he smoothly asks if she'd like him to give her personal archery lessons sometime. SFX fluster. When he hesitates and suggests she might prefer learning from a real knight, Rowena panics and frantically screams at him to teach her. Realizing she blurted that out with way too much enthusiasm, Chibi Rowena covers her mouth in utter embarrassment. The sad puppy face instantly vanishes, replaced by Arkid's blinding, triumphant smile as he happily accepts her request. Snap! A bolt of lightning strikes Rona's brain as she realizes she just got totally outplayed by his fake sad puppy tactics. Later that evening at the grand dining table, the aura's so icy you could freeze meat on it, while Damien and Elena glare at each other in total silence. Rowena sits there sweating buckets, remembering how Duke Douglas casually dropped a bomb about introducing her to the main story's villainess. Siver. Not to mention her sacred stalker diary is still held hostage by her scary dad, making this dinner an absolute psychological nightmare. Slam! Unable to endure the awkward torture for another second, Rowena slams her hands down and raises her arm high to break the silence. SFX pressure. Instantly, both parents lock onto her with terrifying dark aura stares, demanding to know what she has to say. Talk about high-stakes family drama. Chibi Rowena breaks into a heavy cold sweat as the suffocating tension at the dining table reaches an all-time high, leaving her terrified of being caught in the crossfire between her intimidating parents. Desperate to escape the awkward family drama, Rowena dramatically pumps her fists with an adorable, teary-eyed plea to go out on an innocent picnic together. Cut to a breathtaking scenic view of the lush countryside as their grand horse-drawn carriage rolls along the winding path toward the towering white spire of the sacred temple. Swoosh! Inside the carriage, Rowena gazes out the window admiring the warm scenery, only to turn around and get instantly hit by a sub-zero icy glare radiating from her parents. Grand Duke Damien crosses his arms in suspicious disbelief, asking his wife why on earth she agreed to this sudden detour, while Elena coolly replies that Arkid's request actually made solid practical sense. SFX, shine! Elena, strategic-minded as ever, explains that since their family sponsors the temple, using a family picnic as cover is the ultimate tactical move to scout out the surrounding territory without raising any red flags. Hearing her mother turn a simple family trip into an undercover military operation, Chibi Rowena gives a deadpan stare. Seriously? Leave it to the Grand Duchess to turn a casual weekend outing into a covert recon mission. Damien smoothly drops a subtle sarcastic jab, asking Elena if a sweet daughter-in-law's wish really means so little compared to the heavy weight of her precious work. Suffix glare. Elena's sharp red eyes flash with lethal intensity as she locks onto Damien with a terrifying stare, demanding to know what he's trying to imply. Damien casually waves his hand with a fake innocent smile, bringing up how Rowena was dying to ride the boats on the Pale River, intentionally piling on the guilt trip like a master troll. Sparks fly between the couple as Elena aggressively snaps back, asking who says she wasn't going, while Damien smugly calls out her usual selfish ways. Honestly, these two need marriage counseling way more than a picnic. Watching her parents throw verbal daggers back and forth, Chibi Rowena's sweat drops into oblivion, seriously contemplating packing her bags and running away with Arkit before this toxic household consumes them all. Throwing a massive wrench into the argument, Elena suddenly claims full dibs on riding in the carriage exclusively with Rowena on the way back, leaving the room in complete disbelief. Both Rowena and Orchid glance at each other with wide, frantic eyes, internally crying over being separated on what was supposed to be their sweet couple outing. Damien instantly shuts it down, ordering Orchid to ride with him, while Rowena internally screams that married couples are supposed to stick together. Talk about the ultimate third-wheeling parents. Sif defeat, Chibi Rowena slumps over on the side in total despair, realizing that trying to get these two stubborn adults to reconcile is a completely hopeless dream. SFX. Tap tap. After arriving at the Grand Temple, Rowena quietly follows her maid down the brightly lit, immaculate marble corridors of the sprawling sanctuary. Sparkle! Rowena's eyes widen in absolute awe as she takes in the squeaky clean, sparkling hallways. Seriously, check out that reflective polish. You could literally eat off those floor tiles. The maid helpfully mentions that the surrounding region is famous for housing ancient ruins, with several rare artifacts discovered in the Delis territory currently on public display. Reaching into her outfit, the maid pulls out a folded document, handing over a detailed map of the nearby ruins that the local priest had provided earlier. Sending Rowena back to her room to inspect the document, the maid excuses herself to go double-check if Arkit is fully prepped and ready for their walk. Settling onto her luxurious plush bed, Rowena unfurls the map and carefully studies the marked locations of the ancient ruins. Snap! Suddenly, a tiny glowing fairy flutters out of thin air, hovering right beside her head with a look of pure astonishment as it gazes down at the paper. Pointing a tiny finger at an illustration on the document, the fairy reveals that the mysterious object was once used in ancient times by powerful beings to hatch legendary divine beasts. SFX ominous. Dark imagery fills the room as the fairy ominously warns that this artifact wasn't meant for hatching. It was a dark magical container crafted by black mages to forcibly enslave divine beasts. Rowena's eyes widen in deep confusion, frantically searching her memories of the original web novel to figure out if black mages were ever supposed to exist in this storyline. The fairy angrily stomps in midair, explaining that these wicked sorcerers broke sacred taboos and caused immense suffering for all spirit summoners, prompting Rowena to ask what forbidden line they crossed. Shadow. The fairy's expression darkens with heavy uncertainty as she admits that the exact details of the taboo remain shrouded in mystery. Trembling with visible fear, the tiny spirit wraps her arms around herself, revealing that the forbidden black magic was directly linked to manipulating time itself. CFX. Tick-tock. Massive rusty gears spin in a dark, shattered void as the fairy recalls the horrifying era when time itself froze and spirits were completely severed from human contact. The fairy insists that black magic is a shadowy blight that tears spatial rifts and pollutes the land, leading Rowena to put the pieces together and wonder if this dark magic is the true source of the world's corruption. Remembering how the plague-like pollution suddenly wiped across the continent in the original novel, Rowena realizes with a chill that someone might be actively using black magic right now. SFX, knock knock. A gentle knock at the door breaks her heavy train of thought as the maid announces that Arkit is officially ready and waiting outside. Panicking that a helpless divine beast might be currently suffering in secret, the tiny fairy frantically tugs on Rowena's sleeve, begging her to go save it right this instant. Chibi Rowena reassures the distressed little spirit, telling her to calm down and stop rushing, while promising they'll go inspect the site immediately. SFX. Twinkle. The fairy brightens up instantly, locking pinkies with Rowena in a cute magical promise that leaves the young lady giggling from the ticklish sensation. Stepping outside to the bright courtyard, Arkid tilts his head in mild surprise when Rowena suggests taking a quick detour to visit the local museum. Walking side by side along the grand open terrace, Rowena casually notes that since the museum is right nearby, it would be a shame not to drop in for a quick visit. When Rowena worriedly asks if he finds ancient relics boring, Arkid's face softens into a sweet smile as he admits he actually wanted to go too, making Rowena's heart melt over his absolute angel energy. Rowena happily strolls alongside him, taking comfort in the fact that since their parents are stuck handling official business, they have the entire day to themselves. Sphere, glow! Glowing flower petals flutter past as she mentally celebrates having plenty of free time until tomorrow to explore without any strict adult supervision. The young duo walks down the sunny garden path, surrounded by a warm, romantic atmosphere that looks like it belongs on the cover of a romance manhwa. Rowena lets out a cute giggle, lightheartedly teasing that thanks to their parents being busy, the two of them essentially get to enjoy a private date together. CFX. Chirp, birds sing happily in the green branches as Rowena quickly backtracks, nervously correcting herself that calling it a family trip is probably a lot more accurate. Smirk! Catching the subtle smirk forming on Arkid's lips, Chibi Rowena realizes he's genuinely enjoying himself, remembering that the poor boy had never been on a fun vacation before. Beaming with pure happiness, Rowena turns to him with a radiant, heart-melting smile, thrilled to see her favorite boy finally loosening up. Seeing Arkid turn toward her with a surprisingly intense, handsome glance, Rowena freezes in shock, frantically wondering if she accidentally blurted her inner thoughts out loud. Snap! Framed by a backdrop of glowing white roses, Arkid softly remarks that having their parents along would have only been a noisy distraction anyway. CFX shock. Chibi Rowena gasps in total disbelief. Did the quiet, reserved Arkid just casually throw shade at his own parents like a smooth romantic lead? Doki doki. Leaning in with a breathtaking, angelic smile, Arkid softly confesses that he wanted to come on this trip with just the two of them all along, leaving Rowena literally exploding from pure romance overload. Ever tried flirting with your crush only to be totally paralyzed by how insanely cute they are? Chibi Rowena is internally screaming because she wants to squeeze Arkid to pieces, but she forces herself to play it cool, casually remarking how exhausting it must be dealing with their unpredictable parents. Arkid starts to open up, opening his mouth to confess what's really on his mind, but right on cue, the universe interrupts. The carriage driver pops into frame to announce that their ride is ready, completely blowing up his moment. Step? Shutting down instantly, Arkid mutters that it's nothing and turns toward the carriage, leaving Rowena trailing behind with a disappointed look on her face. Man, the timing in these webtoons is relentless. As Arkid climbs into the carriage, Rowena catches a glimpse of his neck from behind. And wait a second, are those ears turning bright crimson? Talk about a total dead giveaway. Snap! Framed by a backdrop of dramatic pink blossoms, Rowena's internal alarm bells go off as she wonders if her eyes are playing tricks on her or if the cold young lord is actually flustered. Snap! Top! Fast forward inside the Grand Museum and the atmosphere instantly shifts. The two kiddos walk side by side down the massive, polished marble hallway, quietly holding hands like a mini power couple. Snick, Rowena keeps sneaking sideways glances at their intertwined fingers, her eyes darting back and forth while trying to keep her heart rate under control. A cute little text box pops up to confirm the vibe, held hands under the shameless excuse that the museum hallway is too dark. Honestly, who can blame her for taking advantage of the lighting? Chibi Rowena floats on cloud 9, mentally joking that she must have been a pencil in her past life because she keeps running into all these top-tier dark leads. You gotta respect her commitment to romance puns. Suddenly, a tiny fairy voice breaks the romantic spell, calling out to Rowena that they finally located the target exhibit in the hall. Rowena stops dead in her tracks, staring at a rusty, metallic sphere resting on a plush velvet cushion inside a protective magic circle. She instantly deadpans, thinking it looks less like an ancient magical relic and more like a rejected Pokeball. Floating right down to eye level, the tiny spirit flutter kicks over the rusty sphere, squinting closely to inspect every inch of its surface. Giving the all clear, the fairy confirms it's totally empty, basically an ancient tin can, leaving Rowena sighing in huge relief that whatever divine beast was inside managed to escape. Walking over, Rowena casually tells Arkid that these ancient artifacts honestly look like total junk, admitting she would have walked right past without realizing they were historic relics. Arkid tilts his head in deep thought, revealing that the sphere looks eerily similar to an object sitting inside his own father's study, shoved into a random drawer after the Duke thought he got scammed by a shady dealer. SFX, shock. A dark, glowing memory panel flashes screen-wide, showcasing a sinister purple orb. Rowena's face drops into complete horror as she puts two and two together. Sever! Looking down at the magic circle beneath her feet, Rowena's skin crawls as she realizes a literal black mage artifact might be sitting right under their nose back home. Biting her thumb nervously, Rowena vows to make Arkid toss that cursed object into the nearest trash bin the second they set foot back in the estate. Safety first, people. Meanwhile, back on the sunlit terrace, Grand Duchess Elena sits gracefully sipping her morning tea when high-pitched giggles start echoing through the garden. Snap! Slamming her teacup down with lethal precision, Elena's serene expression shatters as the sound of annoying, flirty voices continues to ruin her peace. Sigh. Rubbing her forehead in deep irritation, Elena groans internally, realizing her husband is out here shamelessly flirting with random women again? SFX, dark aura. The screen splits with a terrifying dark void as Elena's internal voice icy coldly notes just how utterly unpleasant this whole situation is becoming. Snap! Striding through the grand double doors with terrifying grace, the Grand Duchess steps onto the balcony to handle business herself. And what does she find? Duke Damien standing there looking smug as ever, with a blonde noblewoman clinging onto his arm like a total romantic lead. Smirk! Elena drops a lethal dose of sarcasm, asking if he's really not too busy to waste energy on trashy side adventures, while Damien smoothly boasts that his natural charm just never fades. Snap! Swooping in, Elena calmly lifts a porcelain teapot full of boiling water, turning to the blonde lady and bluntly asking what part of this man she finds so appealing, his face, his fortune, or his body. The blonde stammers in absolute terror as Elena delivers a masterclass verbal annihilation, telling her to read the room, recognize who she's talking to, and back off immediately. SFX, ominous, dark shadow aura radiates behind Elena as she continues her brutal roast, mocking the girl for blooming into a full-on homewrecker. The disrespect is legendary. SFX poor! Without skipping a single beat, Elena casually tilts the teapot and pours scalding hot tea straight over the side chick's head. Kiak! SFX glare. The blonde shrieks at the top of her lungs, drenched from head to toe in tea, while Elena looks down on her with cold, merciless eyes. Do not mess with the Grand Duchess. A quick close-up reveals that a few droplets of hot tea splashed onto Elena's own hand during the execution. Talk about collateral damage. Snap! Damien steps up, gently taking the teapot handle from her grasp while dropping a smooth remark that when watering wildflowers, one should always keep a safe distance. Smirk! Looking at her slightly reddened knuckles, Elena lets out a dangerous smirk, calling her husband a sly, scheming fox. These two are toxic perfection. Turning on her heel, Elena delivers one final threat, reminding him about their family boat trip tonight, adding that if he's late, she's personally tossing him into the river. Framed by elegant floral flourishes, Damien simply smirks back, promising to keep her charming threat in mind. Awkward. Cut to nighttime at the docks. Damien and Elena are standing 5 feet apart in absolute silence, while Chibi Rowena deadpans in the middle, realizing her parents somehow managed to drift even further apart. Slash! But the mood instantly lifts as they reach the pale river. Sparkling lights dance across the dark water, illuminating a stunning luxury boat waiting by the pier. Sparkle! Rowena's eyes light up with pure wonder as she takes in the breathtaking nocturnal scenery. They weren't lying. This place looks 10 times more magical at night. As they reach the floating dock, Arkid steps onto the boat first, turning back and extending a steady hand to help Rowena aboard. Arkid's touch is soft and protective as he stabilizes her step over the water. Snap! Rowena steps gracefully onto the decorated deck, her ruffled dress fluttering in the gentle night breeze. High-angle visual flex? The camera pulls back to reveal the entire family cruising down the shimmering river, surrounded by sparkling water reflections and lush green trees. Splash! Leaning way over the side railing, Rowena marvels at the glowing water below, remarking that the colorful reflections look like dancing elemental spirits. Snap! Touch! Out of nowhere, a warm hand rests on her shoulder as Arkid gently pulls her back from the edge. Sush! Leaning down right next to her ear, Arkid warns her that the river's dangerous at night. Rowena turns redder than a strawberry, internally dying over how close his face is. Slowly and deliberately, Arkid glides his palm open under the moonlight, offering his hand out to her once again. Seen, framed by glowing white floral blooms, Arkid gives her a jaw-dropping, angelic smile and softly calls out her name. "Okay, artist, you didn't have to go this hard on the lighting, but we're here for it." Rowena freezes in place, her heart hammering against her chest as Arkid softly asks if she's feeling scared right about now. SFX, thump thump. Chibi Rowena's eyes flare with fiery determination. Realizing that playing the damsel in distress gets her unlimited hand-holding, she decides to commit 100% to the act. Shake, shake. Dramatically trembling like a leaf, Rowena grabs both of Arkid's hands with an adorable, teary-eyed plea of being terrified, while Arkid smiles warmly, knowing full well he fell right into her cute little trap. Ever thought you could smooth talk your terrifying wife during a romantic night cruise? Duke Damien tries his absolute best, casually offering a hand to Elena with a smirk. But Elena shuts him down instantly with a lethal death glare, warning him to sit down before she personally tosses him into the cold river. Silence. While the parents radiate pure danger on the upper deck, the kids are down below holding hands like they're in a completely different romance story. Snap! Bang! Cut to the next morning where someone comes charging down the hallway and bursts right through the grand study doors. Rowena throws the doors open with absolute fire in her eyes, looking like a little boss ready to demand answers. Walking straight up to her father's desk, Rowena doesn't even waste a second after returning from their trip. She confronts him immediately about the secret pink notebook he confiscated from her room earlier. Surprisingly, Damien smoothly slides the ornate locked pink diary right back across the marble desk to her. SFX? Sparkle! Rowena practically swoons with joy, raising her precious journal into the air like a holy relic. Snap, drop. That joy vanishes in a split second when her dad asks why on earth she cataloged every single one of Arkid's daily routes. Talk about getting caught red-handed. SFX clonk. The silence in the room becomes instantly deafening as Rowena stares down at the fallen book, mentally panicking. She stammers in utter betrayal, but Damien smugly boasts that while her magic lock was flimsy, he actually upgraded the spell for her. Realizing her entire stalker-level fan diary was fully exposed, Rowena bursts into tears, threatening to snitch on him to her mother. Grab! Panicking at the thought of Elena's terrifying wrath, Damien instantly lunges across the room and claps his hand over her mouth. The mighty Duke drops all his nobleman pride and begs his little daughter to calm down before the Grand Duchess hears. To buy her silence, Damien starts offering top-tier bribes, promising to hand over a rare, unpublished portrait of young Arkid. He practically pleads with her to spare him from his wife's fury, desperately trying to de-escalate her toddler rage. Snap! The second she hears the words rare Arkid merch, Rowena's anger completely evaporates into pure heart-eyes obsession. Down in the art storage room, Damien can't believe how easily he pacified her with an old portrait he was planning to throw away. Rowena gasps in total offense that he'd ever trashed such a masterpiece, while Damien tells her she can take every single picture in the room. He even praises her meticulous schedule formatting, noting how clean and professional her tracking system was. Chibi Rowena proudly flexes her lifelong passion for spreadsheet-level organization and color-coded schedules. Snap! Damien gently pats her head, genuinely impressed by how much dedication she puts into tracking her crush's life. Suspicious of his sudden compliments, Rowena accuses him of trolling her, but Damien insists he's just a proud father. Sparkle! Then, framed by glowing yellow roses, Rowena realizes this might be her golden opportunity to strike a bargain. Damien offers official compensation, promising exclusive insider information on Arkid if she helps him with family tasks. Selled. Rowena bows so low her head almost hits the floor, pledging her total allegiance to her father's schemes. Psyops, ominous laugh. Rubbing her hands together with a villainous smirk, Rowena immediately hits him with a special personal request. Surprise? She officially gets her own personal Arkid fan club shrine room, fully decorated with portraits and target boards. It's a genius two-in-one setup, a totally respectable study on the public side, and an ultra-secret fangirl cave hidden behind heavy curtains. Sometime later, a hand smoothly pulls back the heavy dark velvet curtain leading into the hidden room. Wearing a lovely purple frilled dress, Rowena steps through the threshold, double-checking if this magnificent space is truly all hers. The family butler confirms with a sparkling smile that the Duke officially decommissioned the room just for her comfort. Rowena cheekily ponders why her dad didn't save the room for another secret affair, finding his generosity surprisingly wholesome. Slide. Handing over a heavy sealed envelope, the butler presents a letter addressed directly to the young Grand Duchess. She takes the heavy envelope in surprise, recognizing the noble crest from the Alling family instantly. Her eyes widen as she opens the parchment, wondering why on earth the rival family is contacting her out of nowhere. Meanwhile, at the rival family mansion, 3 brooding men gather around a round table discussing Rowena's upcoming trip. Slam! The fiery red-haired brother leaps out of his chair, demanding to know if they're tagging along on her vacation. Father strikes a dark anime mastermind pose, declaring they'll simply follow her and watch over her in complete secret. Sparkle! The son looks at his father with absolute admiration, like he just came up with the greatest master plan in history. Gleam. The smart brother adjusts his glowing glasses, offering to prepare magical stealth gear so they don't get caught. SFX shiver, but he suddenly recalls the traumatizing time they tried spying on her talent show practice, resulting in total family lockout. He suggests a much smarter cover story, doing an official business site inspection at their hotel, right where she's staying. Aha! Checking the calendar, the father realizes the timing lines up perfectly and instantly greenlights the scheme. Cut to the grand, glittering exterior of the luxurious resort hotel where the vacation is about to go down. SFX pop! The second the doors open, the red-haired brothers throw a massive surprise party with flying confetti and dramatic shouting. But instead of Rowena, the flying confetti hits a completely random, terrified guest with glasses right in the face. CLACK's clack. The poor guest sits frozen on the floor as a giant, elaborate domino track starts collapsing right in front of him. Snap! The massive domino trail finishes, spelling out a giant heart that reads, "I love you, Rowena," leaving the entire family standing there in utter embarrassment before a total stranger. Imagine rolling up to a luxury resort only to get hit with a full-blown interrogation before you even set your bags down. The family butler is giving this poor guest a death glare so intense you'd think he'd just walked into a top-secret villain lair. CMX, shake, shake. The guest is trembling like a leaf as the red-haired brothers demand to know where their precious little sister is hidden. Talk about an absolute PR disaster for a surprise greeting. Turns out, it took a whopping 3 hours of frantic explanations to convince her overprotective family that the innocent guest wasn't some dangerous kidnapper. Back inside the estate, Arkid deadpans over tea, noting that the poor guy probably aged 10 years from that traumatizing mix-up. Rowena can only sit there looking totally guilty. She sheepishly admits it's totally her fault for asking to use the family vacation voucher, which made her overzealous family think she was personally coming along. But instead of blaming her, Arkid drops the smoothest line ever, blaming himself for not being attentive enough to her family's longing hearts. Okay, seriously, where does he learn these lines? He gently points out how much her family must miss their precious daughter after she got married and moved away without sending frequent updates. SFX, wave, wave. Flustered, Rowena frantically waves her hands, insisting that she's an independent married woman now and doesn't need to be babied. Arkid counters with pure wholesome logic, reminding her that marriage doesn't magically disconnect you from family. Rowena tries to shrug it off, but deep down, it hits home. Silence. Staring down at her cup, Rowena reflects on the letter her biological family sent her, realizing just how much affection was packed into every line. From calling her by her sweet childhood nickname to filling every page with genuine worry, the letter radiated nothing but unconditional love. The real Rowena grew up surrounded by a family that absolutely adored her, treated like the ultimate treasure of the house. But a heavy shadow falls over her mind as she remembers her biggest secret. She's an imposter, walking a dangerous tightrope, terrified that they'll realize she isn't the true Rowena. Touch! Before her spiral can go any deeper, a gentle, warm hand rests right against her cheek, instantly breaking her out of her dark thoughts. Arkid leans forward with pure concern in his eyes, asking if she's all right because she suddenly went ghostly pale. Man, this guy never misses a single subtle shift in her mood. Slide. Leaning directly into his palm, Rowena holds his hand tightly, feeling the soothing warmth melt away her inner anxiety. Sparkle! Surrounded by glowing yellow blooms, Rowena flashes a dazzling smile, realizing that having him by her side makes all her worries instantly disappear. Thump, thump. Arkid freezes completely, his eyes wide in absolute shock as his heart takes a direct critical hit from her adorable reaction. SFX, knock knock. Right as the romantic tension hits maximum levels, a maid knocks on the door, announcing that the Grand Duchess is requesting her presence regarding the Ebisu mine. Rowena turns toward the doorway in surprise, wondering what urgent news her mother-in-law has lined up for her. CHER. The moment she hears that the mine certification process is officially finalized, Rowena pumps her fist in pure excitement. She skips behind the maid like an excited puppy, already mentally calculating the massive rewards and big payout waiting for her. Entering the grand reception hall, the atmosphere is drenched in opulent gold trim and towering sunlit windows. Talk about living in peak luxury. Rowena focuses in, her big blue eyes sparkling with curiosity as she prepares to face the head of the house. Sitting elegantly at the tea table, the Grand Duchess looks like absolute royalty, wondering if the official brought the certification results in person. Welcoming her in with a gentle smile, the Grand Duchess praises Rowena for handling the entire Ebisu mine business so brilliantly. FX clink. As she softly stirs her hot tea, she gives full credit to Rowena for securing such a massive win for the family. Suspense. But then, the atmosphere shifts sharply as a mysterious question echoes in the air. Rowena tilts her head with a giant question mark floating over her, totally oblivious to what's coming next. The family aide steps forward, nervously asking if she still happens to carry the special pocket watch he gifted her earlier. He looks deeply concerned, asking if she's really feeling fine after holding on to an item containing such intense magical properties. Slight chill. The Grand Duchess narrows her eyes, finding the situation extremely unusual as a heavy tension settles over the room. Snap! She opens the pocket watch, revealing a shattered glass lens overflowing with brilliant, rainbow-colored spirit dust. Gasp! The Grand Duchess's eyes widen in absolute shock as she inspects the unmistakable proof of high-tier spirit magic right before her eyes. Turning back to Rowena with an intense, commanding glare, she demands an honest answer once and for all. Sphinx, ominous, framed by shadowy thorns, her formidable presence completely fills the room. Look, when your mother-in-law gives you this look, you spill the beans instantly. Snap! To prove her point, she pops open an ornate jewelry box, revealing a massive, glowing blue mana stone radiating raw power. Rowena gasps in surprise, staring at the breathtaking crystal sparkling right in front of her. The aide explains that this gem, extracted from the mine wormhole, boasts 10 times the energy of standard mana stones, which should be physically impossible. CFX. Panic. Behind Rowena, chibi fairies are going wild in full panic mode, hilariously asking if they need to eliminate the aide for being too smart. The aide leans in with a dead serious expression, lowering his tone as the interrogation reaches its climax. He directly asks her what on earth she did inside that wormhole, noting that it's completely impossible to fake ignorance any longer. Realizing the secret is out, Rowena sits up tall, places a hand on her chest, and decides to come clean with complete confidence. Second, she admits to making a contract with spirits. The Grand Duchess drops her jaw. The aide literally bursts into tears of awe, and the fairies scream in total disbelief. SFX glow. The magical watch glows softly on the table, proving without a doubt that she possesses rare spirit summoning abilities. Instead of getting angry, the Grand Duchess looks at her with deep sympathy, assuming Rowena must have carried such a heavy secret all by herself. Rowena is just sitting there like, wait, you're not mad? She strictly orders Rowena to keep her spirit powers under wraps for safety, assuring her that Arkid can be trusted with the news. Silence. Placing a finger to her lips, she warns that loose lips sink ships, especially around the chatty housemaids. As the aide nervously approaches to inspect her spirit powers, Rowena hits him with an immediate cold no. C. Pout. Pouting like an angry toddler, Rowena refuses to show him anything because he scared her earlier, leaving the poor aide bowing frantically in panic. Rowena watches in amused silence as her mischievous little spirit fairies yank on the poor aide's hair, marveling at how these tiny creatures are totally invisible to everyone else while wreaking complete havoc. Chuckling to herself, Rowena thinks that if the aide ever wants to be a successful fan of spirits, he really should have consulted her first instead of stressing himself out. With a bright wave and a dazzling smile, Rowena bids him farewell, eagerly announcing that she's off to go find Arkid. Arriving at the training grounds, her eyes light up with hard eyes as she catches Arkid locked in an intense sword sparring match in the middle of the courtyard. SFX, swoosh! Young Arkid strikes a ridiculously cool sword stance, looking like an absolute prodigy with blue flower petals practically blooming in the background. Silent click-clack, Rowena tiptoes closer step by step, trying her best to sneak up on him without ruining his focus. Suddenly, the instructor lunges forward with a fierce overhead strike, forcing Arkid to duck under the blade in a split-second defensive maneuver. Stop! Right as context blades clash, someone shouts out, causing both fighters to freeze instantly in their tracks. The vice captain turns around in surprise, recognizing the young Grand Duchess standing right there watching them. Snap! With a dramatic flare, the vice captain disarms himself, letting his sword fly into the air as the sparring session officially wraps up. Saf! Catching his breath, young Arkid turns around in shock, surprised to see Rowena visiting him at the training hall. Speaking of, dropping all seriousness, Rowena enthusiastically admits she came by just to watch him train in real time, and honestly, who can blame her? The silver-haired instructor places a hand over his heart and respectfully introduces himself as Ethan Grave, vice captain of the 1st Hadelis Knights. Rowena greets Sir Ethan politely, hoping she didn't interrupt their serious training match, but Ethan assures her they were just finishing up anyway. Respectfully bowing to his master, Arkid takes his leave as Ethan gives him permission to head back safely. Skip! As they leave the training hall, Rowena cheerfully suggests taking a nice, relaxing walk together around the garden. Step! Arkid suddenly takes a big step back, nervously explaining that she shouldn't get too close because he's, all sweaty from practice. Rowena hits him with a blunt side-eye, reassuring him that he doesn't smell at all and warning him that avoiding her will hurt her feelings. Sense of blush? Overwhelmed by her blunt affection, Arkid turns beet red and quickly stammers for her not to be hurt. Seriously, this boy's defense stats drop to 0 around her. Swoon! Rowena practically explodes into a cute chibi mess, her heart taking a massive critical hit from how adorable his flustered reaction is. Moving over to a cozy wooden swing bench under the sunny trees, Rowena takes a seat and invites Arkid to join her. Sitting down beside her, Arkid raises a valid question. If they both sit on the bench together, who's actually going to push the swing? Rowena gives a sly, knowing smile, clearly having a secret trick up her sleeve. A mysterious whisper echoes as she reveals her secret helpers, her spirit friends. Suddenly, brilliant glowing blue butterflies flutter around the garden bench, flooding the area with magical light. SFX startle, Arkid nearly leaps out of his seat in shock as the giant swing bench begins gliding back and forth completely on its own. Gently grabbing his hand, Rowena tells him to say hello to her spirit companions, introducing them with complete pride. CF Tease! The tiny chibi fairies float around Arkid, hilariously teasing him by calling him Blackie and warning him that Rowena adores him so much she might gobble him up. Staring at the glowing insects in realization, Arkid recognizes these as the exact same magical butterflies he saw back in the mine. Rowena explains that ever since that incident, she gained the incredible ability to command and communicate with these spirits. Arkid looks down thoughtfully, recalling how he clearly saw her vanish right in front of his eyes that day, which makes Rowena wonder why he never questioned her about it. Soft smile, Arkid offers the sweetest response imaginable, explaining he didn't press her because he knew she wasn't ready to talk, and simply having her back safe was all that mattered. Touched by his kindness, Rowena comes clean, revealing that she fell into a field of deadly Delinas flowers back then and genuinely thought she was going to die. CFX, panic. The second the word Delia's flowers leaves her mouth, Arkit loses his cool, grabbing her face in sheer panic and demanding to know if she's really okay. Realizing his sudden outburst, Arkit keeps his hands gently cupping her cheeks as Rowena smiles warmly at his overwhelming concern. She reassures him that she's completely fine now, jokingly adding that he can give her as many Deluia's flowers as he wants from now on. Arkit pauses for a moment, softly asking her if she actually knows the hidden flower meaning behind the Delis flower. Bloom. A breathtaking blue flower opens up, revealing its romantic floral meaning. I see no one but you. Stunned, Rowena freezes in place, framed by gorgeous white blossoms, as the full romantic weight of his past gifts suddenly hits her like a freight train. Snap! Instead of pure joy, a bittersweet ache stabs at her chest as a dark cloud of guilt settles over her mind. SFX. Flashback. She remembers that in the original novel, those exact words and flowers were originally meant for the real heroine, Maybelle, not an imposter like her. Unable to hide her jealousy, Rowena blurts out with a pout, strictly ordering him never to give that flower to anyone else. Snap. Right after saying it, she grips the wooden seat in regret, mentally kicking herself for overstepping when she isn't even the intended recipient. But Arkid turns to her with absolute sincerity, placing a hand over his chest as he requests that she only give Della's flowers to him as well, because he can't bear the thought of her giving them to anyone else. Sap! Rona's eyes widen in utter shock as pink flower petals surround her, her heart practically hammering out of her chest at his confession. Cut to later that night inside the grand, dimly lit study of the Duke's estate, where a single candle flickers in a heavy atmosphere. Arkit's father sits on the sofa with a deeply serious expression, brooding over the explosive revelation of Rowena's awakening. Looking over a map of Stig Island, he notes that with environmental contamination spreading, a resurrected spirit mage lineage makes Rowena an insanely high-value target. He clenches his fist in concern, realizing that if the greedy imperial family finds out about her spirit powers, they'll seize her and exploit her non-stop. Sitting across from the Grand Duchess, he firmly declares that they must keep Rowena's spirit abilities a complete secret from the imperial throne at all costs to protect her. Talk about a power couple moment. While discussing how to handle their newly awakened daughter, the Grand Duchess drops the phrase, "our child," causing the Grand Duke to secretly smirk inside at how far their bond has come. Keeping things strictly professional on the outside, the Grand Duke agrees that exposing Rowena's identity while Stig Island is suffering from unknown contamination is way too dangerous. Plus, having the Emperor's own sister as his wife definitely gives him the ultimate political shield if things ever hit the fan. He smugly asks who would even dare lay a finger on the young Grand Duchess under his watch. But the Grand Duchess isn't buying his overconfidence, shaking her head and pointing out that Rowena is still just a kid with way too many openings in her defense. Fixing him with a sharp, piercing glare, she reminds him that he, of all people, should know the terrifying reality of their world better than anyone. Honestly, her glare alone could freeze a volcanic eruption on the spot. We jump into a quick lore drop. The imperial family and top nobles are descendants of dragons, each blessed with insane innate abilities. But as awesome as that sounds, acquiring ultimate power comes with a deadly catch. Enter the awakening period, a vulnerable phase where high-ranking individuals literally lose their strength to unlock higher power. The stronger your ultimate potential, the more pathetic and defenseless you become while transitioning. Because of this temporary weakness, castle security goes into maximum lockdown during an awakening to prevent political rivals from taking easy, cheap shots at their heirs. Talk about zero trust in noble society. Back in the study, the Grand Duke's expression darkens as he admits he knows the consequences all too well, urging her not to stress over it. But the Grand Duchess isn't so easily pacified. Crossing her arms, she coldly remarks that the brutal cost of letting one's guard down is already permanently etched into her memory. As the fire crackles in the background, a tense conversation unfolds about a past incident where she ended up getting injured while saving him, an act she insists was strictly done out of duty, not affection. Stepping up from her seat, she insists she would have saved literally anyone in that scenario. But before she can walk away, the Grand Duke suddenly closes the distance between them. Backing her against the couch, the Grand Duke leans in tight, dropping his calm facade to demand the absolute truth about why she keeps pushing him away. Man, the romantic tension in this room is thick enough to cut with a broadsword. He directly asks if she honestly believes he proposed to her back then just out of some misplaced obligation over that past accident. Standing his ground, he bluntly tells her he's not stupid or noble enough to marry someone out of guilt. But when she challenges him to state his real motive, he suddenly freezes up and shuts his mouth. Shaking her head in sheer disappointment, the Grand Duchess scoffs at his silence. If he's gonna try to manipulate her, the least he could do is make up a convincing lie. Snap! She turns on her heel and slams the door shut on her way out, leaving the powerful Grand Duke completely stranded at his own study like a scolded puppy. Left all alone, the Grand Duke runs a hand through his hair in total frustration, letting out a heavy sigh as he calls out for his head butler. Regaining his composure, he asks Essel if the official dispatch list for the Stig Island expedition has been delivered to the Imperial Palace yet. When the butler confirms it's scheduled for tomorrow, the Grand Duke drops a massive bombshell. He's going to lead the dangerous expedition himself. Essel's jaw practically hits the floor in disbelief. Staring out at the moonlit night, the Duke coldly explains he has personal matters to verify on the island, ordering total secrecy regarding his sudden departure. The next morning, Rowena peers out her window only to spot the elite unit of Hadelis knights fully packed and ready to march out. She remembers her father mentioned taking a business trip, but a deep, uncomfortable pit in her stomach tells her something huge is brewing behind the scenes. SFX, knock knock. Before she can process her thoughts, a gentle knock echoes at her door as the Grand Duke asks for permission to enter her room. Shaken off her worry, Rowena bids him inside, curious about his unexpected morning visit. The door glides open and the Grand Duke walks in looking like an absolute runway model framed by glowing light flowers. Seriously, how does this man make simply opening a door look so dramatically gorgeous? He gets straight to the point, explaining that he came to say goodbye because he's heading to Stig Island to investigate a sudden wave of toxic contamination. Hearing this, Rowena's eyes widen as she recalls from the original novel that Stig Island is supposed to be the very first land to perish, except this event is happening way earlier than scheduled. Crossing his arms, he asks her who she thinks the realm will need most once the land starts corrupting. Rowena nervously answers that a spirit summoner would be the obvious requirement. He agrees, noting that while he'll hunt for other spirit mages across the kingdom, if it turns out she's the only existing one left, Rowena clutches her dress in absolute panic, dreading that he's about to demand she step up as the kingdom's sacrificial hero. But to her complete shock, the Grand Duke softly explains that spirit mages have strict physical limits, and running around purifying a whole continent solo is an impossible burden for a little girl to carry alone. Rowena blinks in utter confusion. Wait, he's actually prioritizing her well-being over using her god-tier magic? Someone give this man the Dad of the Year award right now. Kneeling down to her eye level, he gently asks her to lower her head for a second. SFX glow. He places a stunning ruby-encrusted artifact necklace around her neck, explaining that it completely conceals her massive spiritual magic signature from outside detection. Patting her head with unexpected tenderness, he strictly orders her to keep it on at all times and refrain from causing chaos while he's away on his mission. As soon as he leaves, Chibi Rowena stands there frozen with question marks floating all around her head, completely bewildered by his sudden fatherly affection. Walking down to the main entrance hall, Rowena's jaw drops into the stratosphere as she sees mountain-high piles of wrapped presents blocking the front doors. Her nerdy mage assistant brightly informs her that these are all gifts sent from her biological family, the April Marquisate, accumulated over an entire year. Apparently, the Marquise crafted a deluxe gift every single time he missed her, including a massive diamond-holding bunny plush. Rowena sweat drops, realizing her birth dad is a total hardcore simp for his daughter. Turning to Kobe, Rowena expresses relief that he made it back alive from his visit to her crazy birth house. Kobe beams, declaring it was literally the most lavish luxury vacation of his life. Clasping his hands together with starry eyes, Kobe gushes about how unbelievably nice the Marquis treated him, all because Rowena sent a recommendation letter? Rowena chuckles nervously, remembering she only wrote a brief note asking them not to bully him, but clearly her yandere-level family interpreted it as a royal decree. Elegant sound of high heels echoes across the marble floor as someone approaches the entryway. Rowena turns around to see the Grand Duchess strutting over, quickly explaining that the mountain of boxes came from her birth family. Silence. The Grand Duchess gazes down at the presents with a shadowy, unreadable expression before striking a dramatic pose and demanding a private chat. Why does every mom talk in this household feel like a final boss battle preview? Cut to a peaceful view of the estate as the Grand Duchess explains that Henry is staying at the villa since the Ebisu energy mine has been officially shut down. Walking side by side down the grand hallway, Rowena asks if shutting down the mine caused massive financial damage. The Grand Duchess hits back instantly, snarkily remarking that someone buried in massive debt shouldn't be worrying about her bank account. Sci-fi critical hit. She bluntly reminds Rowena that without the mine running, her personal allowance and cut of the profits dropped to zero. Chibi Rowena gets totally pulverized by her mother's savage burn. Trying to recover her dignity, Rowena sweet-talks her, mentioning that father revealed the mine was closed entirely to keep Rowena safe. The Grand Duchess turns away with the classic tsundere, claiming the Duke was just spewing nonsense. Changing the subject, the Grand Duchess instructs Rowena to clear her schedule for the upcoming weekend because she and Arkid have an obligatory trip to make. When Rowena asks where they're heading, her mother mischievously teases if she's scared of being sold off. Observing her mother's sharp tongue, Rowena realizes the Grand Duchess has been in a terrible mood ever since the Duke left. Looks like somebody misses her husband more than she wants to admit. Imagine begging your terrifying mom not to sell you on the black market, only to throw a full dramatic performance in front of the entire household. Clinging to the Grand Duchess's waist with maximum fake tears, Rowena desperately pleads for her mother to keep her safe and buy her back if things ever go south. The Grand Duchess just stands there looking completely done with life, picturing Rowena literally packaged up in a tote bag with puppy dog eyes. Honestly, you gotta love how this cold, intimidating Duchess is constantly defeated by her daughter's unhinged dramatic antics. You always have a ridiculous answer for everything, the Grand Duchess sighs, walking through the grand hallways with Rowena still attached to her hip like a stubborn koala. The story shifts to a breathtaking coastal city as white doves soar past the magnificent soaring spires of the Grand Proteum Cathedral overlooking the sparkling blue ocean. Clasping her hands together with glowing eyes, Rowena is absolutely thrilled. She instantly remembers from the original novel that Proteum is the exact romantic hotspot where all the sweet, heartwarming subplots were supposed to go down. But the whimsical romance vibe vanishes in a split second when a shadowy priest steps out of the dark, introducing Cardinal Pablo, the second servant of Jafarcia, grinning with a smile that screams instant villain. Rowena's cute facade completely freezes into a terrified sweat. Crash! High-ranking cardinal or not, there's no way around it. That shady guy looks like he's about to sell their souls for a quick buck. Bending down with an overly polite bow, Cardinal Pablo welcomes them inside, explaining that this sacred hall is where they'll be measuring the exact timing for the children's upcoming power awakenings. Psh, like that's gonna matter. As they march down a gloomy, torch-lit stone corridor toward massive sealed doors, a heavy atmosphere settles over the group. Suddenly, Arkid halts in his tracks, his hand instinctively flinching as a sudden wave of tension washes over his face. Rowena immediately notices the shift and asks if he's feeling all right. Quick to hide his discomfort, Arkid shakes his head with a smooth, reassuring smile, insisting that it's absolutely nothing for her to worry about. But Rowena isn't fooled for a single second. The poor boy looks paler than a ghost, and something in this temple is clearly triggering his survival instincts. Sefex. Creak! click, the heavy doors swing open to reveal the inner sanctum, where the priests lead them directly toward the central measurement chamber. Standing in the middle of the room is a giant, ornate dragon egg covered in intricate silver lace, sparkling gems, and glowing crystal conduits. Leave it to ancient dragons to turn a basic magic meter into a multi-million-dollar designer egg. Cardinal Pablo clicks open the top hatch of the artifact and gestures for Rowena to step inside so they can begin evaluating her divine energy signature. Sitting inside the dark artifact, Rowena runs her fingers along the interior walls, noticing peculiar, uneven runes carved into the metallic casing. The second her skin touches the ancient symbols, flash! The runes ignite with an eerie, blinding light that surges uncontrollably through the inner machinery. Sayaf, poof! A massive cloud of toxic purple smoke explodes out of the dragon egg, choking Cardinal Pablo and sending the entire room into total chaos. Talk about a complete technical failure on day one. Coughs violently while waving the dense smog away, the priest stammers out frantic apologies, promising to inspect the ancient artifact again immediately. Arkid reaches out to pull a dizzy, wide-eyed Rowena safely out of the smoke, gently checking if she's suffered any injuries from the unexpected surge. Sayef X, chill. The Grand Duchess steps forward with a deadly gaze, ruthlessly berating the Cardinal for failing to test their holy equipment beforehand. Honestly, if looks could kill, that Cardinal would be buried 10 feet under right now. With the temple staff scrambling around to recalibrate the divine machinery, Arkid and Rowena stand off to the side, realizing this inspection is going to take way longer than planned. Tilting her head, Rowena casually scratches her cheek and asks Arkid if he finds the temple unsettling, noting how tense he's been acting ever since they arrived. Arkid's sweat drops, realizing his body language was totally transparent, and sheepishly asks if his discomfort was really that obvious. His expression turns dark and solemn as he drops a tragic bombshell. Back when he was starving on the streets as a homeless orphan, a corrupt priest tricked him and nearly took his life. SFX flashback. He recalls how holy priests used to target helpless, starving street children, offering them fake shelter and warm meals to earn their complete trust. In reality, the church was using those innocent orphans as expendable mules to smuggle highly illegal, dangerous drugs across the kingdom without drawing guard suspicion. Arkid stares down at the cold stone floor, carrying a deep weight of survivor's guilt as he wonders if it's even fair for him to live in luxury while his old street friends likely met a gruesome end. Rowena's heart breaks for him, but she immediately snaps him back to reality, firmly declaring that none of that tragedy was his fault. It lies entirely on the vile monster who took advantage of desperate kids. She leans in close, asking if there's any distinct clue or physical trait that could help them track down the wicked priest responsible for his trauma. Arkid recalls a sinister detail. The corrupt priest had a distinct bass clef musical symbol tattooed directly on his inner wrist, likely representing some secret underground syndicate. Rowena asks if he ever brought this up to the Grand Duke, knowing her powerful adoptive father would happily eradicate any criminal ring in a heartbeat. Arkid shakes his head, admitting he never felt close enough or worthy enough to dump his dark past onto the Duke's shoulders. Offering a sad, gentle smile, Arkid tells her to let it go, explaining that even if they found the man today, it wouldn't bring back the lost lives of his childhood companions. Rowena respects his wish and promises to keep it between them, but firmly reminds him that whenever things get too heavy, he has to lean on her. Man, their emotional bond is growing so fast, it's genuinely wholesome. Tap, the sharp click of high heels signals the return of the Grand Duchess as she glides back toward the kids. Crossing her arms, she announces that due to the artifact malfunction, they'll be forced to spend the night bunking at the temple lodgings while repairs are made. Swish! Turning toward her daughter, the Duchess teasingly asks if men and women will be separated into different quarters, slyly hinting whether Rowena wanted to share a room with Arkid. Rowena's face explodes into a bright red blush as she wildly waves her hands around, stammering that she was just thinking about saving room space. Meanwhile, Arkid in the background looks completely stunned into silence. The Grand Duchess gives a smug chuckle and ushers her flustered daughter along, enjoying every single second of teasing the young kids. Pouting like a dramatic chibi, Rowena mutters under her breath about the strict temple rules. Seriously, watching her internal inner monologue contrast with her cute kid exterior is comedy gold. She sneaks a glance at Arkid, wondering if that nervous cough of his was actually a quiet sigh of relief that he escaped the ultimate awkwardness of sharing a room. Softening her tone, the Grand Duchess extends a hand to Rowena, asking if she'd be willing to walk beside her mother for the evening. Seeing her mom act soft for once makes Rowena's heart swell. As they walk down the corridor, Arkid quietly leans into Rowena's ear, whispering a sneaky proposal behind the Duchess's back. He gently invites her to sneak out with him later tonight for a late-night stroll around the temple gardens. Sparkle! Framed by a halo of romantic floral light, Arkid flashes a dashing, heart-melting smile and adds, "Just the two of us." Wow, this kid is smooth enough to steal the protagonist title. CFX, creak. The scene cuts to a high-end luxury room elsewhere in the temple complex where someone is lounging back in a chair with maximum attitude. Meet the young heir of the Duchy of Ethel, Edward. He throws his hands behind his head in total frustration, groaning about how his father tricked him into coming to this boring town. He whines loudly that there is literally nothing to do in Protium except run around and swim in the ocean, complaining about being stuck in a religious sanctuary. Sitting across from him, surrounded by a literal aura of majestic royalty, is Crown Prince Zaranas Khan Heint. Calmly flipping through a book, the Crown Prince dryly reminds his friend that looking for wild entertainment inside a holy temple was a terrible idea to begin with. Talk about an unexpected royal entrance to kick off the new arc. Imagine sneaking out for a midnight breath of fresh air, only to accidentally stumble into the territory of a brooding royal prince. Back inside the lodgings, young Edward of Ethel tries convincing Crown Prince Zaranas to sneak out for a quick thrill, insisting nobody would ever catch them. SFX? Bump. Without missing a beat, Zaranas casually whacks Edward on the head with his book, shutting down the idea instantly and telling his impulsive buddy to go play by himself. Rubbing his forehead with a pout, Edward groans that he should have brought his sister Cassie along instead, complaining that hanging out with Zero is as dry as watching paint dry. Crossing his arms, Zaranas coolly calls him out, asking if he treats his own sister like a personal entertainment tool. Edward immediately smirks back, declaring that she's his beloved younger sister, not a toy. Swish! Unable to sit still for another second, Edward stands up and announces he's heading straight for the ocean waters anyway. Zaranas barely looks up from his reading, calmly warning him that if he gets caught breaking curfew, he's dead meat. Slipping through the door with a cheeky wave, Edward tells Zero not to cry from loneliness while he's gone. SFX toss. An annoyed Zaranas hurls his book straight at his head, shouting at him for being completely unhinged. SFX clack! With a deep sigh, Zaranas catches his book and mutters that Edward is lucky he happens to be Cassie's brother. Meanwhile, Edward casually struts down the moonlit marble staircase outside, feeling like a free man. Sneaking through the shadows, Edward makes sure he's far enough from the guest quarters to avoid drawing any watchful eyes from the guards. Splash! But as he steps into the grand courtyard, the soothing sound of the fountain fades into the background. Settled softly on the stone steps under the glowing night sky is Rowena, looking like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Surrounded by blooming white flowers under the soft moonlight, Rowena's bright red hair catches the breeze, instantly freezing Edward in his tracks. Honestly, the artist went absolutely insane with the lighting in this panel. It's pure ethereal beauty. Shuck. Edward's eyes widen into giant circles, his body stiffening as a sudden surge of total shock hits him out of nowhere. Saft beat. A massive wave of confusion crashes over his brain as he tries to process what just happened to his chest. Snap. Clutched tightly over his pounding heart, Edward turns bright red, completely bewildered by this sudden, overwhelming sensation. Meanwhile, Rowena sits by the fountain feeling a bit annoyed. She came out expecting a cute midnight stroll with Arkid, but instantly senses a weird creep lurking behind a nearby stone pillar. Squinting through the gloom, Rowena mentally sifts through her novel knowledge, matching the Shadow's hairstyle to a very specific character from the original storyline. She shakes her head in disbelief, thinking there is zero logical reason for the main villainess's notorious brother to show up in a sanctuary like this. Eek! Rowena casually pops up behind him with a polite greeting, making poor Edward jump out of his skin with a hilarious high-pitched squeak. Leaning over with a sharp glare, Rowena demands to know why on earth he's been creeping on her behind the pillar like a certified stalker. Edward stutters uncontrollably, frantically denying that he was peeking, but Rowena instantly cuts him off, pointing out that she caught him red-handed the entire time. Sigh dash. Completely collapsing under the social pressure, Edward throws his hands over his face, yells out a frantic apology, and practically cowers in embarrassment. Rowena just stares at him deadpan, thinking there's no way this absolute coward is supposed to be the feared Edward Ethel. In the original novel, Edward Ethel was an absolute menace, an imposing, dangerous bully who terrorized everyone in his path just to cure his own boredom. He even relentlessly targeted the female lead Maybelle, yet here Rowena stands, realizing that instead of being bullied, she somehow turned the future grand bully into a trembling wreck. Feeling a tiny bit guilty, Rowena softens her posture and asks if she accidentally scared him, only for Edward to cover his face again and yell out a flustered denial. SFX backstep. Rowena takes a step closer, pointing out that his entire face is practically going bright crimson, causing Edward to retreat in pure panic. SFX awkward. Rowena chibifies in total disbelief, feeling like an absolute monster who's picking on a helpless, sick puppy. Seriously, this guy's head has literally turned into a giant blushing tomato. Deciding it's best to leave before things get even stranger, Rowena turns around to walk away, prompting Edward to instinctively reach out a desperate hand. Snap. Before she can step away, Edward tightly grips her wrist. Rowena gasps in shock, completely stunned by the unexpected crushing strength behind his desperate grab. Snaps out of silence, Edward's shadow looming over her in the dark suddenly transforms into him demanding her name in a low, intense tone. Echo. His voice booms across the empty marble hall, echoing loudly as he demands to know who she is. Snap. Unbothered by a sudden burst of intimidation, Rowena looks down at her captured wrist with annoyance, telling him to unhand her first before asking questions. Suddenly, a strong hand clamps onto Edward's arm like a steel vise. Out of nowhere, Arkid materializes from the dark and forces Edward to release her. Rowena snaps her head around with bright eyes, instantly relieved to see Arkid standing right beside her. Scene chill. The atmosphere turns icy cold as dark, suffocating pressure fills the hallway. Staring down Edward with deadly pitch-black aura, Arkid coldly tells him that he's the one who should be asking questions. Rowena's jaw drops. Wait, where did his cute stuttering habit go? SFX flash. Arkid's glowing blue eyes narrow into sharp slits, radiating pure, unfiltered hostility that could freeze a volcano. Smile! Leaning toward Rowena, Arkid flashes a sweet, angelic smile and asks his wife who this strange gorilla is. Rowena mentally short-circuits. Did he really just drop the word wife with maximum emphasis on purpose? Rowena stammers that she has no idea and just met him, prompting Arkid's smile to instantly vanish as he asks why a complete stranger was touching her wrist. The second Rowena explains that Edward grabbed her out of nowhere, Arkid's gaze turns pitch black with terrifying fury. SFX. Tension. Arkid steps right up to Edward's face, coldly declaring that putting hands on a lady makes him nothing more than a brainless ruffian. Sparkle! Turning back to Rowena with a glowing, saintly smile, Arkid casually asks his wife how she'd like him to execute this intruder. Man, his fake innocent face paired with murder threats is peak comedy. Edward stands there totally frozen, his mind short-circuiting as he repeats the first syllable of that ridiculous word under his breath. SFX. Shock! Question marks explode around Edward's head as he clutches his hair in absolute disbelief, screaming internally over the word wife. Arkid sternly orders him to apologize immediately for his blatant disrespect toward his wife. Edward completely loses his mind, shouting back that marrying someone at their young age is total madness. SFX pause. Stopping mid-rant, Edward leans in to take a closer look at Arkid, noticing his distinctive raven black hair. SFX anger. Arkid impassively retorts that Edward's light brown hair looks like a plucked chicken. Edward's head practically explodes in rage, screaming at the sheer insult. Seeing the terrifying future bully get completely roasted over his hair, Rowena burst into a cute fit of giggles, covering her mouth in pure amusement. SFX, glare. Catching Edward staring at Rowena's laughing face, Arkad's eyes turn demonic as he viciously commands the guy to take his filthy eyes off her right now. Sniff. Narrowing his eyes, Edward analyzes Arkad's striking black hair and northern features, slowly piecing together his true background. Edward identifies him as belonging to the prestigious Grand Duchy of Hadelis. Rowena gasps internally. She can't believe this goofy guy managed to identify Arkad's family line in a single second. Crossing his arms with cold authority, Arkad demands to know why the young Duke of Ethel is hanging around so far from the capital. Edward just scowls back, telling him that his business is none of his concern. Talk about an epic standoff between two future powerhouses. Imagine blurting out a secret name in front of your possessive husband and a notorious villain, only for the entire room to drop dead silent? Rowena instantly regrets letting the name Edward Ethel slip from her lips, especially after Arkad drops the word wife out of nowhere. Silence. The air freezes in the doorway as all three of them stand in an extremely awkward standoff, with Rowena desperately trying to read the room before things explode into violence. Poor Edward looks like his soul just left his body, blushing like crazy while clutching his chest like he's going into cardiac arrest over a single word. Trying to diffuse the crazy tension, Rowena quickly spins a story, mentioning she remembers hearing about him back at April Castle when he was at the academy with her brothers. Honestly, her quick thinking under pressure is top-tier survival instinct. Edward's eyes light up as he connects the dots, asking if she's the younger sister of the famous dog twins, which, let's be real, is such an unhinged nickname to drop on someone you just met. SFX gloom. But the second he mentions how her brother stopped reaching out after her marriage, Edward instantly slumps into a pit of despair. Talk about an emotional roller coaster. This guy switches moods faster than a light switch. Rowena's curiosity gets the better of her, so she asks what a heavy hitter like the young Duke of Ethel is doing lurking around a holy sanctuary. Edward casually claims he's just here doing field research for an academic club. Chibi Rowena gets hit with floating question marks, completely unable to picture a notorious bully voluntarily participating in actual academic research. Edward explains that it's an elite capital club that goes on regular field trips, mentioning that her brother Kyle is a member too. Seriously, seeing a picture of Kyle looking like a pristine top student among roses is top-tier comedy. He scratches his head awkwardly, admitting Kyle isn't even here because he took off on a random trip, leaving only him and Zero behind with the club executives. Rowena's brain practically short-circuits as she realizes Zero means Crown Prince Zeranis, the literal male lead of the story. Move over, secondary characters. The ultimate favorite character hierarchy is officially being challenged. Before her fangirl thoughts can spiral any further, Arkad smoothly reaches out his hand, gently asking his wife if she's ready to walk away from this conversation. As they hold hands and head toward the artificial lake, Edward casually tries to tag along like he wasn't just threatened 2 minutes ago. SFX glare. Without even turning around, Arkad unleashes a terrifying dark aura, telling Edward in no uncertain terms to back off. The way Arkad protects his personal space with pure murder intent is both scary and wildly hilarious. Knowing when he's completely outmatched, Edward backs down and awkwardly invites them to check out the Magenta Clubhouse next time they visit the capital. Left alone under the moonlight, Arkad softly calls out "wife," sending a shiver through Rowena as she looks up into his eyes. Snap! Surrounded by an ethereal glow, Archimede smiles sweetly while squeezing her hand, insisting that if she ever visits the capital, she has to go with him and only him. In the background, Edward looks completely done with life, reminding Arkad that he never actually invited him in the first place, but Arkad just totally ignores his existence. SFX bloom! Rowena beams with happiness among glowing roses, completely unaware that Edward is standing right behind them, practically rotting into a shadowy puddle of pure envy. The scene shifts to the serene shore of the artificial lake, where the shimmering water reflects the glowing night sky as Arkad walks in deep thought. Looking down at her wrist, Arkad notices a distinct red mark left behind by Edward's desperate grab. Man, the artist really knows how to build emotional tension with these subtle details. Rowena lightly touches her arm, casually agreeing that the mark is still visible, totally underestimating how possessive her young husband actually is. SFX flash. Arkad's eyes glow with a sharp, dangerous intensity, proving that seeing her hurt even a little bit drives him absolutely insane. SFX close. Before Rowena can even react, Arkad steps into her personal bubble, leaning so close that she can feel his breath. Holding her bruised wrist, Arkad gently blows on the red mark to soothe the pain, telling her to stay still, while Rowena turns completely bright red. Sst. Rowena's head spins from the intense closeness, but Arkad looks at her with absolute seriousness, warning her never to just endure it when someone crosses the line with her. His voice turns deadly quiet as he admits how angry it makes him, revealing that he's always been so careful with her because he was terrified of causing her even the slightest bit of pain. Sparkle. With a surprisingly petty grin, Arkad gives her some genuine life advice. Next time that ruffian grabs her, she needs to kick him straight in the shin. Rowena just sweat drops at the thought of kicking a future high noble. Seeing her hesitation, Arkad proudly reminds her that her husband happens to be a young Grand Duke, so she literally has the ultimate immunity shield. Splop. He adds that if she just uses the same fierce attitude she used against him in the past, nobody will ever dare mess with her. Seriously, hearing him admit he was once scared of her is pure comedy. Rowena buries her face in shame, begging him to erase those embarrassing past memories from his mind since she's totally changed her ways. Arkad's expression softens as he whispers under the moonlight that nowadays he's far more terrified of letting her out of his sight. Snap. Looking straight into her eyes, he confesses that seeing her stand close to another man makes his chest feel ridiculously strange and uncomfortable. Rowena tilts her head, wondering what that strange feeling could possibly mean, as their quiet reflections float along the sparkling water. The wind rustles softly through the trees while Arkad admits in his own heart that he doesn't fully understand these overwhelming feelings yet either. Holding her hand beneath the stars, Arkad reminds her to stay on guard whenever suspicious characters come lurking around her. Sass, bustle! Rowena proudly beats her chest, declaring that she can handle anything now because she holds the official title of Arkad's wife. Arkad chuckles warmly, assuring her that if any trouble pops up, he'll personally clean up the mess, inviting her to continue their peaceful night walk together. SFX night. The two of them stroll side by side into the glowing night, looking like a picture-perfect couple straight out of a fairy tale fantasy romance. Meanwhile, back inside the guest quarters, a heavy wooden door slowly creaks open as someone enters the room. Sitting under the warm lamplight is Crown Prince Uranus, casually flipping through his book with an expression of regal indifference. Slump? Seeing Edward drag himself into the room looking like a beaten dog, Uranus dryly asks why he's back so quickly instead of enjoying the lake. Edward collapses onto a wooden chair with dark gloom clouds swirling over his head, prompting Uranus to ask if he ran into an actual wild bear out there. Sitting up with a sudden burst of energy, Edward asks Uranus if he's ever had the pleasure of meeting Kyle's mysterious younger sister. Uranus doesn't even look up from his reading as he calmly answers no, asking why he's suddenly bringing up someone else's family out of nowhere. Holding his throbbing forehead, Edward stammers out his story while Uranus scolds him for causing chaos when he specifically told him to keep a low profile. Chibi's Uranus glares over his book, demanding to know if Edward gave away his secret location, but Edward proudly insists he's not that dumb. Destiny. Leaning forward with sparkling eyes, Edward rambles about how running into her must be fate, only for Uranus to instantly destroy his dreams by reminding him the lady got married last year. Ignoring the reality check, Edward imagines Rowena glowing like a goddess, complaining that Kyle was hiding a total beauty all along. Uranus dryly remarks that if he were Kyle, he'd hide her from Edward too. SFX. Toss. Offended by the sick burn, Edward demands to know what that's supposed to mean, but Uranus just tells him to go look in a mirror and reflect on his own life choices. Talk about a sudden plot twist. Just when you think things are settling down, this young blonde noble boy with striking red eyes turns around and realizes he's standing face to face with imperial royalty. Out of nowhere, a stunning woman steps into the room, and the boy's jaw practically hits the floor when he recognizes that familiar voice, calling out to him as her nephew. SFX creak. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifts as the Grand Duchess glides inside, greeting both boys with a cool, composure-filled smile that immediately lets everyone know who holds the real power here. She casually explains that she happened to run into the prince's attendant on her way in, proving once again that high society in this kingdom is an extremely small world. Snap! The prince tilts his head in confusion, wondering what high-stakes business could possibly bring a powerhouse like the Grand Duchess all the way out to Proteum. Seplash thud. When she mentions stopping by with her family, the prince's mind instantly races back to last year's huge scandal when the Grand Duke officially registered his illegitimate son into the noble family line. Man, you gotta feel for the royal family trying to wrap their heads around all this drama, especially knowing how much of a massive shock it must have been for his aunt when her husband brought home a secret child. While dark clouds gather outside the window, quiet whispers echo through the room as everyone tries to gauge whether she's truly okay after such a massive public humiliation. Step. Breaking the awkward tension, young Edward steps forward like a polite little gentleman, making sure the Grand Duchess notices his presence too. Sparkle! The Grand Duchess offers him a warm, motherly smile, admitting she figured Edward would be hanging around somewhere in the vicinity. Looking around the room, she asks if young Cassie came along for the ride, but Edward drops a quick reality check, explaining his sister had to stay behind because she injured her leg. She thoughtfully taps her chin, connecting the dots on why the Duke was in such a crazy rush to head back home to check on his daughter. Edward crosses his arms and sighs about how insanely overprotective his dad has gotten lately, though the chibi prince hilariously reminds him that's only because Edward plays way too rough with her. Seeing Edward glare at the prince while the Grand Duchess just chuckles softly is absolute comedy gold. These kids have the best comedic banter. Turning her attention back to the young prince, the Grand Duchess checks in on his health with genuine concern in her eyes. Prince keeps his guard up, though, politely reassuring her that he's only in town for official protocol and that there's absolutely nothing for her to worry about. SFX glow. Her internal monologue practically radiates dramatic floral energy as she reminds herself that if anything happens to his royal body, the whole future of the empire is basically doomed. Looking like a picture-perfect ideal prince straight out of a fairy tale, he just stands there radiating total elegance and grace. SFX rustle. Before she can even finish brushing off his worries about her own health in the cold northern climate, frantic footsteps come rushing toward the door. Snap! A panicked maid bursts into the room completely out of breath, total emergency energy written all over her face. Sasp! The Grand Duchess turns around in shock, demanding to know what all the chaotic noise is about, only to be told that the young Grand Duchess is urgently searching for her. CFX boom! The air in the room turns pitch black with suffocating pressure as the maid reveals the terrifying news: Arkid is in critical condition. Snap flash! Rowena's mind races back to just moments ago, remembering how bright and cheerful everything seemed before disaster struck. Out by the dark river, Rowena's heart sank into her chest the moment she grabbed Arkid's hand and realized his skin was literally burning hot like fire. Standing under the gloomy night sky, she desperately asks if he's feeling sick, but Arkid tries to play it cool despite barely being able to stand on his feet. Ugh! Clenching his jaw in pure agony, Arkid stammers out a weak denial while sweat drips down his pained face. Suddenly, his eyes lose focus and his vision spins completely out of control as the hidden magic inside him violently surges. Smack! Before Rowena can even reach out to catch him, Arkid completely collapses onto the cold grass, leaving her in absolute panic. Sifk SH. Rowena screams for the guards at the top of her lungs, quickly overriding their plans to take him to the lodgings. She knows they need to hide his state and get him real medical attention fast. Late into the night, candlelight flickers in the quiet room where Arkid lies unconscious on the bed, with Rowena watching over him, in utter heartbreak. Blaming herself for being completely blind to his suffering, Rowena stares at his feverish face while tears well up in her eyes. Honestly, seeing her take all the blame when she was just trying to help breaks your heart. CFX chains. Deep down, she knows that without an awakened magic user present to stabilize his power while the Grand Duke is away, Arkid's violent mana seizures could completely destroy him from the inside. Suddenly, the heavy bedroom door swings wide open as warm light floods into the dark room. Damn! The Grand Duchess rushes inside with pure maternal panic on her face, calling out Rowena's name in desperation. Rowena turns around with tear-stained cheeks, looking like a helpless child who finally found her ultimate shield in a time of disaster. Throwing her arms around her mother, Rona buries her face in her dress, weeping loudly as the Grand Duchess gently holds her and asks what happened. Sobbingly wiping her eyes, Rowena takes a deep breath to explain the terrifying medical emergency to her mother. She explains how the elemental spirits confirmed Arkid suffered an unawakened mana seizure, and how she hid him away in secret so no political enemies would discover his vulnerability. Seps, glow! The Grand Duchess realizes that being in the domain of the dark dragon Jafarcia might actually suppress the pain, praising Rowena's brilliant instincts while confirming she's already sent a swift messenger to call for expert help. Soft, gently placing a hand on Rowena's head, the Grand Duchess praises her daughter-in-law for making such a quick-witted judgment under intense pressure. Talk about elite mother-in-law bonding. She then drops a massive secret. There just so happens to be a top-tier figure nearby who possesses deep knowledge on unawakened magic seizures. Her expression turns deadly serious as she warns Rowena that this mysterious savior holds an extremely high rank that cannot be openly spoken of. She strictly orders Rowena that even if she figures out who this VIP guest is, she must pretend to be totally clueless for everyone's safety. SFX, nod. Swallowing her anxiety, Rowena nods obediently, committing every word of her mother's warning to memory. Night. The moonlight shines softly through the tall curtains as tension mounts inside the silent, locked bedchamber. SF kick! The heavy wooden door creaks open once again, casting long, dramatic shadows across the stone floor. Step. Two tall figures step into the room, a stern bodyguard escorting a mysterious individual completely cloaked in a dark hooded robe. SFX bow. To Rowena's absolute shock, the Grand Duchess immediately bows her head in deep respect, thanking the hooded figure for arriving on such short notice. As her mother assures the guest that all corridors were locked down to prevent discovery, Rowena's mind short-circuiting, realizing why her mother insisted on total secrecy. FFX drama. Connect the dots, people. In this entire empire, the only people who rank higher than the Grand Duchess herself are the imperial family, which means the hooded figure standing right in front of them is top-tier imperial royalty. Ever wonder what happens when the literal crown prince sneaks into a restricted room just because he was bored in his own palace? Lowering his dark hood, the young prince coolly assures everyone that taking a quiet stroll here is way better than rotting in his quarters, totally unfazed by the high-stakes secrecy surrounding him. Swish! Accompanied by his elite personal healer, the cloaked prince steps deeper into the dimly lit room. You can practically taste the thick, tense air as every single person in the room holds their breath. Staring ahead with those piercing ruby eyes, the prince locks his gaze onto the bed where Arkid lies unconscious. Man, this kid radiates so much aura for his age, it's actually insane. SFX, sparkle. Without wasting a second, the imperial attendant steps forward and extends his hand, summoning a swirl of golden magic particles that dance through the quiet air like luminous dust particles. SFX, hum. Hovering his glowing palm over Arkid's chest, the healer begins channeling warm energy directly into the boy's feverish body to stabilize his chaotic mana. Center shatter. Watching from the side, Rowena gasps in awe as invisible chains of compressed magic visibly fracture and burst around Arkid. Talk about elite-tier medical magic. It's like watching a sci-fi repair sequence in real time. Turning back to the Grand Duchess, the attendant explains that he successfully cleared Arkid's blocked mana pathways. Noting the poor kid suffered a violent shock after being suddenly exposed to insane levels of environmental mana, the Grand Duchess narrows her eyes thoughtfully, asking if these alarming symptoms match the rare condition she's been worried about all along. Suddenly, the attendant rubs his chin and confirms that both Arkid and the young master share an abnormally sensitive constitution when it comes to raw magical ambient energy. He raises a valid point, wondering out loud if Arkid has secretly suffered through these agonizing mana spikes before without telling anyone. Is it just me, or does this poor kid have a total lack of self-preservation instincts? The attendant emphasizes that this level of extreme magical reaction doesn't just pop up overnight out of nowhere, even in a mana-dense territory like Proteum. Sefex. Drip. The Grand Duchess gazes down at Arkit, who looks like he's drowning in a deep, dark ocean of feverish dreams. She admits the stubborn boy likely hid his painful symptoms from everyone because he's practically an expert at bottling up his feelings. Clenching her fists, Rowena's heart aches with anger and sadness, internally calling Arkit a complete dummy for taking on the whole world's burden alone instead of leaning on her when he's hurting. Step, breaking the emotional silence, the cloaked prince suddenly turns his sharp gaze onto Rowena, asking if that shimmering necklace around her neck is some kind of magical protective artifact. SFX glow! He leans in closer, pointing out that her red jewel is radiating an unusually potent type of magic that instantly caught his attention. Panicking inside, Rowena offers a nervous smile, sweating buckets as she internally panics over how ridiculously sharp the male lead's instincts are. She quickly plays it off, claiming her father-in-law gave it to her as a special gift because she's always getting into trouble. The prince muses that the Grand Duke must treasure his daughter-in-law immensely, noting that the specific gem set inside her necklace is absurdly difficult to source across the entire continent. Sweat drops form on the prince's face as he asks Rowena if she really has been casually strutting around town wearing such an outrageous treasure without even knowing what it actually is. So, SFX, Rowena tilts her head in utter confusion, only for the prince to drop a massive truth bomb, declaring that the red stone on her neck is definitely no ordinary jewelry. SFX. Boom. The prince reveals the gem is a legendary stone named Hamar, forged by fusing rare minerals with actual dragon's blood. Rowena's jaw literally hits the floor. Seriously, who casually hands a kid dragon blood like it's a piece of plastic candy? Seeing Rowena panic, the Grand Duchess chuckles in her adorable chibi form, reassuring her that almost nobody in the world can identify Halomar at a single glance anyway. Smirk? The Grand Duchess casually points out that the only reason the prince recognized it instantly is because he already owns a piece of Hamar himself. Snod, the prince nods in agreement, casually admitting he used to see chunks of the legendary dragonstone just sitting around in his royal father's private vault back at the Imperial Palace. Snap! Bang! The big shock lines explode behind Rowena's head as she realizes she's literally wearing an Imperial-level national treasure around her neck like a basic party accessory. Flex! The Grand Duchess flips her hair with maximum high society sass, telling Rowena that a young duchess shouldn't get flustered over something that only costs the price of a whole private island. Rowena screams internally. Did she just say the price of an island? Staring at the glowing artifact later, Rowena realizes she can't even lock it away in a safe box because the necklace actively suppresses her secret spirit summoning powers from leaking. SFX. Wave. To make things even more hilarious, the Grand Duchess casually adds that the Grand Duke keeps a few spare Hamar stones lying around in his storehouse anyway, so if Rowena loses this one, he'll just hand her another. The prince chin rests thoughtfully, reminding them that since the Grand Duke literally slew a legendary dragon with his own hands, dragon bloodstones are basically cheap pebbles to him. Sexy! Flanked by mountains of gold coins and casual billionaires, Chibi Rowena gives the camera the most hilarious deadpan stare. This is why normal people can never understand how absurdly rich nobles think. Splash! Cut to the dark, misty ocean harbor late at night where seagulls perch on rocky cliffs as a mysterious, ominous warship silently anchors near the docks. Zifk. Deep in the shadows of the port, a group of dark-robed cultists kneel before their leader, gloomily reporting that multiple thorough searches of Stig Island yielded absolutely zero results. Snap! Tapping a sharp metallic claw ring against her chin, the hooded leader mutters that something feels completely off about this whole operation. She notes with a dark tone that if the mysterious corruption truly originated from this region, there definitely should have been blatant traces of dark sacrificial rituals left behind. One of the kneeling cultists nervously speaks up, explaining that the area is swarming with ferocious magic beasts, making it virtually impossible for them to push deeper without extra reinforcements. Sci-fi, Shadow. The leader coldly shoots down the request, warning that with the powerhouse Grand Duke of Hydelis now arriving on scene, any large-scale troop movement will instantly expose them. The cultist tries to rationalize that nobody knows the real cause of the dark contamination anyway, claiming only ancient beings could ever link their secret order to the outbreak. Slice! Unsheathing a sharp metallic ring, the leader flashes a terrifying dark smile under her hood, warning that they cannot risk letting the hidden techniques of their organization slip out through brainless gossip. Sign as sex crackle. The cultists desperately insist that their cover is rock solid, bragging that the clueless Imperial family couldn't figure out the truth behind Stig Island's anomaly in a million years. FX tension. Her eyes darkening with pure malice, the leader warns that while the spoiled royals in the capital might be blind, the Grand Duke of the North is a completely different monster. That bloodline is ruthlessly cunning. FX flip. Ancient dark grimoires flutter through the air as she reminds them that the Hidelis family holds forbidden historical records that even the Emperor's scholars don't possess, dating all the way back to the humans blessed by the dark dragon Jafarzia. Save. Glow. She delves into ancient history, revealing that when the dark dragon Jafarcia protected the realm, 4 legendary humans formed soul contracts with him, starting with Hine of Gold. Psi effects. Flame. Next came Hidelis of Darkness, mastering shadow magic, and Ethel of Passion, who commanded furious elemental flames. And finally, the lost fourth line, Louis of the Stars, a legendary family whose entire lineage mysteriously vanished from world history without leaving a single trace. Suffix tremble. The leader warns her shuddering followers that Hidelis controls the most lethal information network in existence, and one slip-up means their entire cult will be swallowed whole by the darkness. Sing! To prove she means business, the cult leader draws a sleek dagger and cleanly slices open her own fingertip without flinching. Dark, corrupted blood drips from her hand, igniting a terrifying surge of black and red magic around her treble-clef tattooed finger. Honestly, the artist went crazy hard on the villain aesthetics here. SFX, possess! As her blood magic infects the air, the cultist's eyes suddenly turn a sickly, glowing yellow as twisted, creepy grins force themselves onto their faces. Talk about horrifying mind control. SFX offer. Handing a vial of her dark blood to the brainwashed minion, the leader instructs them to secretly sprinkle it near the Grand Duke's barracks if they get cornered, guaranteeing it will scramble their tracks for weeks. Standing over her mindless army, she strictly commands them to locate the ultimate sacrifice before anyone else gets close to it. Surrounded by a suffocating aura of dark purple blooms and skeletal remnants, the cult leader grins like a demon, vowing to finally reclaim the ancient, forgotten glory of their dark order. Ever wonder what happens when you spend the night nursing your handsome, sickly fiancé only to wake up in the middle of a total romantic misunderstanding? SFX. Flicker. Warm candlelight illuminates the quiet bedroom as midnight settles over the estate. Snap. A soft stir breaks the calm night air as fingers gently twitch against the silk bed sheets. Groaning softly, Arkid slowly sits up in bed, clutching his aching head as the residual pain from his magical overload finally starts to subside. SFX, rustle. Rubbing his eyes, Arkid turns to check his surroundings and instantly freezes in surprise. Talk about an unexpected wake-up view. Sitting right beside his bed, slumped over in a chair, is Rowena, fast asleep after staying up all night watching over him. Arkid gazes at her in utter disbelief, murmuring under his breath, did she seriously sit by his bedside through the entire night just to make sure he was okay? Snap! Soft moonlight filters through the heavy curtains, scattering magical dust particles across the quiet room. Arkid blanks, noticing tiny, glowing, fairy-like spirits fluttering gently around Rowena's head like a halo of light. A quick memory flashes through his mind of Rowena casually complaining about how noisy spirits are in real life. I swear, her casual relationship with ancient magical beings is forever top-tier comedy. SFX, hush. Raising a finger to his lips, Arkid softly whispers to the little spirits, telling them to stay quiet so they don't disturb her peaceful rest. Sniff. The tiny elemental spirits giggle silently, floating around Rowena as if keeping guard over her sleep. Tilt. Suddenly, Rowena's body sways sideways as she uses her balance while fast asleep. Snap. Reacting on pure instinct, Arkid reaches out and catches her, pulling her soft frame right into his chest before she hits the floor. SFX, doki, Rowena nestles comfortably against his neck, completely unaware that she just pulled off a full romance trope tackle in her sleep. Her sudden proximity sends Arkad's heart into overdrive, his cheeks flushing deep red as he stares down at her peaceful, sleeping face. Sifs. Bathed in soft candlelight, the two remain wrapped in a cozy embrace on the edge of the bed. Honestly, the artist cooked so hard with this cozy lighting scene. Gently brushing a stray strand of bright red hair from her cheek, Arkad wonders why someone who loves her sleep so much forced herself to stay awake nursing him all night. SFX embrace. He wraps his arms around her a little tighter, quietly asking the darkness why she's always so ridiculously good to him. Soft. Morning light fills the room as Rowena stirs awake, feeling an extraordinarily warm and cozy heat source wrapped around her hands. Snap? With snapping her eyes wide open, Rowena realizes with absolute horror that she isn't hugging a pillow. She's literally snuggled right up against Arkad on his bed. Arkad smirks softly from beside her, asking if spooning him like a giant plushie is just another one of her wild sleeping habits. Snap, Rowena's face explodes into a bright red blush as she stammers, internally screaming over how ridiculously gorgeous he looks up close in the morning light. Internally hyperventilating, Chibi Rowena tells herself that even if this is a crazy fever dream, she needs to memorize every detail of his face before waking up. Fluster. Arkad looks away nervously, softly warning her that staring at him with such intense eyes is getting genuinely dangerous for his heart. Sloat? Rowena's soul literally leaves her body and floats into outer space. Sir, please do not drop casual male lead flirt lines without a warning label. Snapping back to reality, Rowena scrambles backward and bows frantically, apologizing repeatedly for invading his personal space. Flustered himself, Arkad tries to calm her down, muttering under his breath that he's actually the one who poses a danger here. Suspense. Rowena clutches her cheeks nervously, timidly asking if she did something totally out of line while out cold. FX panic. Spiraling into full crisis mode, Rowena panics over whether she accidentally kissed him, hugged him too tight, or committed some other unpardonable sleep crime. Arkad chuckles softly with a sweet smile, casually admitting he actually loved it since it's his very first time sharing a bed with anyone. Rowena screams internally, "Bro, you cannot just say things like that with a straight face." Rowena quickly sits upright and tries to pull the propriety card, reminding him they made a strict pre-wedding agreement about not sharing a bed yet. Arkad blinks in genuine confusion, asking if Marquise April didn't explain the exact terms of that deal to her. Snatter. Arkad calmly clarifies that the contract explicitly states they won't consummate their marriage until they're full adults, which is 7 whole years away. Rowena's soul shatters into a million pieces at the realization. Synapse thud. Overwhelmed by sheer emotional damage and embarrassment, Rowena dramatically faints backward onto the mattress. SFX shout, "Rowena!" Cut to the grand castle exterior as Arkad's alarmed yell echoes across the sunny courtyard. Sufk? Drained. Down at the breakfast table later, Rowena sits like a lifeless zombie, completely drained of all vitality after the morning's chaos. Across the table, the Grand Duchess rests her chin on her hand, observing Rowena's deadpan expression with deep amusement. The Grand Duchess snorts, dryly remarking that anyone walking in right now would assume Rowena was the one fighting for her life with a fever all night. Turning her attention toward Arkad, the Grand Duchess shifts into a motherly tone, asking how his body is feeling after the treatment. Arkad nods respectfully, assuring her that he feels completely fine and apologizing for causing everyone so much unnecessary anxiety. FX frown. The Grand Duchess scolds him gently, pointing out that out of all things to keep secret, hiding a severe illness is the absolute worst. She explains that the royal doctor confirmed these violent mana spikes must have triggered painful seizures in his body multiple times in the past. Realizing the cover is blown, Arkad quietly admits it happened once before while he was surviving on the harsh city streets. Looking pained, the Grand Duchess asks how on earth a helpless kid managed to endure such agonizing magical seizures without proper medical care. Alchid casually drops a tragic reality bomb, explaining he just forced himself to sleep through the excruciating pain until it went away because he couldn't afford a doctor. A heavy silence fills the dining room as a picture of plain bread appears. When you're starving on the streets, buying food will always come before seeking medical help. The Grand Duchess grips her teacup tightly, her heart aching for the tremendous suffering this young boy had to endure alone. Arkid nervously asks if his condition is some kind of untreatable terminal illness, but the Grand Duchess quickly shuts down his doom-talking, revealing his symptoms actually mirror a rare magical awakening prior to adulthood. Sip. Taking a calm sip of her tea, the Grand Duchess reassures him that with proper guidance and high-tier mana stabilization, he has nothing to fear. Step. Later in the brightly lit palace corridor, the Grand Duchess formally introduces the hooded royal prince, Zeronis, to Arkid, setting the stage for an intense, high-stakes alliance. Ever wonder what happens when you accidentally jumpstart the main plot years ahead of schedule? Watching the male lead shake hands in front of her, Rowena is internally panicking, realizing she wasn't supposed to get involved with him this early in the storyline. Pondering the original web novel plot, Rowena remembers that Maybelle, the actual female lead, isn't even around yet, making her wonder how much her presence is already warping the original timeline. Step. Interrupting her deep train of thought, Aso politely steps up to inform the young Grand Duchess that it's time for her upcoming scheduled meeting. Turning toward her trusted butler with a serious expression, Rowena decides it's time to put her next big project into motion, asking a seal to look into a very specific task for her. Samage Shimmer. Standing by the grand arched window bathed in golden sunlight, Rowena looks like an absolute mastermind scheming her next big move. Honestly, the artist went so hard with this radiant lighting. Shortly after, the Grand Duchess and Arkid arrive at the reception room, curious to hear why Rowena summoned them on such short notice. Snap! Ta-da! Striking a confident pose with a bright smile, Rowena excitedly announces that she has a game-changing invention to present to them. Seth. Right on cue, Hannah pushes in a wooden cart carrying a glowing yellow cubic box adorned with delicate metallic designs. Recognizing the item, the Grand Duchess expresses her surprise, noting that she thought all the sky lanterns from the previous festival had already been used up. Arkid tilts his head in confusion, asking if Rowena was secretly disappointed about missing the chance to scatter flower seeds during the festival. Humph! Shaking her head, Rowena proudly lifts the heavy yellow box, urging them to examine it closer because this is far more than just a simple festive lantern. Inspecting the box, the Grand Duchess points out that while the exterior looks slightly smaller, it appears almost identical to the standard lanterns. Pointing directly at a circular glass piece on the side, Arkid instantly catches on, noticing a small lens embedded right where the seed container used to be. Seriously, Arkid's sharp observation skills never miss a beat. Smile! Beams with pride at his sharp vision, declaring that she plans to launch an entire commercial business centered around this modified device. SFX Howl. Cut to a distant freezing mountain territory where heavy blizzards and extreme magical snowfall have completely blanketed the local village in ice. Sigh. Sitting inside a chilly log cabin, the local territory lord clutches his forehead in deep stress while reviewing the damage reports. Out in the snow, the guards argue back and forth, knowing they can't keep restricting the movement of trapped, starving residents forever without finding a solution. Suddenly, an aide bursts into the office, carrying a sealed package straight from Hadella's castle. Unboxing the contents, the Lord finds a yellow cubic device along with an official manual titled Magic Tool Drone Trial Operation Guide. A drone in a fantasy world? Talk about an insane tech leap. Reading the instructions, he learns that Hadelis developed these video-equipped flying magic drones specifically to scout dangerous, unreachable snowbound zones during disaster relief. FX gasp. However, the Lord's jaw drops to the floor when he looks at the astronomical purchase price. It has so many zeros, it looks like an entire nation's annual budget. But reading further down the document, his panic turns into relief when he realizes the monthly rental cost is less than a quarter of standard restoration expenses. Realizing what a massive financial lifesaver this service is, the Lord immediately decides to sign up for the trial rental program without hesitation. Snap. Back at the estate, Rowena stares starry-eyed at a treasure chest bursting with gold coins. Her high-end rental business model is an absolute hit. Modern capitalism triumphs once again in a fantasy kingdom. SFX money eyes! Imagining herself drowning in cash, Rowena gleefully calculates her profits, confident she'll clear all her past debts in record time. Suddenly, an attendant enters carrying a breathtaking bouquet of deep red roses made entirely of sparkling cut gemstones as a reward from the Grand Duchess. Grasping the shimmering jewel bouquet, Rowena excitedly asks if these are real gemstones, thoroughly impressed by the Grand Duchess's ultra-wealthy taste and congratulations. CFPS. Proud, the attendant adds that the Grand Duchess requested Rowena consult her first before bringing future business ideas to the Grand Duke, which Rowena happily agrees to. Sift, humming, tucking the glittering bouquet under her arm, Chibi Rowena skips down the hall, eager to display her lavish new reward in her bedroom. SFX, blank. Stepping inside her room, Rowena freezes in her tracks as her eyes fall upon an unexpected visitor perched on her side table. SFX gleam. Resting atop the table is a grand silver cage housing a majestic fiery red bird that silently stares right back at her. Sif, stare. Leaning in closer, Rowena inspects the mysterious bird, completely baffled by why it's giving her such an intense, judgmental side-eye. SFX, glare. The red bird narrows its sharp golden eyes, locked in an intense staring contest with Rowena. Honestly, this bird has more attitude than half the aristocracy in this palace. SFX, door open, entering with fresh laundry, Hannah gasps in surprise, asking when the young mistress returned to her quarters. Rowena points at the cage, asking Hannah where this magnificent red bird came from and why it was placed in her room. Hannah grins, explaining that Arkid personally delivered the messenger bird earlier, saying any serious business mogul needs a reliable private courier. Switch? Hearing that Arkid sent it, Rowena instantly flips her attitude, cooing warmly at the bird and praising it as the smartest, cutest little creature ever. Side-eye. Unmoved by her sudden fake enthusiasm, the bird continues to judge her with the most unimpressed expression imaginable. Snap? With a sudden burst of energy, the bird flaps its fiery wings, casually dropping a sealed white letter right through the cage bars. Snatching the letter in surprise, Rowena realizes Arkid attached a personal note along with his unique gift. Opening the parchment, she reads Arkid's note explaining that this rare bird is known as a descendant of the mythical phoenix, chosen specifically because its crimson feathers match her red hair. Reading further, Arkid sweetly confesses in writing that lately, whenever he sees the color red anywhere, he immediately thinks of her. Talk about smooth romance lead moves. Doki doki. He casually adds that she can use this bird whenever she wants to write letters back to him, causing Rowena's heart to leap out of her chest. SFX, shake. Watching Rowena violently tremble and blush redder than her own hair, Hannah tilts her head, asking what on earth the letter could possibly say to break her like this. SFX, fluster. Turning around in a full panic, Rowena frantically asks Hannah to check if her outfit and hair look presentable right now. Clasping her hands anxiously, Rowena paces back and forth, completely losing her composure over Arkid's ridiculously flirtatious letter. Sivs. Giggling softly at her adorable reaction, Hannah gently reassures her that she looks absolutely stunning as always. Snap, salivating. Meanwhile, in a private training hall, Arkid stands within a glowing magical circle as his mana instructor guides him through high-level energy control techniques. SFX, concentrate. The instructor places a hand near Arkid's core, telling him to gather his internal magic and constrict his energy like tightening blood vessels to prevent mana surges. Sweating from the intense exertion, Arkid tries his absolute best to compress his chaotic magic, but the overwhelming power disperses into floating particles, proving how difficult mana control is before full awakening. Ever wonder what happens when an overpowered fantasy protagonist actually gets a decent mentor? Count Harrington smiles warm-heartedly, reassuring Arkid that mastering his immense mana might feel like climbing a mountain at first, but once he gets over that initial hurdle, it's going to be smooth sailing. Arkid's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as the instructor casually drops a truth bomb, stating that with the absurd amount of mana dormant inside him, he might end up even stronger than the Grand Duke himself. Talk about zero to hero potential. Surveying the grand library full of magical relics, the Count adds that while high-tier mana awakening comes with massive risks, once Arkid clears it, barely anyone in the entire kingdom will be able to touch him in a magic duel. Leaning in with a proud look, Harrington reminds the young prodigy of a golden rule. Talent is great, but nobody can top an absolute genius who puts in the grueling hard work every single day. Clenching his fist with ultimate determination, Arkit looks Count Harrington straight in the eye and declares that he's ready to push past his limits because mediocrity is simply not an option anymore. As a glowing silhouette of Rowena floats in his mind, Arkid softly admits his true motivation. He needs to become unstoppable because he finally found a precious person he wants to protect with his life. My heart is melting. Count Harrington's professional facade instantly breaks into a smirk as he asks if this mysterious, precious person happens to be the young Grand Duchess, leaving poor Arkid stammering in pure red-faced embarrassment. Rubbing his chin with a sly grin, the Count connects the dots, privately chuckling over the fact that rumors about the young couple becoming super close weren't an exaggeration after all. Glancing toward the sunlit window, Harrington recalls how cold and distant the Grand Duke's household used to feel last year, making it mind-blowing how much the atmosphere transformed in just 6 short months. He remembers how Rowena used to be super prickly, carrying the weight of the entire world on her tiny shoulders. But now, they actually look like a real loving couple. Talk about top-tier character development. Facing Arkit in the training room, the Count wisely nods, reminding him that it's completely natural for a man's true strength to explode when he finally has something priceless to defend. Bathed in a magical aura, the instructor urges the young lord to lock in that protective mindset and use it as fuel for all his future training. Looking dashing with that classic male lead sparkle, Arkit offers a confident, breathtaking smile, promising to give it everything he's got. Meanwhile, right outside the training room window, a pair of tiny hands suddenly slam against the glass pane, shaking with uncontrollable excitement. Pushing her face right against the window, Rowena is literally spying on their private lesson like a total menace, her eyes locked on target. Internally screaming at the sheer cuteness overload, Rowena fangirls hard over Arkit's blushing face, wondering on earth how anyone is expected to stay calm when he looks that adorable. Outside the window, Chibi Rowena is literally pressed flat against the glass, glowing with star eyes, causing Count Harrington to turn around sweating bullets at this unhinged stalker behavior. Trying to preserve what little dignity the lesson has left, the Count awkwardly clears his throat and suggests wrapping up today's training session early. Flashing a polite, handsome smile, Arkid smoothly agrees that calling it a day is probably for the best before his wife breaks the window pane. As Arkit steps out into the sunlit stone corridor, he catches Rowena frantically trying to act natural while tiptoeing along the wall like a cartoon spy. Turning toward her with a warm glow, Arkit gently calls out her name, cutting off her terrible stealth mission in broad daylight. Fiddling with her dress in total panic, Rowena tries to play it off, nervously lying that she was just casually passing by and definitely wasn't spying. Arkit smugly calls her out, teasingly revealing he knew she was lurking outside the entire time. Honestly, watching these two banter is peak wholesome content. Chibi Rowena drops her head in defeat, anxiously worrying that Count Harrington is going to lecture her again for disrupting another high-stakes magic lesson. Flash in a reassuring grin, Arkit softly tells her not to sweat it because the instructor didn't really mind that much. Cue the dramatic villain theme. Out of nowhere, Count Harrington materializes behind her with dark anime shadows over his eyes, looking ready to unleash total wrath. Screaming in absolute terror, Rowena scrambles backward as the Count sternly reminds her that barging into official lessons is a serious offense. Clasping her hands together with big, shiny anime eyes, Rowena silently prays for a miracle because she is not ready to get grounded today. Harrington cold-heartedly declares he's installing heavy blackout curtains next time, causing Rowena's soul to literally leave her body at the thought of losing her favorite daily view. Right on cue, Arkit steps up like a true knight, bravely shielding Rowena and promising to train harder if the Count promises not to scold his wife. Rowena's heart literally explodes into sparkles. Defeated by the power of young love, Count Harrington rubs his temples, agreeing to drop the curtain threat just this once for the young Duke. Realizing he's total third-wheel material right now, the old Count tactfully takes his leave, while Rowena feels zero guilt for practically chasing her tutor out of the room. Switching topics with a bright beam, Rowena brings up the magnificent messenger bird Arkid sent to her room, asking where he even managed to buy such a majestic creature. Arkid casually explains he spotted the rare phoenix descendant during a weekend stroll, warmly asking if she likes her new fiery courier. Rowena gushes about how brave and smart the bird is. Meanwhile, the panel cuts to the bird lazily face-planted on a luxury velvet pillow, munching grapes like a spoiled king. Art contrast at its absolute finest. Clasping her hands, Rowena pouts cutely, mentioning that she always feels guilty because Arkid keeps showering her with lavish gifts while she gives nothing back. Looking up at him with big starry eyes, Rowena asks what kind of gift or favor he wants in return so she can finally make it even. Tapping his chin thoughtfully, Arkid flashes a suave smirk, telling her she can ask for literally anything in the world and he'll make it happen. Taking a slow, deliberate step forward on the stone tiles, the atmosphere instantly turns romantic as the golden sunset bathes the garden. Closing the distance in one smooth motion, Arkid gently leans down and plants a soft, breathtaking kiss right on Rowena's cheek. Close up on the romantic moment. The artist really pulled out all the romance webtoon tropes here with the soft lighting and floating flower petals. Rowena freezes in place, completely short-circuiting with her hand touching her cheek, while Arkid looks at her with absolute tenderness. Touching his own lip with a shy smile, Arkid confesses that he's always been envious of goodnight kisses and wanted to give her one himself. Rowena's brain completely melts down from the flirtatious attack, squishing her cheeks as her heart beats at 1,000 miles per hour. Swooning backward into Arkid's arms, Rowena gasps that her heart is literally about to explode, sending Arkid into a full panic, calling for a doctor. Gently wrapping his hands around hers, Arkid catches her securely before she loses her footing. Looking up into his eyes with a sweet, glowing smile, Rowena softly tells him that holding hands like this is more than enough to cure her heart. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, the young couple stands hand in hand, both blushing like crazy in the quiet courtyard. Leaning her head against her hand, Rowena soft-heartedly murmurs out loud just how deeply she likes Arkid. Hearing her blunt confession loud and clear, Arkid's eyes open wide as a massive red blush spreads across his face. Talk about a total victory for the romance storyline. Ever feel like your heart is going to burst right out of your chest? Standing in the warm glow of the setting sun, Arkid whispers a soft confession, catching Rowena completely off guard. Rowena's eyes go wide with pure confusion, wondering what in the world he could possibly mean by that sudden response. Trying to keep his composure, Arkid softly checks if she's feeling any better, while Rowena stammers out that she just had a sudden moment of dizziness. SFX, thump, thump. Clutching her chest tightly, Rowena feels her heart hammering like a runaway train. Realize she can't hold back her feelings for another second. Smooch! In one bold move, Rowena leans right in and plants a super sweet kiss straight on Arkid's cheek, leaving the young lord utterly frozen in shock. Screaming out a loud farewell, Rowena panics at her own bold move, her face burning brighter than a red tomato. Honestly, watching her short-circuit after pulling off a legendary surprise move is peak romance comedy. Successive patter-patter. Without wasting a single millisecond, her feet take off on their own as she bolts down the hallway like a cartoon character escaping a crime scene. FX dash! Arkid just stands there in the middle of the massive tiled hall, staring in utter disbelief as Rowena sprints away at light speed. Gently placing his hand over the spot where her lips just touched, Arkid slowly processes what just happened in absolute awe. SFX blush. A deep crimson blush instantly spreads all over his face as he hides his lips behind his hand. Look at him, trying so hard not to lose his cool. The artist really went all out with the lighting here to capture pure teenage romance energy. SOF, echo! Cut to the next day at the grand estate, where a sharp scream shatters the peaceful morning quiet. SFX tremble. Aura radiating dark purple rage, Rowena clutches an official report, internally screaming over the fact that her magic transport system got wrecked again in the Tessel region. Her trusty maid Hannah nervously confirms that the mana stones were completely drained and shattered, leaving zero trace behind for the recording devices to capture. Hannah explains that since the recording stones rely on mana too, the mysterious culprit absorbed them right along with the energy core. Out in the freezing snow, destroyed delivery drones lie shattered in pieces, pointing to the emergence of a dangerous Mana Stone hunter. Talk about a major threat to her growing trade empire. Saif, panic! Holding her head in sheer frustration, Chibi Rowena realizes this isn't just about losing cargo. If bad rumors spread, her entire business reputation is going down the drain. Senex clack. Rolling up the report with fierce determination, Rowena swears she's going to personally hunt down whoever is messing with her supply lines. Scritch, scratch! She immediately grabs a feather quill, rapidly writing out urgent instructions to launch a full investigation. Sefex tie. Carefully securing the rolled letter to the leg of her fiery courier bird, Rowena prepares to dispatch her secret weapon. Opening the tall balcony windows, she sends the majestic red phoenix soaring into the sky with a warm wish for a safe journey. Watching the bird fly away, Hannah casually points out that the creature seems to be getting huge fast, but Rowena quickly insists it's just going through a totally normal growth spurt. Striding purposefully through the corridor, Rowena reveals her plan to head down to Tessel alongside the Night Order after getting official approval from the Grand Duchess. Hannah pauses with a subtle, worried glance, gently advising her young mistress to tread carefully on this mission. Snap! Meanwhile, in the main drawing room, a fine teacup is set down with an unusually tense atmosphere filling the air. The heavy silence makes it crystal clear. Her Highness the Grand Duchess is in an absolutely terrible mood today. Sitting elegantly at her desk, stacked with correspondence, the Grand Duchess glares down at an open letter, practically exuding lethal intimidation. Sitting across the room, Arkid breaks the silence, softly calling out Rowena's name with a hint of concern in his eyes. Snapping out of her thoughts, Rowena blinks, looking over at him with wide, innocent eyes. Arkid gently notes how hard it's been to catch her lately, asking if she's been completely buried under her new business projects. Seeing Arkid look a little lonely and deflated, Rowena quickly tries to reassure him that the busiest phase of her work is finally over. Bathed in a magical backdrop of sparkling flowers, Arkid sweetly admits he was just worried she might overwork herself. Man, these two are so soft for each other, it's almost criminal. Internally, Rowena panics, remembering how she's been intentionally dodging him ever since that unexpected cheek kiss. Seeing him look sulky makes her realize she needs to get her act together ASAP. Snap! The doors swing open as the Grand Duchess steps into the room, dryly observing that Rowena looks like she's practically drooling in a daze. Snaps! Rowena snaps straight up like a caught puppy, nervously covering her mouth as her mother-in-law makes her entrance. SFX thud. Gracefully sinking into the plush armchair, the Duchess sighs, looking visibly worn out from long imperial matters. An awkward, icy chill sweeps through the wide drawing room as all three sit together in complete silence. SFX, whoosh. Spotting the dark clouds lingering around the Duchess, Rowena cautiously asks if something bad happened. Sigh. Letting out a heavy breath, the Grand Duchess reveals the shocking news. The Grand Duke was recently injured during his duty. Both Rowena and Arkid gasp in total shock, learning that the powerhouse leader got hurt while saving a child in the field. Anxiously biting her thumbnail, the Duchess explains that while his letter contained nothing but silly jokes, that's precisely how she knows he's masking severe pain. Rowena looks on with total curiosity, wondering how the Duchess can read right through his playful letter so easily. SFX scream! Flashback time, the Duchess chuckles, remembering how even as a kid, the Duke sprained his ankle, insisted he was fine, and then screamed in agony the second someone tapped his bandages. Talk about top-tiered tsundere behavior. She shakes her head fondly, admitting that her husband has always had a ridiculous habit of acting tough just to protect his pride. Smackle. Hearing this adorable backstory, Rowena's eyes literally transform into giant shiny stars, completely swooning over their legendary romance. Noticing Rowena's totally unhinged fangirl look, the Duchess raises an eyebrow, asking why on earth she's staring like that, while Rowena eagerly begs for more childhood gossip. Clearing her throat to get back on track, the Duchess mentions that relief soil will arrive soon before asking Rowena what she originally wanted to discuss. Raising her hand politely, Rowena gets straight to business, officially requesting a squad of private guards as an escort. She firmly explains that continuous attacks in the Texel region require her personal presence on the ground to investigate the culprit. The Grand Duchess agrees that Texel was devastated by recent avalanches and needs emergency relief, but insists that sending Rowena alone is far too risky. Standing up with absolute confidence, Arkid steps forward without a second of hesitation, declaring that he'll accompany her to protect her no matter what. Stepping up with total confidence, Arkid firmly offers to take charge of the mission himself, so Rowena doesn't have to carry the load alone. Without missing a beat, the Grand Duchess grants her seal of approval, deciding that sending both of them together is the best course of action. Overjoyed by the news, Rowena clasps her hands together with a glowing smile, warmly thanking her mother-in-law for trusting them with the assignment. CFX. Wind blowing, cut to the rugged mountain encampment where rows of white military tents stand under a bright, sunny afternoon sky. SFX. Russell. Inside the main tent, a battle-tested lord carefully wraps thick white bandages over a fresh wound on his shoulder. The field medic delivers a grim update, warning that the venomous monster bite contained a paralyzing toxin that requires at least a full day of solid rest. Instead of stressing out, the wounded lord just smirks, taking the injury in stride as the perfect excuse to catch up on some well-deserved sleep. SFX. Lazily waving his hand around, he tells the medic to stop nagging since he clearly survived the encounter. Standing nearby with his arms crossed, Ethan, the loyal purple-haired knight, immediately asks about the condition of the young child caught in the crossfire. Ethan confirms that the little girl is completely unharmed without a single scratch, bringing a silent sense of relief to the tent. Sigh. Letting out a quiet breath, the Lord rests on his cot, genuinely relieved that his reckless rescue mission wasn't in vain. Clap. Placing a firm hand on his master's shoulder, Ethan steps closer with an intense look, ready to deliver a serious reality check. Ethan scolds him for mindlessly throwing himself straight into the path of a deadly beast, while the Lord just replies with a smug, mischievous grin. Flashback time. A dazzling flare of holy light illuminates the scene as Ethan remembers the mysterious silver-haired girl single-handedly blocking the dark corruption. Looking down in deep thought, Ethan wonders aloud if that mysterious child could actually be a true saintess, given how she casually survived toxic contamination. Restively resting his chin on his hand, the Lord calculates that if she really is a holy saintess, fixing the land's corruption will be a breeze, if she cooperates. Snort. Smirking with playful banter, Ethan teases that for a second, he actually thought his grace was just being completely reckless and stupid. Snaps, shrinking into hilarious chibi forms, the Lord deadpans that Ethan's comment sounded suspiciously like an insult, while Ethan casually plays dumb. Honestly, their dynamic is absolute comedy gold. Looking at letters and quills stacked on the table, the order is given to launch a full background check into the girl's identity and family origins. Ethan notes that because evacuation notices went out ages ago, the girl is likely a street urchin or someone abandoned during the chaos. The Lord dryly remarks that being an abandoned orphan would actually make things much easier, saving them from tedious custody battles later on. Snap pause. Ethan glares down at his master with a sharp, suspicious look, asking if he's secretly planning to adopt her. Turning his head away, the Lord mutters that one child is already plenty, plus he really doesn't want his wife hating him any more than she already does. Tisk. In another hilarious chibi interaction, Ethan bluntly states that her anger probably stems from something else entirely, prompting the Lord to threaten sending him down to the dark basement. Clearing his throat to avoid getting banished, Ethan asks if they should send the potential saintess to the Grand Temple instead, though the Lord prefers to wait and see. Sitting upright on the cot, the Lord decides to hold off on any big decisions until her holy powers are officially verified. Gently placing his hand near his own chest, Ethan casually checks in to ask if the shoulder wound is still throbbing with pain. Flashback vision, the Duchess gently pulls down her dress strap, revealing a breathtaking red rose tattoo covering her shoulder as she tells him to stop crying. Smiling softly in her white gown, she reassures him that the floral artwork makes the original battle scar look much better. Sniff. Bringing his hand back up to his bandages, the Lord thoughtfully wonders out loud if he should get a matching rose tattoo drawn on his own shoulder. Ethan blinks in total disbelief, staring back with an utterly unamused face as he asks his master to repeat that ridiculous idea. Ethan pulls zero punches, straight up telling him it would look absolutely hideous, which earns him an immediate command to get the heck out of the tent. You gotta love a knight who isn't afraid to roast his boss. SFX rumble. Fast forward to the snowy northern region. A massive, luxurious convoy of horse-drawn carriages slowly navigates through deep snowdrifts. Stepping out into the biting cold air, Rowena and Arkit are greeted by Matthew Tessel, the polite local territory manager overseeing the outpost. Rowena introduces Copestine, her lead artificer, explaining that he personally joined the trip to inspect why their delivery drones keep breaking down. Snowy field. Matthew confirms that he has gathered all drone flight routes and maintenance logs for their review. The group arrives at a cozy wooden cabin tucked away near the snow-covered pine trees, with Matthew inviting them inside out of the cold. Spreading out a detailed map marked with prominent red X's, Matthew points out that the mysterious breakdowns keep happening in one exact cluster. Looking at the rugged canyon terrain on the map, Rowena notes how bizarre it is for attacks to occur along steep cliffs where ordinary people never travel. Arkid smartly chimes in, reasoning that a deserted, human-free trail is precisely the kind of ideal spot a criminal would choose to pull off a sneaky heist. Turning toward the window, Rowena asks if there's a nearby vantage point where she can survey the treacherous canyon landscape with her own eyes. SFX, swish! Gathering her dress, Rowena prepares to head straight out to inspect the terrain firsthand. Sa! Bang! Out of nowhere, the cabin door bursts wide open as an out-of-breath assistant comes charging into the room. Matthew winces with annoyance, scolding his staff member for displaying such unrefined rudeness right in front of high-ranking noble guests. Psst. Pointing wildly back toward the corridor, the frantic worker yells out that they finally caught the culprit destroying the drones in the act. Cut to the wooden hallway floor where a trail of melted snow and tiny white paw prints leads straight under a closed storage door. Crunch, munch! Approaching the door with cautious steps, the group hears an undeniable crunching sound echoing from inside the room. Pushing the door open, everyone stops dead in their tracks as a sleek white cat is caught red-handed, happily munching down on glowing, expensive mana stones. Talk about an unexpected twist. What? Matthew and his assistant gape in sheer shock, screaming out in complete disbelief that the criminal terrorizing their trade route is literally just a fluffy feline. See him! Dash! Realizing its buffet party is officially crashed, the feral cat snatches the pouch of mana stones in its mouth and leaps past everyone at light speed. Imagine walking into a room expecting a routine investigation only to find the heavy wooden door smashed to pieces with vicious claw marks. The local assistant is practically hyperventilating, staring in absolute terror at the shattered entrance like a horror movie victim. Suffix tremble. Both Matthew and his assistant are huddled together in total panic, convinced that a bloodthirsty magic beast in cat form is about to rip them to shreds. Honestly, seeing two fully grown men cowering behind a teenage girl over a hypothetical monster cat is peak comedy gold. Suddenly, two tiny fluttery spirits descend from the chilly mountain air, glowing with brilliant magical light as they fly straight toward Rowena. Swoosh! Flapping their butterfly wings with excitement, the little spirits report that they can easily track the mysterious culprit by its scent trail across the snow. Without wasting a single second, Rowena turns back with total resolve, declaring that they need to start the chase immediately. Stepping outside into the freezing courtyard, Arkit coolly requests a horse so they can hunt down this mysterious mana thief before it escapes into the mountains. Talk about a guy who never misses a chance to show off his action hero side. Set FX. Gallop, gallop. Leaping onto a mighty brown stallion, Arkit and Rowena slice through the heavy snowdrifts at full speed. You've got to give credit to the background team here. That snowy forest blur effect gives this chase scene serious cinematic flair. Wind whipping through his hair, Arkit keeps his eyes locked forward with laser-like focus, ready to tackle whatever dangerous creature awaits them in the ravine. SFX? Grrr. They finally corner the target in the snow, only to reveal a sleek, angry white cat growling over a stolen bag of shiny mana stones. Look at this little guy, standing his ground like he's the final boss of the snowy valley. Saf? Gasp. The purple spirit floats down with wide, shimmering eyes, suddenly shouting in complete shock that this isn't just an ordinary stray, it's actually an authentic divine beast. Sci-FX, flash, a radiant aura of blue spirit magic ripples across the snowy ground as Rowena cautiously steps forward, while Arkid stays right on her hip in case things go south. Floating down softly, the tiny butterfly spirit extends a hand, and just like magic, the angry white cat instantly drops its defensive stance and stares up with pure curiosity. Arkid blinks in utter shock as the wild beast suddenly turns docile, while Rowena casually reminds him that nature spirits naturally get along great with mythical divine creatures. Seriously, having high spirit affinity is basically the ultimate cheat code in this world. Tss. Taking a slow step back, the white cat tightly grips the leather pouch in its jaws, letting out a low warning growl as boots approach in the snow. SFX hiss! It arches its back and bared its tiny fangs in a fierce snarl. Meanwhile, Arkid just keeps that unbothered, brooding anime protagonist stare, completely unfazed by an angry feline threat. Swing! Reaching for his dagger, Arkid steps right in front of Rowena, warning her to stand back since a threatened divine beast could unleash massive destruction. Clasping her hands together with a sweet smile, Rowena cheerfully tells him not to worry, confident that her elemental spirits will instantly shield them from any sudden attacks. Soft, dark, ominous shadows swirl around the feral cat as it lowers into a combat stance, ready to spring at the slightest movement. Kneeling down gracefully, Rowena summons a soothing orb of warm magic in her palm, gently assuring the creature that nobody is going to steal its snack because they have mountains of mana crystals back home. The cat's bewildered face is absolute gold. It's like, wait, you're flexing your wealth right now? SFX glow, sparkling butterflies flutter through the air as Rowena reaches out her warm, glowing hand, inviting the hesitant beast to come closer. SFX lick. Lowering its guard, the white cat licks her fingertips softly, Rowena's heart aching inside as she realizes this grand legendary beast is in such a pitiful, weakened state from sheer starvation. Scooping the fluffy white feline right into her lap, Rowena softly coos for it to come with her where it'll be safe and well-fed. SFX snuggle, holding the white cat tightly against her winter coat, Rowena promises to take care of it from now on, while Arkid looks on with a quiet, approving gaze. Back inside the cozy log cabin, Kobe Steen the Artificer stands froze in place, sweating bullets while clutching his technical reports. SFX bang! Kobe leaps straight off the couch in utter disbelief, dropping his paperwork all over the floor as he screams out, "A divine beast?" Okay, this guy's dramatic reactions are officially my favorite reoccurring gag in this entire arc. Squinting nervously, Kobe points out that the little fluff ball lacks a core stone and looks way too tiny to be a mythical entity. Rowena just smiles warmly while cradling the sleepy cat, explaining that this cute little form isn't its true body. She gently explains that the poor creature was so severely starved that its body lacked the mana required to maintain its massive original form. CFX. Chills. Looming dark chains of anxiety manifest around Kobe as he stammers, asking if it's really safe to leave a magical monster unchained without heavy suppressive restraints. Rowena hits him with an icy, commanding glare that instantly shuts him up. She firmly warns him that putting restraints on a weakened beast is cruel and unnecessary, ordering him not to question her plan. Kobe cowers into a seat real quick. Never mess with a determined heroine. Gazing down at her new pet, Rowena silently remembers that Kobe has no idea she's actually a master spirit summoner, so his paranoia makes total sense from his perspective. SFX nudge! As the cat affectionately rubs against her dress, Rowena realizes there's still one major hurdle standing in her way. Leaning down, Rowena whispers straight into the cat's ear that if it wants to live in a luxurious castle, it better turn on the charm or win over her strict parents-in-law because she can't keep it if they say no. Arkid overhears her muttering about being a dependent herself, staring at her with wide, bewildered eyes. Man, her self-awareness is equal parts hilarious and tragic. SFX meow. Hearing the bad news, the clever cat instantly activates the ultimate secret weapon, giant, glistening anime teary eyes, and a heartbreakingly cute meow. SFX thump! A literal lightning bolt of cuteness pierces straight through Rowena's heart, leaving her blushing and completely overwhelmed by the tactical weaponized adorable power. Snap! Hugging the teary-eyed cat close, Rowena dramatically declares that with this insane level of weaponized cuteness, even the Grand Duchess's legendary iron defenses will crumble into dust. Leaving the snowy outposts behind, the party makes their grand return journey across the rugged northern wilderness back toward the capital. The scene shifts back to the breathtaking Grand Ducal estate, towering proudly under a bright sunny afternoon sky with sparkling fountains lining the courtyard. Inside the grand hallway, the blonde Grand Duchess stands with a hand on her hip, looking down with a sharp, suspicious glare as she demands to know why Rowena brought home another stray. Sweat dropping slightly under the intense noble gaze, Rowena holds up the fluffy white cat, hastily clarifying that this isn't an ordinary cat at all. It's a mythical divine beast. Walking across the luxurious red carpet, Rowena explains how she discovered the creature hiding out in the Tezel region, forced to chew on drone mana stones just to survive. Crossing her arms tightly, the Duchess bluntly replies that the Ducal Palace isn't an animal shelter, reminding her that taking in a divine beast brings huge political trouble. Sigh. Rubbing her forehead in total exhaustion, the Duchess groans aloud, wondering what she's supposed to do when her daughter-in-law keeps collecting spirit contracts and god-tier beasts like shiny Pokemon. Sensing the icy tension in the room, the galaxy brain cat slides right out of Rowena's arms and trots straight toward the Grand Duchess. SFX rub. The cunning creature rubs its soft fur against the Duchess's ankles, purring softly with tiny glowing hearts floating in the air. Look at this master manipulator operating at 100% capacity. SFX, shock. The Duchess's stoic, intimidating posture completely shatters, staring down in absolute disbelief at the furry little charmer invading her personal space. Looking up with massive, golden, shimmering eyes, the cat mentally purrs its ultimate command, "Raise me, human." Honestly, no mortal on Earth could ever withstand this level of tactical charm. Unable to resist the adorable assault, the Duchess clears her throat and reluctantly agrees, while Chibi Rowena holds up the cat shouting, "Yay!" in total victory. Looking down as Rowena sits on the floor petting the new addition, the Duchess asks what this legendary creature is named, and Rowena proudly answers, "Whitey." Spaz! The Duchess nearly loses her mind, shouting that a divine beast shouldn't be given a basic dog name, and demanding to know who came up with such a lazy title. To which Rowena deadpans, "I did." Rowena happily rattles off her backup names like Snowball, Cotton, Cheese, and Milky, while the Duchess's eyebrow twitches in pure exasperation. Arkid quickly steps in to save the day, pointing out that Whitey likes its original name best, leaving the entire room in chaotic, heartwarming harmony. Imagine threatening to throw a total temper tantrum over a stray cat, only to realize your mother-in-law is actually planning something way bigger. We open right in the middle of a high-stakes family confrontation where our girl is standing her ground, cat in hand, refusing to back down from a fight. SFX drama. Clutching the little white kitten like it's her most prized possession in the entire world, she dramatically cries out that her mother is being completely unfair, leaving the poor Duchess standing there in absolute shock. Swift dash. Before anyone can even process what just happened, she yanks her dress up and pulls a full-speed sprint down the carpeted hallway. Seriously, watching noble ladies sprint in full ball gowns never fails to deliver pure comedy. SFX glow. Fast forward to the magic circle room. Setting the tiny white cat inside the glowing summoning circle, she prepares to break the seal and restore the creature back to its original form. Slacks. A massive razor-sharp paw slams onto the stone floor as golden magical particles explode across the room. The artist really went all out with the lighting here to build up the hype. SFX roar! The oversized beast lets out a fierce growl as its frame expands exponentially, signaling that this isn't just some ordinary house pet. Sick, our red-haired heroine stands rooted to the spot in absolute awe, watching the blinding light engulf the entire chamber without showing a single shred of fear. Snap! The light clears to reveal a magnificent, giant white leopard with a glowing amber gemstone embedded right in its forehead. Talk about the ultimate pet upgrade. Went from a pocket-sized kitten to an absolute apex predator in 5 seconds flat. Tiny spirit fairies begin fluttering around the leopard's massive head, analyzing its mana aura and confirming that it possesses a pure earth attribute capable of acting as a high-tier guardian beast. The fairies point out that since the High Imperial lineage has wielded earth magic for generations, her mother-in-law would actually be the ultimate mentor to train this giant beast. SFX, sweat. But our girl instantly starts sweating bullets, remembering how strictly the Duchess enforces noble etiquette and worrying she's gonna get utterly annihilated for bringing a wild monster home. Side-eye. She nervously glances over her shoulder, already mentally preparing for the mother of all lectures. Honestly, her relatable anxiety here is 10 out of 10. But instead of ripping her to shreds, the gigantic mythical beast leans down and nuzzles its fluffy face right against her cheek with the softest, most adorable meow imaginable. She bursts out laughing at the ridiculous contrast, teasing the giant beast for still acting like a needy little kitten, despite being the size of a minivan. SFX sparkle. Reaching out to touch the glowing gem on its head, she decides that if they're going to raise a giant mythical leopard, they're going to give it the absolute best care money can buy. SFX smooch. She gently presses a sweet kiss right above the leopard's forehead jewel, officially solidifying their unbreakable bond of trust. SFX purr. The giant leopard plops its head onto the floor, closing its eyes in pure contentment while she lovingly strokes its fur. Seriously, who wouldn't want a giant, fluffy elemental beast as a personal bodyguard? Cut to the next morning. A stern maid knocks on the door to inform our red-haired protagonist that the Duchess has officially requested her presence in the private parlor. Sirens! As the maid offers to escort her inside, our heroine's internal alarm bells start blaring loudly. She's got a seriously bad feeling about what's waiting behind those doors. SFX creak. The grand wooden doors slowly swing open, revealing the sunlit luxury sitting room. Sitting elegantly on the sofa with a warm cup of morning tea, the Duchess looks up and calmly greets her daughter-in-law as she enters. Expecting the absolute worst, our girl immediately bows down and apologizes profusely for running off so rudely yesterday, but the Duchess smoothly cuts her off, stating there's zero need for apologies. SFX blink. Our heroine freezes in complete confusion. Wait, no lecture? No punishment? What kind of alternate reality is this? Psyups, ta-da! The Duchess gestures toward a wooden cart completely stacked with high-end cat beds, fish toys, feather wands, and luxury grooming brushes. The Duchess proudly announces that these are official adoption gifts to celebrate Whitey joining the family. Our girl's jaw hits the floor. Did the most intimidating woman in the estate really go shopping at dawn for cat toys? So touched. Overwhelmed by the sheer unexpected wholesomeness, tears well up in her eyes as she realizes how deeply her mother-in-law actually cares for her happiness. SFX dash hug. Completely throwing noble decorum out the window, she lunges forward and wraps her arms around the Duchess in a massive, tearful tackle hug. Looking up with the radiant smile of a happy child, she warmly thanks her mother-in-law for taking such good care of Whitey. The SFX glow. The Duchess's usual icy composure completely melts away into a gentle smile, telling her that she should never hesitate to speak up or ask for help in the future without formal reservations. Taking immediate advantage of the wholesome vibe, our girl's eyes light up as she asks if she can make one tiny little request right now. Cut down to little Whitey sitting on the carpet, staring up with big, round, innocent golden eyes that could melt steel. She smoothly drops the bomb, asking if her mother-in-law could personally take charge of training Whitey's magical beast powers. SFX panic. The Duchess visibly panics, trying to sweat-talk her way out of it by suggesting they hire an outside specialist who shares the exact same elemental attribute. SFX defeat. But our heroine hits her with the ultimate puppy dog eyes, begging that even just 1 hour a day or 3 times a week would be plenty. Look at the Duchess palming her face in total resignation. She knows she's completely lost this negotiation. Celebrating her absolute victory, our girl plays happily with Whitey, while the Duchess stands in the background wondering how she got so effortlessly wrapped around her daughter-in-law's finger. Turning to her with a thoughtful look, the Duchess asks if she still considers herself a freeloader after everything that's happened. When our heroine gapes in total shock, the Duchess reveals that Orchid was actually the one who brought up her insecurities. Flashback. We cut to a dramatic flashback where Orchid confronts his mother, deeply troubled after learning that his wife felt like a burden who might get kicked out if she made a single mistake. Archid's dark, intense gaze says it all. He flatly tells his mother that he refuses to let his wife spend the rest of her life walking on eggshells around this estate. Man's green flag husband energy is officially off the charts. Back in the present, the Duchess playfully teases her for calling herself a freeloader while casually bossing the matriarch of the house around, making our girl sweat nervously as she tries to defend herself. Holding Whitey up like a trophy, she bows deeply once again, expressing how truly grateful she is to have such an incredible family supporting her. Unable to handle the overwhelming cute aggression, the Duchess turns away and covers her face, fighting for her life not to cry from pure joy. Her tsundere defense wall has officially been reduced to rubble. Surrounded by a soft floral backdrop, the Duchess internally surrenders, accepting that these two adorable goofballs are simply impossible to handle. Safax, nightfall. The cheerful mood suddenly shifts dramatically under a dark moonlit sky as the narrative pivots toward the overarching political plot. We learn that the young girl rescued during the previous incident was officially confirmed to be the true saintess, making the process of cleansing the realm's dark corruption significantly smoother. Even though Stig Island suffered severe damage due to delayed action, securing the saintess provided a critical defensive bulwark against future dark threats. However, shadowy syndicates have recently begun targeting the saintess, putting Grand Duke Archid on extreme high alert as tension reaches a boiling point. Deep inside the gloomy interrogation room, Archid demands an update on the captured intruders, but his chief knight reports that the bound prisoners refuse to utter a single word. Archid steps closer with a chilling, cold-blooded smirk, warning the tied-up captives that remaining silent will only guarantee a far more painful execution. Unsheathing his steel blade with a deadly shimmer, Archid demands to know what kind of suicidal organization has the audacity to infiltrate his personal military barracks and attempt a high-stakes kidnapping. Talk about ending the episode on an absolute edge-of-your-seat cliffhanger. Cold blade pressed against his neck, the tied-up assassin realizes he's picked the absolute worst estate to break into tonight. Even with a bruised face and a sword at his throat, this masked intruder tries playing hardball, but our Dark Lord just chuckles like it's the funniest joke he's heard all week. Sensef, Shadow. Surrounding his steel blade in a terrifying purple miasma, Archid casually explains that dark magic specializes in completely shattering a person's 5 senses and inflicting unbearable torture. Suffix, gag. The shadowy magic instantly takes effect, causing the bound captives to choke up foam as dark corruption racks their bodies. Snap, thud. Within seconds, the lead assassin slumps forward onto the cold stone floor, totally unconscious. Ethan rushes into the room only to find all 3 intruders already wiped out and lying motionless on the ground. Kneeling down to inspect the bodies, Archid catches a faint scent and immediately realizes something isn't right. This wasn't caused by standard dark magic at all. Archid notes that these exact symptoms match the corrupt priests they busted back in the day, just as Ethan spots a clue on the captive's arm. Pulling back the sleeve reveals a distinct crescent mark tattooed on the wrist, the exact same symbol carried by those rogue cultists from years ago. Flashback time. We see documents stamped with that same mysterious mark, reminding us how strange it was that a low-ranking family took the fall for such a massive incident. SFX, grip. Archid tightens his grip on his sword hilt as the piece hits him. The true mastermind behind that disaster was never actually caught. Smirk. A dark, villainous smirk spreads across Archid's face. Not only did this secret syndicate frame him in the past, but now they dare to step foot inside his own personal barracks? Turning to his chief knight, Archid orders Ethan to track down and detain every single person bearing that crescent brand. Walking away from the scene, Archid instructs Ethan to trace the captive's origin point to uncover where this shadow network is hiding. SFX night. Meanwhile, outside in the quiet camp, little Mabel wanders alone through the grass under the starry night sky until she spots Archid walking nearby. Archid pauses in surprise, asking the little girl why on earth she's wandering outside so late at night. Looking up at him with big, innocent eyes, Mabel softly asks if he managed to catch all the bad guys, and Archid nods. Sif, grasping her nightgown, Mabel trembles as she admits how terrified she still feels after everything that happened. She whispers her deepest fear. What if those dangerous people return to kidnap her all over again? Her golden eyes fill with helpless anxiety, looking like a fragile child who's been traumatized by dark magic. Arkid reassures her in his typical stoic tone, promising that as long as he's stationed here, nobody will ever touch a hair on her head. Snap! Reaching out with the delicate hand, Mabel tugs tightly on his coat sleeve to keep him from leaving. She hits him with the ultimate cute request, asking if they can sleep together tonight so she doesn't feel scared. Reject, but our Dark Duke drops a brutal, blunt no, without a single second of hesitation. Honestly, watching him shut down a helpless child in full chibi style is comedy gold. He flatly tells her it's way too annoying. But before she can whine, a loud screeching noise cuts through the quiet night air. CARW! Out of nowhere, a fiery red bird comes diving straight out of the sky at top speed like a kamikaze missile. Mabel gasps in terror, freezing up as that crazy red avian hurtles right toward her face. Sci-FX crash! The feathered menace slams straight into Mabel, sending her tumbling onto the grass while Arkid yells out in utter shock. SFX dizzy. The red bird lies flat on his back with spiral eyes, completely knocked out from the collision while Arkid kneels down in total disbelief. Scold. Arkid gently strokes the dizzy bird, panicking that if this little messenger gets hurt, Rowena will be completely heartbroken. He starts scolding the bird for its terrible flying skills, roast-testing its noisy temperament while the bird glares back in pure defiance. Screech! Outraged by the disrespect, the red bird flaps its wings furiously around Arkid's head, screaming at the top of its lungs while Mabel sits weeping in the background. Scooping the loud bird into his hand, Arkid winces as it pecks at his fingers in retaliation. Snap! Hearing Mabel sniffling on the ground, Arkid realizes he got totally distracted arguing with the bird while the poor girl sat there crying. He kneels down next to her, gently suggesting they both go see the camp medic to get checked out. Holding up the dazed, dizzy bird, Arkid points out that even this feather ball managed to injure itself during that goofy landing. Cut inside the warm medical tent, a veteran doctor treats Mabel's scrapes by the crackling campfire, while Arkid steps inside holding the bird. Sitting on the cot, Mabel tries to act tough, quietly claiming that she was completely fine and didn't need medical attention. Arkid immediately shuts that down, pointing out that her palm was literally bleeding while the bird squawks loudly in agreement. Arkid pats the fiery avian, promising to send it back to its owner as soon as it gets checked by the doctor. Silently begging, looking up at him with glossy eyes, Mabel softly begs Arkid to stay by her side instead of leaving. But Arkid declines, explaining that he needs to read the urgent secret documents that the messenger bird just delivered. Saif. The doctor bows respectfully as Arkid exits the tent with the bird, leaving Mabel sitting alone on the bed. The second Arkid steps out, Mabel's innocent expression vanishes, replaced by a cold, sharp, calculating gaze. Talk about a dramatic 180, this girl's acting skills are terrifying. Snap! A strange crunching noise echoes through the tent, causing the old doctor to turn around in total confusion. So then, when he looks back, Mabel is sitting there looking as sweet and harmless as an angel, pretending nothing happened. Cut to the next morning at the Grand Palace. The red messenger bird flies across the blue sky toward an open balcony window where a gorgeous red-haired girl is waiting. Squeeze! Rowena squeezes a plush yellow pillow tightly in her hands, her face lit up with excitement to see her favorite feathered friend return. CACW. Spotting the bird flying in with bandaged little feet, Rowena holds out the pillow and calls Kenya over for a safe landing. SFF cushion. Kenya lands with a soft plop right into the center of the big yellow pillow, scattering feathers and sparkles everywhere. You've gotta love how this bird gets a literal VIP plush runway landing every single time. Talk about a sudden plot twist. 1 second, our girl Rowena is waiting for a peaceful message, and the next, her messenger bird comes crash landing into her room, looking like it barely survived a war zone. Rowena cradles poor little Kenya, panicking when she spots the tiny bandages wrapped tightly around its feet. Like, seriously, what kind of chaotic chaos did this bird just fly through? Suspect. The peaceful foliage surrounding the balcony can't hide the rising tension as a sinister secret unravels behind this seemingly cute delivery. Unfolding the crumpled parchment, Rowena reads her father's note, claiming everything went smoothly at Stig Island and that he'll be home in about 10 days. Her dad even tries playing the sweet, doting father card, offering to bring her whatever gifts she wants since she kept complaining about missing him so much. Our little red-haired mastermind tilts her head in suspicion. Since when does her usually stoic dad sound this overly cheerful? Unless he's blatantly hiding something major from her. Setback, wind howls. Looking at the report detailing how Stig Island turned into a desolate, corrupted wasteland, Rowena realizes her dad's claim about containing the dark magic simply doesn't add up. Stig Island was just the spark that set off a continent-wide plague, a death sentence meant to claim Rowena's life at a young age. Shadowy silhouette looms under the cold night sky, leaving Rowena convinced that the true mastermind is casually playing a far darker game behind the scenes. Knock knock, a polite tap on the door snaps Rowena right out of her dark spiral as Asil steps inside to deliver his confidential briefing. SFX, bow. Looking slick in his butler attire, Asil gives a crisp bow, ready to drop some high-stakes intel that's about to throw a massive wrench into Rowena's plans. Eager for answers, Rowena jumps right up and asks if he finally located the mystery girl from the orphanage. But Asil drops a complete bombshell. There is no girl named Mabel registered at the Esther's orphanage, causing Rowena's heart to instantly drop to the floor. Sense, an ancient, torn manuscript fades into view, confirming the horrifying truth. The original female lead has completely vanished from the timeline without leaving a single trace. Biting her hand in sheer panic, Rowena realizes that altering the plot has kicked off an unscripted butterfly effect that could ruin everything. Asil whips out his notebook to note down extra details, asking if there are any other distinct features to track down this runaway heroine. Rowena explains that Mabel has striking silver hair and piercing gold eyes. Honestly, with features that flashy, you'd think finding her would be as easy as spotting a neon sign in the dark. Lowering her voice, Rowena makes Asil swear complete secrecy, and the loyal aide promises not to breathe a single word to anyone. SFX, sparkle! Flashing a bright, relieved smile, Rowena thanks him, though you can tell her brain is still running at 100 miles an hour trying to solve this mystery. As Asil bows out and closes the heavy double doors, Rowena stands alone in the massive hall, practically drowning in silent anxiety. Gazing out through the grand arched window, Rowena mutters to herself, desperately trying to figure out where on earth Mabel could have run off to. An ominous cloud of doubt hangs over her mind. What if the original plot broke down way further than she ever anticipated? Meanwhile, down the hall, Asil wraps up a private conversation with Rowena's dark-haired brother, confirming that preparations are underway. Looking like absolute royalty with his sharp dark hair and intense blue eyes, Akid turns around, catching Rowena off guard with a handsome smile. Akid casually drops the news that their father bypassed coming home entirely and went straight to the imperial capital, leaving Rowena completely stunned. Rowena puffs out her cheeks in frustration, remembering how her dad promised in his letter that they traveled together. Talk about getting stood up by your own father. Snap! Akid explains they'll be heading to the capital soon to meet him there, making poor Rowena sulk after spending hours making a hand-drawn welcome banner. Snap, snap, wringing her hands in petty anger, Rowena internally calls her dad a total liar, though deep down, her tsundere heart is actually terrified for his safety. Shaking off her disappointment, Rowena asks when they're packing out, and Akid confirms they're hitting the road by the end of the weekend. Sefex, thunderclap, but then Akid adds that upon arriving in the capital, they'll be staying at the Essel Duchy, instantly turning Rowena's face ghostly white as a terrifying shadow of the Duchess looms over the mansion. Sedix clang? Akid explains the villa's plumbing broke down, making Chibi Rowena scream inside. Of all the places in the Empire, why do they have to move straight into the ultimate villainess's den? Akid sighs, admitting that while it's risky, House Essel provides the absolute best cover for holding a secret rendezvous with the Crown Prince. Snap! A glowing crest frames a secret handshake between Akid and the hooded prince, reminding us that Akid's unawakened magical seizures could trigger at any moment without warning. Sepiek's chains rattle. Surrounded by glowing magic and dark chains, the heavy toll of using high-tier magic before adulthood hangs over Akid, making Rowena fiercely determined to protect her brother no matter the cost. Rowena concedes hiding their true motives at House Essel is smart, but you can tell she's already plotting a dozen backup plans just in case things go south. Sato. Akid's eyes darken as he mutters that staying there means dealing with someone thoroughly unpleasant, making Rowena raise an eyebrow in total confusion. Flashback time! Akid fumes while remembering how the young Duke Essel, that goofy blushing meathead, was staring at Rowena with hard eyes during their last encounter. Talk about protective brother instincts going into full overdrive. Sweat! Rowena waves her hands around nervously, insisting that the young Duke is just a simple-minded guy who meant no harm, but Akid's eye twitches in instant suspicion. Snap! Dropping his cheerful demeanor, Akid leans in with a terrifyingly cold stare, asking Rowena how on earth she seems to know the young Duke so well. Sefex drama. Shadowing his face in full thriller mode, Akid radiates an overwhelming jealous brother aura that could freeze a volcano solid. Rowena's internally panicking. Like, did I just say that out loud? She's practically sweating bullets, thinking she just blew her cover about knowing the future. Scrambling for an excuse, Rowena points a finger in the air and claims her older brothers told her all about that brainless meathead who acts before he thinks. Psych! Chibi Rowena dramatically talks with her hands, claiming her brothers absolutely detested the guy for having pure muscle where his brain should be. Clearing his throat to play it cool, Akid warns that if the young Duke tries stepping out of line at Castle Essel, snap! Rowena puffs up her chest and throws a fierce mini punch, declaring she'll just kick him square in the shins, leaving Akid totally speechless. Smirk. Seeing her violent little protective side breaks Akid's cold facade, bringing a soft, genuine smirk back to his face. Akid beams with pure satisfaction while Chibi Rowena wipes sweat off her forehead, internally thanking the anime gods for surviving that interrogation. SFX, chirp. Cut to the grand imperial capital of Intravia. The breathtaking European-style city stretches across the valley, bustling with life under a radiant blue sky. Elegant horse-drawn carriages line the cobblestone streets as high society nobles from every corner of the empire flood into the capital for the grand assembly. Sparkle! Peering out the carriage window with starry eyes, Rowena marvels at all the intricate family crests, officially kicking off a high-stakes capital arc packed with political danger, secret schemes, and absolute chaotic energy. When traveling through the capital with your fake husband, you'd expect romantic dates, but Rowena's out here overthinking Arkit's entire traumatic backstory. As their carriage rolls through the bustling streets, Rowena notes how massive the regional gathering is, realizing people traveled from all over just to attend. Staring across at Arkit's brooding face, she remembers he used to live outside the capital before moving into the Grand Duke's castle. She can't help but wonder if his reluctance to return stems from the painful memories associated with these very streets. Swish! The atmosphere shifts as gray flashback memories flood in. This capital isn't just any city for Arcade. It's the exact dark place where his closest childhood friend vanished without a trace into thin air. Talk about heavy trauma baggage. Bitter images of young street kids enduring public humiliation in the cold, dark alleyways flicker through Rowena's mind. Deep down, she makes a quiet bow, hoping this trip will overwrite his tragic past with warm, happy moments, even if it's just a little bit. Shaking off the gloomy vibes, Rowena claps her hands and cheerfully points out that Archid must know the capital's layout like the back of his hand. Meanwhile, the Grand Duchess sits across from them, casually petting Whitey the sleeping divine cat like a mob boss. Archid quietly turns to the window, admitting he only knows the rough, shady spots he used to frequent. Since commoner kids weren't allowed on the lavish paved roads used by high society, this fancy neighborhood is totally alien to him too. Instead of being turned off, Rowena's eyes light up with pure thrill. She leans in close, swooning over the idea that Arkid knows all the secret hidden gems and underground spots that arrogant nobles have zero clue about. Arkid rubs the back of his neck nervously, stuttering out that while he knows a couple of places, they might not be her vibe at all. Man is sweating bullets trying not to accidentally ruin their date. He tries to warn her that most of his old stomping grounds are dirty, commoner-infested alleyways with clothes drying on lines in the breeze. But Rowena instantly cuts him off, declaring with absolute confidence that she couldn't care less about fancy aesthetics. Sparkle, leaning forward with a playful finger raise, Rowena admits she's way more fascinated by his personal history. She specifically asks him to take her to District 13, the exact rough neighborhood where he spent his youth before going north. Arkid immediately waves his hands in panic, cautioning her that District 13 has atrocious security and urges her to pick District 7 instead. But Rowena shuts down his safety advisory, making it crystal clear she only cares about seeing his past home. Snap! With a dazzling, irresistible smile, Rowena places a hilarious condition on their stay. Before heading back north, Arkid must give her a private, exclusive tour of the capital, just the two of them alone. Arkid agrees on one strict condition: she can't completely ditch the royal guards. Chibi Rowena just giggles, suggesting the guards trail behind at a safe distance. Besides, who needs bodyguards when you've got an overpowered divine beast cat as your personal escort? Swoosh! A soft, romantic glow washes over the carriage as Rowena sweetly gazes at him, whispering that she genuinely just wants to spend quality one-on-one time together. Affects flutter, Arkid's usual icy composure instantly melts away, replaced by the softest, most smitten expression you've ever seen on a brooding male lead. Honestly, watching the stoic guy get completely wrapped around her finger is top-tier romance cinema. Snap! Reaching across the cushioned seats, their little fingers lock together in a sacred pinky promise. 6 glow. Brilliant magical sparkles burst around their hands as they finalize their secret date pact inside the carriage. These two are so ridiculously cute together, it should honestly be illegal. SFX steps. Arriving at the Grand Ducal Estate, the head housekeeper greets them warmly at the foot of the grand marble staircase, welcoming the Grand Duchess back after her long, exhausting journey. Snap! As they walk up the stairs, Rowena suddenly stops dead in her tracks, feeling a prickling sensation on the back of her head like a dozen laser beams are piercing straight through her scalp. Scratch. Rowena rubs her fluffy red hair nervously, looking around in confusion because her danger radar is blaring at 100 capacity. Snap. Scanning the massive stone facade of the estate, her eyes catch a high window swinging wide open. Tucked behind the curtains, a mysterious girl with long, wavy, peach-colored hair is peeking down from above. Says, ta-da! The peach-haired girl bursts into a radiant, sunny wave, practically shouting hello across the courtyard with hyperactive energy. SFX crackle. A literal bolt of dramatic lightning strikes behind Rowena's head as her face turns ghostly white in utter terror. Up in the window, the peach-haired girl suddenly taps her wrist and points her finger like a ticking clock, giving a hyper-intense, cryptic countdown signal. Snap! She then pumps her fist in the air with a menacingly enthusiastic grin before disappearing. Rowena stands on the pavement completely baffled, question marks floating all around her head. Noticing Rowena frozen on the lawn, the maid asks why she's staring blankly into the sky. Rowena points a shaky finger upward, muttering that someone was watching them from above. The maid glances at the empty window, casually explaining that it was just Lady Catherine, who was supposed to be stuck in the middle of her private tutoring session right now. Sigh, shiver. Cold sweat pours down Rowena's face as she translates that mysterious gesture. In her mind, Catherine wasn't saying hello. She was ominously telling her, "Prepare yourself, I'm coming for you later." Seriously, running into the story's main villainess on day one is maximum stress. Leading the group inside, the housekeeper announces that an entire luxury floor has been completely cleared out for their stay, urging them to ring the service bell for anything they desire. SFX bow. The staff bows politely as Rowena nods in appreciation, taking in the towering marble pillars and gorgeous archways of the ducal palace. But then the Grand Duchess casually drops a massive bomb. As requested, we prepared 4 separate bedrooms for all of you. Rowena and Urkid's jaws literally drop to the floor in sync. Flipping her coat gracefully, the Duchess coolly adds that separate rooms are obviously more comfortable before waltzing away, leaving Rowena desperately reaching out in protest. Sniff! Rowena buries her face in her hands, agonizing over the fact that their marriage contract explicitly mandated a shared bedroom. She mentally screams in frustration. This isn't the kind of extra consideration she wanted. Stepping into her assigned guest suite, Rowena takes in the lavish gold vanity, plush canopy bed, and elegant fireplace. She tilts her head in confusion. For a supposed den of evil villains, this room is ridiculously cozy and normal. Psych. But her mind quickly shifts back to Catherine's bizarre behavior. Deep down, Rowena knows she can't drop her guard. In the original web novel, Catherine was a master manipulator who pulled insane schemes to frame the original heroine, Mabel. SFX Flashback. Rowena recalls a key chapter from the original plot. Maybelle was frantically trying to tend to a bleeding wound on Catherine's wrist, gently removing sharp glass shards to stop the bleeding. SFX Drama. But the moment someone walked by, Catherine instantly flipped the script. She stumbled backward in fake terror, crying out for Mabel not to hurt her, making it look like Mabel was threatening her with a bloody glass shard. Snap! Clutching her chest frail style, Catherine whimpered that her chronic anemia would kill her if she lost any more blood, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of a helpless victim. Right on cue, the blonde Prince Saronis rushed into the hallway, demanding to know what chaotic mess was unfolding before his eyes. Seapaw, peeking out from behind her hands, Catherine sobbed that she only wanted to apologize, while Mabel stood frozen in total horror holding the bloody shard she just pulled out. Look at this masterclass in manipulative gaslighting. Suffix. Cold. Prince Saronis glared down at Mabel with disgust, venomously scolding her for supposedly taking her malicious envy way too far this time. As Saronis wrapped his arms around Catherine to protect her, Catherine hid a sinister smirk against his chest, softly whispering for him not to be angry because it was all her fault. SOS Door Slam. Escorting the snake-like villainess away, Saronis abandoned Maybelle in the empty dark hallway without even listening to her side of the story. Left entirely alone, poor Mabel collapsed onto the cold tile floor, weeping bitterly in total despair and regretting ever setting foot in the capital. Rowena reflects on how dangerous Catherine really is. Unlike brainless minor villains, Catherine played high IQ psychological chess, masking her dark intentions behind an innocent smile to destroy her rivals until Arkid eventually exposed her. SFX head shake. Rowena violently shakes her head back and forth, swearing to herself that she won't be tricked by Catherine's cute face. But when a quiet voice behind her asks, "Fooled by whom?" Rowena screams in terror and flips completely off her chair. Sprawled out on the rug, Rowena stares up with dinner-plate eyes as the voice apologizes for startling her, claiming she stayed quiet because Rowena looked so deep in thought. Angelic glow. Standing right over her inside the private room is none other than Catherine herself, framed by sparkling flowers and smiling like a literal angel. Talk about a jump scare. Catherine places a delicate hand on her chest, looking down at Rowena with wide, innocent amber eyes that could deceive the entire kingdom. So, reaching down with the soft hand, Catherine asks if Rowena got hurt from that nasty fall. Rowena stammers out that she's fine, sitting on the floor while staring at the villainess in absolute suspense. Just when you think you're prepared to face the ultimate villainess, she hits you with the most innocent girl act on the planet. Rowena stammers in complete shock, demanding to know how in the world Catherine even knows her name, only for Catherine to casually claim she overheard Duke Ethel talking about her. The SFX giggle. Instead of dropping her mask, Catherine burst into a fit of adorable giggles, gushing over how cute Rowena's blunt way of talking is. Rowena stands there totally paralyzed. Like, girl, calling the future Grand Duchess cute right to her face takes some serious nerve. Sparkle! Catherine waves her hands dismissively, warmly telling Rowena that they should just talk informally since keeping up noble etiquette between friends would be super awkward. Rowena can barely squeeze out a nod, her brain practically short-circuiting under all this fake friendliness. Leaning back on the velvet sofa, Catherine blinks her big amber eyes and casually asks for her full name. Rowena stiffens up, nervously introducing herself as Rowena Hadelis while eyeing every single move the girl makes. Skirp. Rowena mentions that her father talked about Duke Ethel before, and Catherine's face lights up like a Christmas tree as she declares they're destined to be absolute besties. Down in the corner, Chibi Rowena is literally gagging. Honestly, who can blame her when the story's main antagonist is trying to force a friendship speed run? Snap! Clasping her hands together in pure joy, Catherine starts gushing about fate and destiny. Meanwhile, Rowena is internally screaming at the top of her lungs to throw that destiny straight into the trash where it belongs. SFX rumble. Rona's inner monologue goes into full detective mode. She knows for a fact that in the original novel, Catherine was an icy, calculating mastermind. So why is this girl acting like a sunshine and rainbows golden retriever? The sheer inconsistency is driving her insane. Snap! Before Rowena can even process her existential crisis, Catherine lunges forward, grabbing both of Rowena's hands and enthusiastically declaring that since Rowena isn't busy, her schedule belongs to her now. SFX drag. Without waiting for a single word of consent, Catherine instantly hauls Rowena out of the room to go check out the estate stables. Talk about zero personal boundaries. This girl drags people around like she owns the place. CFX chatter. Skipping down the grand hallway, Catherine rambles non-stop about how their family horse Lou just gave birth to the most adorable baby foals. Rowena just plods alongside her, looking completely defeated. Sweat drop. Catherine turns around with a radiant beam, proudly announcing that Rowena is the very first friend allowed to see the newborn foals. Rowena's face goes completely pale as she realizes she just got officially categorized as bestie by the worst villainess in kingdom history. Since panic sets in hard, Rowena starts imagining worst-case scenarios. Is Catherine planning to stage a horse riding accident to break her legs? Or is she gonna ride Rowena like a literal pony to humiliate her? Okay, gotta admit, Rowena's wild imagination is reaching peak comedy levels here. Snaps. Just as Rowena's paranoia reaches critical mass, Arcade comes striding down the hall, calling out her name. Suffix dash! The second Rowena sees her stoic husband, she yanks her hand out of Catherine's grip and sprints toward him like a shipwreck survivor reaching for a life raft. Look at those tears of pure relief! Man arrived right on time. Arcade catches her gently, warning her not to sprint on marble floors, before glancing over her shoulder at the peach-haired stranger with a cold, suspicious gaze. Cyan! Catherine stands framed by sparkling background flowers, putting on an angelic, breathtaking display that would make any unsuspecting noble fall head over heels instantly. Arcade doesn't buy the angel act for a second. He introduces himself with total icy composure, mentioning that Rowena already agreed to speak casually with her. Boom! When Catherine tries to offer him the same informal privilege, Arcade hits her with a cold, ruthless refusal. Deadpan rejection straight to the face. Arcade's boundary setting is an absolute 10 out of 10. Scene, bam. Arcade's surrounded by gloomy blue roses, flatly stating that he has zero intention of ever getting cozy with anyone from the Ethel family. Rowena sweats nervously in the background, knowing full well how deep Arcade's grudge against Edward runs. Sif, tug. Arcade reaches down and gently grabs Rowena's skirt, pulling her behind his back while telling Catherine to back off. But Catherine isn't one to back down from a fight. Snatch? In a hilarious sudden move, Catherine grabs Rowena's other arm, pulling her right back with a fierce, stubborn glare. Sparks! Catherine snaps that Arcade can stay behind all by his lonesome because Rowena already promised to go see the baby horses with her. Arcade's eyes narrow into dangerous slits as he stares her down. Zap! A literal lightning storm of pure hostility erupts between Arcade and Catherine as they engage in a violent tug-of-war match over poor Rowena. You've gotta love how Rowena went from being a target to the ultimate prize in a petty rivalry. SFX, dizzy. Trapped right in the epicenter of the drama, Rowena's mind completely melts as she questions what cosmic joke brought her to this exact moment. SFX, humming. Cut to the compromise, the three of them walking down the path together. Catherine is happily humming while clinging to Rowena's right arm, while Arcade marches on her left looking like a total stone-cold bodyguard. CFX, creak. Arriving at the grand wooden barn, Catherine turns around with a bright grin, telling the two of them to hold tight outside for just a second. The instant Catherine steps inside, Arcade leans over Rona's shoulder, covering his mouth to whisper that they need to pack their bags and skedaddle to a new mansion first thing tomorrow. Suddenly, the barn door creaks open, revealing Catherine glaring down at Arcade. She pops her head out to remind him that if anyone's leaving early, it's just gonna be him, because Rowena is staying with her. Sfume. Arcade snaps back that she's just as shameless and pushy as her brother Edward. Man's petty feud with the entire Ethel bloodline is truly unmatched. Serious? Turning back to his wife, Arcade sternly asks if she remembers her loyalty to him. Rowena's sweat drops, gently reminding him that kicking Lady Ethel in the shins is probably crossing the line. Snap, bang! Laughing off her shin-kicking comment, Rowena leans in and playfully suggests they just pretend to play along for a little bit before pulling a swift ninja escape. SFX sparkle! Arkid's usual brooding frown melts away into most dazzling, heart-melting eye smile as he smoothly whispers that they can make a run for it right this second. Snap, thump thump, Rona's heart takes a massive critical damage. Clutching her chest while turning tomato red, she internally screams over how unfair it is for her husband to flex his god-tier visuals out of nowhere. Echo! Recovering from her mini heart attack, Rowena and Arkid follow Catherine inside the spacious, immaculate stable lined with wooden stalls. Snap. Clap, clap. Catherine happily points into the first couple of stalls where two cute baby foals poke their tiny snouts out, introducing them as Doe and Ree. Snap? Ta-da! She then points to an adorable brown-spotted foal in the next stall, introducing me. Rowena chuckles in amusement. Naming 3 newborn horses Doe, Ray, and me is surprisingly wholesome. SFX bloom! Catherine blushes with absolute delight at Rowena's compliment, beaming like a cute little angel. Rowena stares in awe, mentally fighting for her life not to fall for this girl's overwhelming cuteness. Slap! Rowena aggressively slaps her own face in chibi mode, reminding herself that she's a married woman who needs to stay devoted to her drop-dead gorgeous husband. Sniff. Glancing over at Arkid standing nearby in a halo of light, Rowena swoons all over again, concluding that no matter how cute Catherine is, Arkid's face is still the reigning supreme champion. Noticing his wife staring at him with rosy cheeks, Arkid reaches out his hand and gently caresses her soft face, sending Rowena's heart into absolute overdrive once again. Gasp! Trying to clear the muggy air, Rowena turns toward the barn window, only to freeze in her tracks. Poking his head through the window pane is a brown-haired boy peeking inside. Rowena points a shaky finger, recognizing him instantly as Edward. Suddenly, a loud, heavy noise echoes from the main entrance of the stable, making Catherine spin around in surprise. SFX thud. Heavy, polished leather boots step through the open barn doors bathed in dramatic sunlight. CFX, Catherine's wide amber eyes shimmer with pure emotion as she gazes toward the doorway. Stepping inside is none other than the second male lead, the handsome blonde Prince Zeronis himself, looking like he walked straight off a fashion runway. SFX, shock. Rowena stands rooted to the spot in utter confusion, wondering why in the world Prince Zeronis is here when she literally just saw Edward peeking through the window a second ago. FX flowers! But before Rowena can solve the mystery, Catherine rushes up to Zeronis with a warm smile, cheerfully explaining that Lou had her baby foals and she was showing them off to her new friend. Smile. Prince Zeronis looks down at Catherine with the softest, most tender expression imaginable, softly replying that he understands. CFX crumble. Rowena clutches her head in absolute horror. Why are Zeronis and Catherine acting like star-crossed lovers? In the original novel, Zeronis found Catherine terrifying and annoying. So why are they exuding romantic energy? SFX shatter. Rowena recalls the original novel's plot where Zeronis was head over heels devoted to Maybelle, serving as the ultimate loyal second male lead. Seeing the canon timeline shatter into a million pieces right before her eyes leaves her utterly speechless. Just when Rowena is about to lose her mind over the canon plot falling apart, Arkid suddenly snaps her back to reality by asking if she's all right. Rowena blinks in complete surprise, utterly caught off guard. Noticing her pale expression, Arkid points out that her complexion looks completely drained. Rowena tries to play it cool, brushing it off as simple tiredness, though we all know her soul is basically leaving her body at this point. Arkid falls completely silent, his dark eyes narrowing in thought. You can practically hear the warning sirens blaring in his head as his overprotective instincts kick into high gear. Deciding that enough is enough, Arkid grabs her hand firmly and flatly declares that they aren't staying here a second longer. Honestly, seeing him instantly prioritize her comfort is top-tier green flag behavior. Snap. Without waiting for an answer, Arkid begins marching Rowena right out of the stables. Man is on an absolute mission to rescue his wife from this chaotic social nightmare before things get even weirder. SFX freeze! But just as they think they're home free, a cheerful voice booms out from behind, asking where they think they're going. Rowena instantly sweats bullets, realizing their sneaky getaway was totally busted. Ta-da! Standing right in the doorway with Prince Zeronis in tow, Catherine waves cheerfully and teases them for getting lost in the stables. SFX glow. Surrounded by an absolute mountain of dazzling background flowers, Catherine beams radiantly while pointing them back in her direction. Seriously, how is anyone supposed to say no to someone radiating this much main character energy? SFX, internal scream. Trapped by Catherine's weaponized innocence, Rowena internally screams in total despair. She can't even come up with a polite excuse to back out now. Talk about being completely cornered by pure sweetness.